morning. I'm kind of big today. What the heck? What the heck? Why am I so big? Let's get smaller. That's weird. Oh, I still have my inner tube on. Wait. If I have the inner tube on, do I get around Twitch's rules on not showing hips? Because you can't see my hips with the inner tube. Have I found a loophole? Does it work that way? I don't know. I don't know, man. Good morning! Good morning. I've been awake for a little bit. I actually managed to wake up long enough to make some eggs. Hell yeah. Swim stream. Let's go. Morning. Pool meta's back. Hell yeah. Ziz Nue, thank you for that fucking 9-month resub, brother. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Glorious loophole. True and real. True and real. Good morning. Oh no, not again. Good morning. Twitch will still freak out. You got your Gamer Subs waifu Kirsche jar. Hold on, wait a minute. You mean cup and you put it to good use for my favorite HoloLive idol, Mori Calliope. Thank you. Thank you. You know, Mori's pretty cool, but I like Sakura Miko. She's my Oshi. We both speak our native languages with the same amount of expertise. This is a public service announcement. Hello, Bailey. You are super cute and wonderful, my guy. Thank you. Death Knight, thank you for that huge fucking 34-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The tabs will melt our minds. I have unintentionally gathered a whole bunch of DEI tabs today. Lich Life, thank you, my guy. No message, just fucking slamming us. Speaking of slamming, where's my sound? Why are my slaves silenced? That doesn't make any sense. My alerts are on. My alerts aren't muted. Boy, now we mind what's happening. You hear the okay, well, I mean, I guess as long as you guys hear them, it's fine. I don't know why I can't hear. Actually, in my OBS, it tells me that you guys can't hear them. It actually tells me, like, they're on and unmuted, but it says that no sound is coming out. So I'm glad you confirmed that you can hear them, because that's all that really matters. I don't understand technology, chat. I don't understand why things just constantly break. You know, my tracking was fucked up on side scrollers yesterday. You know what I did to fix it? Nothing. Do you know what it is? Fixed. I don't understand. How does it work? It's just a simple Bostonian Foxu. I was not built for the technologies. Don't forget to thank the slaves. I know. I was fucking slamming the slaves first. Brent Wolfe. I'm glad you could at least hear it. Thank you, Brent, for the huge 100 fucking slaves. Thank you. Tag me in a retweet of a story about the Suffolk County Sheriff being nabbed by the feds. I did forget to open that. I didn't see you tagging me because I almost never see people tagging me, which is why I don't care if people tag me, because there's like maybe a 12% chance I'll see it. But it was linked to me elsewhere. So thank you for reminding me, Brent Wolfe, that I need to bring that up. Thank you, because I would have completely fucking forgorbed, and then I would have felt sad. Because I don't like forgorbling things. There was also something above that guy that I wanted to open up. But what was it? What was it? There was something in my brain. I thought I woke up fucking early enough and I was like, yeah, I have everything pulled up in my tabs. I'm paying attention. I have organized it. I'm doing great. Yeah, I don't fucking know what the other thing was, so I guess it's lost forever. It's lost forever in times. Oh yeah, that's a good point. If I can't hear the slaves, it's likely I won't hear TTS either. However, sometimes the actual alert sounds and the TTS are desynced to the point where, like, I can hear one but not the other. Again, I don't know how that shit works. I just use it. She didn't even notice. Turn up the TTS. Oh yeah, absolutely. I cannot hear the TTS in that case. If a TTS unironically went off since I went live, I have not heard it, so it's also not working. Which, why is it not working? Your guess is as good as mine, honorable chatter. Ice Bees, thank you for the 1-month member over on the YouTubes. Thank you, my guy. Charminator, thank you for the Canadians. Your Gamer Subs Kirsche merch. Kirsche, I can't even pronounce my own name right anymore, dude. Kirsche merch came in yesterday. So did your Bit Plush. Your two Kamiyoshis are reunited. Hell yeah, dude. We're gonna commit war crimes in Canada together. Jimothy Stickle Pasty, thank you! Good morning, Foxy. Can you get a happy birthday? Absolutely! Happy fucking birthday, Jimothy Stickle Pasty. I hope you eat all of the stickle pasties your heart desires. Only the sticklest of pasties for you on this day, sir. I had one muffin left in my fridge from the gingerbread construction company, and I ate that shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, it was delicious. It was delicious and beautiful. You guys are pelting my head with subs. Oh, it's a treasure train. I was like, what? I'm so backed up already. Zim the Despo, thank you for the 11-month member. Question, is Conan the most himbo of all himbos? He's pretty fucking himbo, I will say. Keck McCackerson, thank you for the fucking freedom dono, dude. Howdy, have some freedom dollars? Thank you. I need more freedom in my life. I need more freedom. Jack Manson, thank you. Playlist updated. Bag filled. Collection added. What does he mean by this? Hillis Mallory, thank you. You still want a plushie? Well, we're brainstorming some stuff for another YouTube's plushie in the near future, so stay tuned, TM. Mr. J, thank you for that 9-month member. Please enjoy your placenta, brother. A keeper of the Kirsches. Oh, what a cute profile picture. Beloved Fox Lady, would it be okay if you sent some of your concept art to email? You work on web novels while listening to me stream, and you would love my input. It's a mix of sci-fi and fantasy. I don't know if I'm the person to ask for, like, critiquing sci-fi fantasy graphic novel work. I don't know about that. 30 comes. Oh, there were comes. See, now I'm gonna talk over the TTS and the alerts because I can't tell when they're happening. I can't tell when they're happening. No, we're not putting a vibrator inside of a plushie, chat. That's not happening. That's not happening. Hold on, let me scroll down for all these fucking gift subs. Jesus Christ, you guys are going nuts. Jesus fuck. Treasure Train level 2. No, we gotta go back farther. Where are we here? Where are we here? We got motherfucking, holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. Motherfucking Gibbs me data, I will not. Thank you for the proom, my guy. Rave Master J, thank you for the 24 months on Twitch. Trailstorm, thank you for the 2 months, my guy. Ziz Nue, thank you for the 9-month resub. Death Knight RZ, thank you again for that 32-month tier 2. Soulless Angle, thank you for the proom. Ugyu, thank you for the 22-month tier 2, brother. Keegs SK, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Golga, thank you for the 7 months of Proom. Ice Wolf, thank you for the full fucking year. Wake Up Block, thank you for 14 months, dude, thank you. Lil Viva Guino, your name is so fun to say. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, thank you. Cool Silver Wolf, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Evictus, my dude, thank you for the 15-month resub, hell yeah. Lord Suchio, thank you for the 5 gifts, my guy. Sirium's Bottom 69. I don't know what's happening. Thank you for the 6-month resub. I love you. I mean your content. I mean, you know. Thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you. Strong-armed henchman with the giant fucking schmeat. Strong-armed henchman, thank you for the 30 fucking gift subs on Twitch. Absolutely massive. Just giving out mushroom stamps for free. Imagine, thank you. Thank you, strong-armed henchman. JJ Yeti, thank you for the 17-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Ikaron Hate, thank you for the 6-month gift sub to JC Coon. Holy 6 months, brother. Thank you, Ikaron Hate. Thank you. And you changed your name to Ikaronate. I'm gonna have to, like, adjust. I don't know if I can adjust pronunciation. Cool Chillane, thank you for the 5 gift subs, my guy. Bro Blood, thank you for the full blood resub. Cold Acid, thank you for the gift sub. Knugget, thank you for the 100 biddies. I hope I'm having an amazing day. You may have done a deliciously regrettable decision of eating spicy chilaquiles for breakfast. I don't even know what that is. I've never seen that word before. Won't know till later. Scorch flames of the sun exist. Your finger butthole. What? Exits your finger butthole. That still doesn't make sense. Side Triniars, thank you for the 6 months of Proom. Yes, correct. Thank you for the 16-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Leonard G, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Sleepy Beefoo, thank you for the 9-month, dude. And Nonchalant Nate, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no. Stream Elements is having issues again. God damn. Oh god, it's kind of a blessing that the alerts are quiet, because otherwise I'd be talking over you. I mean, maybe, but like, I still don't know what the issue is. I haven't changed any of my settings. I don't know what the problem is. I mean, let me load my Stream Elements page. Maybe whatever issue they're having where like all of the incoming effects are fucked up. Maybe that's affecting it. I don't know, man. C. Thomas Peasant, thank you. If we learn any lessons in life, it's these. Never the Kirsche. Never trust the government. And more importantly, never quit the nail salon. True! True, I love teaching people about never quitting the nail salon. Super Banamba, thank you for the devil biddies, my guy. Thank you. Greetings, fellow humans. Hello, government agent. Kane's Brain, thank you, my guy. All you have to say is a pulbus, glug, a parsog, a finkel blink. What did he mean by this? Christian the Foxy, thank you for the gift sub on Twitch. Thank you. Well, thank you, my guy. Let's see here. Cold Acid, I guess, was the TTS from earlier. Thank you, Binary Mind. He said, Foxu! Foxu, Foxu, Foxu. Hello, Kirsche. The air is thick with smoke from forest fires from the north and western provinces. And it's so dry, even the weeds aren't growing anymore, and your cat keeps getting into your cupboards. Send help. Get a spray bottle for your cat. Whenever my cats try stealing my food, I just spray them with water from a tiny water bottle. And they get spooked because they don't like getting wet. James Ball got adjusted to the water, though, so I have to spray him more than the other cats. Fucking freak of nature, honestly. But, I can't help you with the fire burning. I'm sorry about that. You've heard me say should never quit the nail salon countless times, but you have no idea what it means. Oh, I gave the down low on the lore for that on Side Scrollers yesterday. Oh my god. DJ D23, thank you for those 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. And Draken Koenig, thank you for that raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. You got caught up in all of the subs being thrown at my head. Welcome. Moose Nugget, thank you. Ketchup Tithe. The cooler temperatures have been nice the past week. You pray the weather at Bunkerland has been pleasant as well. You know, someone asked me what the weather was in Bunkerland yesterday. Like, they asked me today what the weather was yesterday. And I was like, I have no fucking clue. I don't know what the fuck. I don't fucking go outside, man. I was checking my credit card. Because I check my finances a couple of times a week, just in case. Typically, my bank is pretty good at giving me alerts when they're just like, hey, there's been some unusual activities. Can you confirm or deny if these purchases have been made by you? Like, usually they're pretty good. I'm sad I can't hear the Butter Dog now. Butter Dog song is like one of the highlights of stream. I fucking love listening to that. Fuck you, alerts being broken. Why is something always broken? What was I saying? Oh, yeah. I check my credit card just to make sure, like, you know, everything's all fine and all right, even though I do get those messages if something is weird. And there was a charge on there for a pizza, and it wasn't an expensive pizza, mind you, but it was still a pizza, and I was like, when the fuck did I eat pizza? And I'm like trying my hardest to think back to each day and if I streamed on that day, because if I can remember stream, then typically I can remember what I did for the rest of the day, because I have very little free time. And so after sitting here and trying to figure out, I like went to go message one of the bunker dudes and I like to ask if like they had used my card for pizza or something. And then I remembered, typically when I eat pizza, I only eat like 1 or 2 slices, right? Because like I can't eat a lot of pizza. And you know, back home, Tim was like a garbage disposal. He would just like inhale the rest of the pizza. But occasionally I would have leftovers. And usually if I order pizza and I have leftovers, I remember that I ordered the pizza because the physical evidence is there. I got really fucking high the other day. I was like, it's a day off. I have no obligations. Let's fucking just become a puddle, all right? And I remembered that we got a pizza and there were no leftovers because I managed to eat half of the pizza. I don't usually get like the munchies when I get high, but I guess this particular time I was really fucking hungry. Some serious munchies. You knew you should have gotten the weed hoodie you saw at the mall. I would never wear any weed paraphernalia. I feel like that's really grody. You know, like having like visible like weed leaves on your attire is just kind of grotesque to me. Average weeder moment, only half rookie munchies. Half a pizza when I can only usually eat 1 or 2 slices. That's like double or more what I can usually eat. That's crazy. You're surprised it wasn't pineapple? I mean, it would have been healthier if it was pineapple, to be fair, but I, you know, maybe didn't want another existential crisis while high, so. Weed clothing is KC-tron energy. I just like, you know, it's probably not a good idea, but whenever I see someone wearing like weed leaves on their clothing, I just immediately judge them. Sometimes you eat an entire pizza by yourself sober. I've seen men do that. I don't think I could ever eat an entire pizza without vomiting. I just don't think that's possible. Imagine 19 people at a house, and before the night of Puff Puff Pass was over, we had done about 40 different orders for a single pizza from the hut down the street. Why didn't you just order multiple pizzas at once? Don't ever go full KC-tron. You got a Gamersup shirt in the mail. It turns out they're made with Modal. It's really different, but it feels good. What is Modal? Most of the time, half becomes breakfast the next day, right? Right? Foxu fan, thank you for that 1616. Remember Genderqueer, a memoir? Did I know a recommendation for it appeared in the official Sonic comic, IDW number 76, and the one responsible defended it by saying trans kids exist and need safe resources. Why the fuck would you shoehorn that shit into Sonic, man? Leave the hedgehog alone. K-Nugget, thank you for the biddies. Chilaquiles is a Mexican dish preferred to be eaten for breakfast, which contains deep-fried tortilla chips tossed in salsa of your choice, topped with sour cream and cheese, served with a Spanish rice, refried bean, 2 egg, and a protein of your choice. Extremely delicious! Highly recommended if you're down to try. We were high, that's why. Well, I like what most of that sounds like, but I'm not a big fan of sour cream or refried beans. Whenever I've gone to a Mexican place and I've eaten like a delicious burrito or a delicious quesadilla or some shit, and they give you the plate with like the giant burrito baby that will assault your asshole later, and then the rice, and then the refried bean. The refried beans looks like someone just opened their asshole and diarrheaed on your plate. So like I can't eat those. They like, apart from just looking unappetizing, they also don't taste good. So I'm not a fan of the refried bean. Zim the Despo, thank you. The last time you got the munchies was when you got gin drunk and you ate a bunch of tater tot casserole. It didn't end well. Hot take. I'm actually not a big fan of tater tots. Sparky, my guy, thank you. Eating a whole pizza is not that hard, especially if you leave the soda and juice for last. Then again, fast metabolism helps a lot. Good morning. I wish I had my father's metabolism, dude. Holy shit. I would be putting away so much food if I had my dad's metabolism. Hillis Mallory, thank you. Did I hear Gina Carano won with a settlement? She may work for Disney again. Hope she reprises her role of Angel Dust on Deadpool. I did see that. And I thought it was really neat. Like, she said big thank you to Elon Musk, a man that she had never met, for funding her lawsuit, which is a really cool thing to do, to be fair. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Eating 4 slices of pizza isn't that hard to do, unless it's the 28-inch pies you have help in your hometown, and they call that a medium. The large is 42 inches. When I was on my business trip, there was a pizza place in Lawrence, all right? And like, as a white woman, I'm never gonna set foot in Lawrence. I like being alive, as it were. So I'm not gonna go there. But there was a pizza place there that was just like on the border of being in range of where I was staying at a hotel. And I was like, damn, let's order from this pizza place and see how good the food is. Cause in like a gang run city, surely the food will at least be good. And holy shit, it was. Holy shit, the food was amazing. And not only was it amazing, but like they had 18-inch grinders. I was like, god damn, there have only been 2 places, now 3 including this one, that I've known that you can get like giant party subs at. And to be fair, like 18 inches, that's big. That's big. But like there was a place, I want to say it was like in Haverhill or Georgetown in downtown, where you could order like 32-inch party subs. They were fucking crazy, dude. A2B, thank you for the IDR. Trump just signed fair banking executive order. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. The Butter Dog dono from earlier. Internet Zen Master, thank you. For the Butter Dog! I'm forever grateful that despite the VTubing scene about to explode from drama again, you can still find joy in the Foxy on Fridays. That and knowing you are for anal violence, what Gamergate is to game journos, rent-free in his head for life. It's always funny when a pest decides to try and use the rent-free addendum for themselves. It's like, no, nobody really cares. They just want you to go away. And not tolerate bean hate. I like baked beans, okay? I also have no idea what the VTubing scene is about to blow up in drama with. Whatever it is, I'm not involved. Phoenix DS, thank you! A Panzerotti or calzone. Oh, dude, calzones fucking hit hard. I love calzones. I love calzones. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. You heard it here, folks. 18 inches barely satisfies the fox suit. Only truly impressively packing himbo supply. Look, if we're talking about that being 18 inches, I'm pretty sure that would kill me. All right, I'm pretty sure that would qualify as like an all the way through, as it were. And that's not for real life. Either Vishoho or Filion. Yeah, I don't want to like dig into it too much, but there was that company that decided to drop Filion because they said that like it was some Russian, and I was like, there's no way they mean Smugalana, right? Because like she doesn't like support Russian like war crimes and shit, right? Like she doesn't even talk about it as far as I know. But apparently Filion got raided by a VTuber that's like part of the Russian Defense Ministry or some shit. I don't remember, but they're like some part of like the Russian military or whatever. So it wasn't even a collab. It was literally just a raid. And it's just like, how do you expect every streamer to know exactly who is raiding them? That's absurd. That's so fucking stupid. That is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And it's really disappointing to see that from a company. It's just, holy shit. She said she would do a collab with a VTuber from the Russian defense, but the collab didn't happen. Did she say that it was specifically from Russian defense? Because I feel like she wouldn't have known, right? No, she had no idea. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was like. It's just common streamer culture that if someone raids you, you thank them. Maybe if you like the way they look, you're like, sure, bro, let's do a collab, right? That's just normal. That's just normal. Gonna skate past the fact that Russia has military VTubers. I don't know if Russia has military VTubers or it's just a person who happens to like VTubing and is also part of the Russian military, right? If they were Chinese, I'd be like, yeah, that's probably government controlled. With Russia, it's like a coin toss, right? Like it could be, or it could just be a person. I don't even know if Twitch allows you to block particular people from raiding. I think you can turn raids off. I don't know if you can do it per individual person, because I've just never cared. If I don't want to raid from someone, I'll just ban them from my channel. Military VTubers call Trump. We have a golden idea. Recently, she said she was in talks for the collab to go through, and that's when they got pissy angry, because how dare she collab with Putin's VTuber? Oh no, Pippa's in trouble, not Putin's Discord kitten. Mario Trujillo, thank you for the 14-month member. One time you and two buddies got so high you ordered DoorDash that included 3 Little Caesars pizzas, 3 Big Mac meals, and 3 Taco Bell combos. Taco Bell is like the stereotypical stoner place in my brain. Like whenever I think of stoners ordering food, I think of like a shitbox Honda that you can hear from 12 blocks away going through the Taco Bell drive-thru with like 3 dudes in it, high out of their mind, and they're just like, yo bro, we want like 50 tacos each, man. Shitbox Honda with a rattle can, yes. Fun fact, DoorDash fee was probably more expensive than the 3 pizzas. Fucking probably, dude. Fucking probably. But okay, hold on. I'm looking at this Trump signing a thingy. Trump signing thingy. Apparently it happened, like, a day ago? Question mark? Because all of these things I'm seeing are from, like, a day ago. But U.S. Congressman Andy Barr, representing the 6th District of Kentucky. But I want to see, like, the actual bill here. I guess we're gonna read CNN? Question mark? Maybe? Oh, wait, here's Bloomberg. Hold on. A Bloomberg? Is it gonna cuck me with a you must log in? It is. Subscribe now. Subscribe now. Archive.is. The Commie News Network. A Phoenix DS. Isn't there a tomboy horse girl US Army VTuber? Yes, but like the way that the question was asked, right? Someone in chat had asked, like, are we gonna skate over the fact that there's a Russian defense military VTuber or whatever? The implication is that it's from the Russian government, right? Like, if you happen to be military and you happen to also like VTubing, that's different from the government being like, yes, we are going to make some of you VTubers in order to recruit new men, you know? Wow, a literal civilian, nothing new. She's adorable. Protect her, no politics. Yeah, she doesn't want politics in her chat, and I think we've only had to ban one person from rating her and bringing up politics in her chat, so good job, you guys. Thumbs up. Tomoe already had to deal with people saying she's a psyop when Pippa retweeted her debut. Imagine. I wonder if some people were making a joke about her being a psyop, and then room temp IQ people jumped on and they were like, she's literally a psyop, you guys. This is a link to the order. Oh, thank you. I was just gonna bring up the article. Internet Zen Master, thank you for the huge fucking 50. VTuber was employed by Russia's NASA, the least involved part of Russia's military complex. The other drama is the 93-page Google Doc. Holy shit. Against one Adora Bunny by her former close friend, Radioactive VT. 10 times worse than what Cinder was accused of. I don't know who either of those people are, so I'm assuming they're 10 times smaller than Cinder and thus haven't been able to have any adverse effect on the overall sphere of VTubing, a la locking people out of artists. Google Donkey. Oh my god. Fear of FEMA. What a wonderful name. Have you seen any of the new King of the Hill? Unfortunately, I watched, I think, the first 2 episodes because one of the Bunker Bros was like, I can't contain my curiosity and I need to see how they butchered this. It's not good. It's not good. Joseph is definitely Dale's son. Yeah, true. She's from Seattle, so you doubt it. What? Did I see Ken finally finished his Pippa the Rippa cover? Yeah, one of my mods mentioned it, but I haven't listened to it yet. I haven't listened to it. It's 93 pages. You bet it's 50% schizo stuff. Lest I remind you, chat, I did release one that was 300 pages. To be fair, it was only like 13 pages of actual words and the rest are receipts, but you know, whatever. Connie was done dirty, figuratively and literally. Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly what's going on with Connie. But what I am curious about is typically in King of the Hill, they did make fun of absolutely everyone who was involved in there, regardless of, you know, the political affiliation they were representing. And it was also based on, like, real people you would meet in real life, and they acted like how real people would. And we have real fucking crazy people in current year. So it would make sense, potentially, that they have those real crazy people in the show. And Khan's new voice actor is horrendous? Yes. I saw that, and it was really obnoxious. The fact that they wouldn't let, yeah, Toby Huss, I think is his name, you said? Yeah, Toby Huss was the original VA for Khan, and they gave Toby Huss Dale instead. And I know everyone's older, but it feels like Dale talks way too slow for the way Dale would talk. And then, instead of getting an actual Laotian to voice Khan because of all that, oh, the voice actor has to match the race of the character they're portraying, they got a Malaysian-born Chinese man to voice him anyway, because fuck you, all Asians are the same, it doesn't matter. So, that's why I was like, alright, thanks ProZD. Thanks for fucking everything up for everyone. Where's Dale's VA? Is he dead? Yeah, Dale's VA, pretty sure passed away. I think it's Dale's VA, Nancy's VA, and John Redcorn's VA have all passed away. That's hilarious. Now Chinese or Japanese actually means something deeper than it should. It's not racist if it's against Asians, apparently. That's, I mean, the modus operandi. It's always not racist if it's against Asians, right? It's fine to discriminate against them. Glenn, thank you. Just jumped in. Have I tried the Heinz ketchup smoothie? Absolutely not. I do not want ketchup on my real fruit. Phoenix DS, thank you. Disney kiss of death to any IP they consume, unfortunately. Yeah, also Luann, that's true. Luann, and I think the guy that was dating Luann, his VA also died, right? Yeah, Lucky, that was his name. I couldn't remember his name. In the eyes of the left, Asians are just Timu whites. Asians are useful to them only when they can push policy that serves Marxism. Otherwise, Asians might as well be white. Luann, like 20 years ago. Yeah, hers died a long time ago. So many dead VAs. I never even got to my tabs on John Redcorn dying, because that happened recently. The VA was, like, shot in some sort of domestic dispute, and then there were differing accounts of what happened, and people all over Twitter were like, it's obvious homophobia, and all of the neighbors were like, actually, he was just a dick. So I was like, let's wait for more information to come out, and then the news cycle just never had any sort of valleys. Like, it just kept going at warp speed, so I never got a chance to go back to it. Fringed Horizon, thank you. The ketchup smoothie isn't a front to the fox suit. Yeah, it is. It's kind of, you know? Danny D, thank you. Unironically, you met the real Bobby Hill in Dallas, Texas years ago. He was an AC tech, and it's like 1-to-1, but late 20-something back then. When you say real Bobby Hill, do you mean a person that was like 1-to-1, literally Bobby Hill, or do you mean the voice actor was also doing AC technician work? Voice actor threatened to call ICE on his Hispanic neighbor. Wasn't a cool dude, let's just say. Yeah, you don't threaten to call ICE on your neighbor, you just do it. Why would you give them a heads up? Fun fact, John Redcorn's VA was Mexican, but got typecast playing Native American Indians. That is kind of funny. That is funny. Comida Prep Cook Demon, thank you. Dumb question. With the new YouTube ID requirement, hurt my usage of streaming on YouTube. You hope it doesn't frick up VTubers in general? Sucks big time. Any content creator that is monetized, the platform has their information. So that doesn't matter. That won't affect VTubers at all, as far as I know. Good old Iron Eyes Cody was Italian. I don't know what that is. Help. A lookalike you would imagine, like the real Peter Griffin. Oh my god, I would love to meet a Peter Griffin in person. But to the browser, I have this shit pulled up. Brother. Here we go. Presidential actions guaranteeing fair banking for all Americans. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered. Financial institutions have engaged in unacceptable practices to restrict law-abiding individuals and businesses' access to financial services on the basis of political or religious beliefs or lawful business activities. Some financial institutions participated in government-directed surveillance programs targeting persons participating in activities and causes commonly associated with conservatism and the political right following the events that occurred at or near the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. The federal government suggested that such institutions flag individuals who made transactions related to companies like Cabela's or Bass Pro Shop. What the fuck? Really? Bass Pro Shop? Or who made peer-to-peer payments that involved terms like Trump or MAGA. Well, it's a good thing that whenever I sent Tim money for rent, because like I would send him the money and then he would pay through like our rental portal. It's a good thing that I only put slurs in the payment field instead of MAGA, right? Like though there was no specific evidence tying those individuals to criminal conduct. Bank regulators have used supervisory scrutiny and other influence over regulated banks to direct or otherwise encourage politicized or unlawful debanking activities. Operation Choke Point, for example, was a well-documented and systemic means by which federal regulators pushed banks to minimize their involvement with individuals and companies engaged in lawful activities and industries disfavored by regulators based on factors other than individualized, objective, risk-based standards. As a result, individuals, their businesses, and their families have been subjected to debanking on the basis of their political affiliations, religious beliefs, or lawful business activities, and have suffered frozen payrolls, debt and crushing interest, and other significant harms to their livelihoods, reputations, and financial well-being. Such practices are incompatible with a free society and the principle that the provision of banking services should be based on material, measurable, and justifiable risks. Such practices, when wielded to discriminate against customers and businesses in credit transactions due to their religion, are also unlawful under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. They further undermine public trust in banking institutions and their regulators, discriminate against political beliefs and free expression of those beliefs, and weaponize a politicized regulatory state. This is really nice to see that there is an actual executive order kind of thing in regards to this. And I would like to believe, since this was barely being talked about, that all of us content creators that encouraged you guys to reach out to your state representatives, and all of the people who did reach out to their state representatives, those state reps hopefully had a part in this being created instead of waiting for the bill to go through a voting process. Mentions payment processors, you think? Well, we haven't gotten there yet, but... Section 2, it is the policy of the United States that no American should be denied access to financial services because of their constitutionally or statutorily protected beliefs, affiliations, or political views, and to ensure that politicized or unlawful debanking is not used as a tool to inhibit such beliefs, affiliations, or political views. Banking decisions must instead be made on the basis of individualized, objective, and risk-based analyses, which is great. Yeah, I was about to say, I think when they say financial services, that would include payment processors and not just the banks. Not your rep, he replied with an email full of weasel words to neither support nor condemn, aka he was against it. What a candy ass, and hopefully he gets voted out. Remember what he said when he wouldn't support that when you vote next season. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. China still has the War Measures Act on the books to freeze bank accounts of people who speak up against government overreach. Never forget the Canadian truckers, man. Section 3, the term politicized or unlawful debanking refers to an act by a bank, savings association, credit union, or other financial services provider to directly or indirectly adversely restrict access to or adversely modify the conditions of accounts, loans, or other banking products or financial services of any customer or potential customer on the basis of the customer's or potential customer's political or religious beliefs, or on the basis of the customers or potential customers' lawful business activities that the financial service provider disagrees with or disfavors for political reasons. The term federal banking regulations refers to the Small Business Administration and the federal member agencies of the Financial Stability Oversight Council, with supervisory and regulatory authority over banks, saving associations, or credit unions. Section 4, removing reputation risk and politicized or unlawful debanking. Within 180 days of the date of this order, each appropriate federal banking regulator shall, to the greatest extent permitted by law, remove the use of reputation risk or equivalent concepts that could result in politicized or unlawful debanking, as well as any other considerations that could be used to engage in such debanking from their guidance documents, manuals, and other materials, other than existing regulations or other materials requiring notice and comment rulemaking, used to regulate or examine financial institutions over which they have jurisdiction. So back here, they just go back to talking about federal banking regulators. So maybe even though they're using the all-encompassing financial institution language later on and before this, maybe it doesn't include payment processors? I would hope that it does, and maybe they specifically mention them later, but With this language, it does not sound like it includes payment processors. The removal of such concepts shall be made clear by each appropriate federal banking regulator through formal guidance to their examiners. The federal banking regulators shall also consider rescinding or amending existing regulations consistent with applicable law, to eliminate or amend any regulations that could result in politicized or unlawful debanking, and to ensure that any regulated firm's or individual's reputation is considered for regulatory, supervisory, banking, or enforcement purposes solely to the extent necessary to reach a reasonable and apolitical risk-based assessment. The SBA shall, within 60 days of the date of this order, give notice to all financial institutions with which it guarantees loans under its lending programs, requiring that each financial institution is subject to the SBA's jurisdiction and supervision. So this is saying, in addition to everything in Section 4A, people who are rejected loans due to like their political or religious affiliation under the small business associations also have remittance here. Reputation risk is what payment processors are using as their shield. Let's see if that holds, right? Within 120 days of the date of this order, it makes reasonable efforts to identify and reinstate any previous clients of the institution or any subsidiaries denied service through a politicized or unlawful debanking action in violation of a statutory or regulatory requirement under Section 7A of the Small Business Act, or any requirement in a standard operating procedures manual or policy notice related to a program or function of the Office of Capital Access, with notice of the reinstatement sent to the victim. That's also pretty good. They have to send out notices to everybody that was previously debanked. Within 120 days of the date of this order, identifies all potential clients denied access to financial services provided by the financial institution or any subsidiaries through a politicized or unlawful debanking action in violation of a statutory or regulatory requirement under Section 7A of the Small Business Act, or any requirement in a standard operating procedure manual or policy notice related to a program or function of the Office of Capital Access, and provides notice to each victim advising of the denied access and the renewed option to engage in such services previously denied. So not only do they have to provide notice of like, hey, we can't do this anymore, but now they have to give the option of access to the person they previously denied. Ooh, these people are out on their butts, man. That's pretty interesting. With how many people PayPal are throwing off their platform, it seems like they're desperate to get rid of the undesirables before this goes into effect. Doesn't matter. If they go, like, PayPal's not counted as a bank, and I don't see anything in here that would require payment processors to adhere to the same shit. I would like to believe that it would also encompass payment processors, but it doesn't sound like it does. Doesn't sound like it does, which should hopefully be an update onto it. Within 120 days of the date of this order, identifies all potential clients denied access to payment. Oh, okay, well there we go. Now they mention the payment processors, so it is added in later on here. Within 120 days of the date of this order, identifies all potential clients denied access to payment processing services provided by the financial institution or any subsidiaries through a politicized or unlawful debanking action in violation of a statutory or regulatory requirement under Section 7A of the Small Business Act, or any requirement in a standard operating procedures manual or policy notice related to a program or function of the Office of Capital Access, and provides notice to each victim advising of the denied access and the renewed option to engage in such services previously denied. So now, since payment processors are also put on notice, here, anyone who has lost their access to payment processors should be receiving a notice from the payment processors telling them, hey, you now are able to reinstitute payment processing through us. So anybody who was removed from PayPal, removed from Stripe, removed from Cash App, removed from any of those payment processing, and probably even the Visa and MasterCard issues, the game developers might receive notice from them regarding this, because again, they can't use the reputational risk anymore from the wording of this executive order. Section 5, scrutinizing politicized or unlawful debanking. Within 180 days of the date of this order, the Secretary of the Treasury, in consultation with the Assistant to the President for Economic Policy, shall develop a comprehensive strategy for further measures to combat politicized or unlawful debanking activities of financial regulators and financial institutions across the federal government, including consideration of legislative or regulatory options to eliminate such debanking. Within 120 days of the date of this order, each federal banking regulator shall conduct a review to identify financial institutions subject to its jurisdiction that have had any past or current, formal or informal, policies or practices that require, encourage, or otherwise influence such financial institutions to engage in politicized or unlawful debanking, and to take appropriate remedial action. To the extent authorized and consistent with applicable law, including levying fines, issuing consent decrees, or imposing other disciplinary measures against any financial institution subject to the jurisdiction of such federal banking regulator, that such federal banking regulator finds has engaged in politicized or unlawful debanking that violates applicable law, including Section 5 of the FTC's Act 15 U.S.C. 45, Section 1031 of the Consumer Financial Protection Act, and the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. So they are closing literally all doors on these people's abilities to discriminate against who they allow access to banking and payment processing, which is wonderful to see. Within 180 days of the date of this order, the federal banking regulators shall review their current supervisory and complaint data to identify any financial institution that has engaged in unlawful debanking on the basis of religion, and if such financial institution is unable to obtain compliance within the meaning of 15 U.S.C. 1691 and 1691E, refer such matters to the Attorney General for an appropriate civil action as appropriate. Section 6, nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof, or the functions of the director of the office management and budget relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. This order shall be implemented consistent with applicable law and subject to the availability of appropriations. Orders not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable at law or in equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, officers, employees, agents, or any other person. The costs for publication of this order shall be borne by the Small Business Administration. This was penned by Donald Trump on August 7th, so very recently. The sheer backlog will fuck them hard. Oh yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Nicolites VF, thank you for the Canadians. Hail Foxu, Canada's Liberal Party froze the bank account of a single mother for donating $5 to the truckers. Canada is V-shoho after all the talents left. Yep. This is just for small... No, it's not just for small businesses. It's not just for small businesses. Will depend on if and how it is actually enforced. Yeah. For things coming out of Japan, I don't know how much it would affect those because this is specifically about the United States. So video game developers do have recourse under this, but I wonder if they only have recourse if they've been denied access by payment processors if they are US based. Jose Garza, thank you for the 21 months. I'm sorry to bring the mood down. Would it be okay if you gave a Give Send Go campaign of one of your cats that's sick? We don't typically allow people to do like that kind of advertising stuff here. Because like if we let one person do it, we have to let everyone do it. And a lot of people run scams through Give Send Go. I mean, I even see a lot of VTubers who do that kind of, they're like, hey, I need money for this thing. And then mysteriously 6 months later, they have like a new model. And I do not have time, nor do my moderators have time to vet every single one of those. So I apologize, my dude. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Would love to see if Visa and MasterCard continue to discriminate on legal purchases. You would love to see what kind of teeth this order has, or if antitrust suit will go into effect. I would also love to see it. Does this stop the collective shout morality policing, or just politics-based policing? Also an interesting question, because it does specifically mention discrimination based on political or religious affiliation. So I don't think smut would be covered under either of those things. I don't think smut would be covered. And I'm also thinking, like, the Kiwi Farms debanking issue is also not based on religious or political affiliation. I'm going to go ahead and assume it's based on the reputation of, like, being a harassment question mark campaign. And I would say, yeah, I would have disagreed with that years ago, but seeing how crazy some of the newer users are, Kirsche is gonna have another fight on his hands, I would imagine. Smut 100% should be covered. Yeah, but it doesn't mention that in here. Doesn't mention that in here. Your religion is anime thighs and you're being discriminated against while trying to acquire your holy book. Charminator, thank you for the Canadians. Hey, Kirsche, how is my left hand? Is it still numb? My left hand has been fine for a hot fucking minute. It's been great. It's got great. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Your gripe is that this is a cart before the horse and gives Congress an excuse to not do their jobs. Given up hoping that Trump would follow decorum and just lean on the legislators, though. What do you mean? How is this putting cart before horse? Please explain. It did mention or other illegal activity multiple times, so you assume that is to cover smut without saying smut. Do you mean other legal activity? Because if it was illegal, then the payment processors would be within their right to take it down. Which, I was thinking recently, could be part of the issue being faced, right? Because when consumer data is acquired by hackers, even when it's put out by the hackers and people are like, well, it's legal for me to consume this illegal material because I wasn't the one who acquired it illegally. I don't know how that would fly in front of, like, an actual court, because it's still illegally acquired information if it's from data breaches. And a lot of states have actually made laws protecting people's personal information as well. So there are a handful of states, I can't remember off the top of my head which ones, because I was looking into this, where if you have been the victim of domestic violence or sexual abuse or stalking in general, you can actually apply for these programs to have your information redacted entirely. So, like, you have a fake mailing address that is posted publicly, your information is redacted from voter reels and everything, and if somebody obtains your information after you've gone through those steps to protect yourself, regardless of how that information was obtained by that individual, it's not allowed for them to have your information because of the protective programs you've been under in your state. So, I'm very much wondering how that's gonna play out. Your friend told you that there's still tons of not safe for work games on Steam. There are. Common carrier regulation on transportation. You prefer nothing be done. It's time for common carrier requirements for payment processing. That's basically anti-Kiwi Farms legislation. My biggest issue was people getting doxxed on the farms who were, like, completely innocent and haven't done anything wrong, and they're just being attacked by people who are crazy. And to say that that doesn't happen at all, I think would be a blind spot of people. So I think that will be the next issue that needs to be contended with. And places like Block Shopper are infamously difficult to have them redact your info, and you have to submit a document just to try and delete it. I don't know what a block shipper is. I don't know what that is. Other label activities is for firearms. The FFLs have been getting slaughtered by credit companies. Yeah, there's a lot of firearms dealers who have issues with payment processors as well. Or they go after people that they don't like because they're anime racist. True and real. A CPPC tech, thank you. The word shall means it's suggested but not forced. True. True and real. Ye warned us about this. Oh my god. A bunch of moral crusading by new users. Yeah, it's indistinguishable from the moral crusades that go on Twitter. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. China still has the War Measures Act on the books. I already read that, thank you again. I was scrolling up to see what I missed. Hillis Mallory, thank you. You want your dating sims with topless women. I love Honey Pop. I love Honey Pop, man. You will leave us on the TV, but you have to go get you a burger. A nice 12-ounce burger. I hope it's delicious. Keep the ghost in your house company. I hope it's a friendly ghost like Casper. And there's a difference between random users on the farms harassing people and the farms themselves partaking in it. Yeah, no, that wouldn't fly in court, brother. Never use cards for your firearms. Visa and MasterCard have stated they keep a registry of purchases. True, use cash. Shall is more inconsistent than may. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer in that regard. Executives with bald heads hate anime. Proof the requisite heads of Visa and MasterCard involved in the censorship are both bald, near boomer dudes. Imagine being bald. Baldlets, when will they learn? I think you need some advice. You've been wanting to get a Steam Deck for years, but you've been broke it until recently. You can now afford it, but the censorship has you worried. Should you buy one? I mean, that's up to you, bro. I don't own a Steam Deck because I don't like mobile gaming. One of the many reasons why you don't own a credit card. They can claim they aren't part of the users harassing people if they demonstrated actual efforts to remove and end it. Yeah, true. Only suggest because executive orders aren't law. Speaking of, that's why I wanted to go to this other tab here. U.S. Congressman Andy Barr, representing the 6th District of Kentucky. I don't live there, so I don't know what fucking district that is, but maybe this is your guy. Barr announces introduction of bill to codify President Trump's debanking executive order.
You know, this happened to President Trump himself.
Okay, I guess all of my audio is just broken? What? Hold on a second. Ein Moment. Menu. Can I restart audio engine?
You know, this happened to President...
Okay, that's still not working.
President Trump himself.
There we go.
And President Trump's family. But I'll tell you, President Trump's leadership on this issue is not just because it happened to him. He's trying to prevent this from happening to law-abiding Americans. And I applaud him for that. And Senator Scott and I are working on this to make sure that all Americans have access to the banking system. Banks should not be red or blue, Democrat or Republican, but we've seen big banks basically do the bidding of the Democratic National Committee over and over again. And look at crypto, the crypto industry under the Biden administration. The Biden administration targeted digital assets and law-abiding crypto businesses. And so many of these innovative entrepreneurs were denied basic banking services, and it pushed a lot of this innovation offshore. So I am so proud to be working shoulder to shoulder with President Trump to fix this problem and end the discrimination that we see by federal banking regulators and prevent banks from doing this to law-abiding Americans.
Good going, Kentucky man. Now, how do we tell these boomers to stop targeting porn? True. Mercenary 21, thank you. A build is also a sign of Bond villain status. Oh, do you mean bald? Yes, I agree. Battleizer, thank you, my dude. It does strike you that if the content is legal, torturous infringement would apply to any legal games that is illegal content, and this would be a cudgel to beat some lawsuits through. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Like, again, it doesn't explicitly mention anything smut or pornography related, but it does mention other, like, legal things that are protected. So it'll be interesting to see the scope of what this takes after it goes through. Especially because, as some other people said, an executive order can just be repealed. But since this guy is announcing a bill to codify the debanking executive order, to be fair, there was already a bill in Congress and a bill in the Senate. But, I mean, the executive order has better wording. It's more concise. It's easier to understand. Just codify that, right? It's the same thing. Where are we here? Roadkill, thank you. How is Collective Shout and or Visa not engaging in torturous interference? They're interfering with legal businesses between Steam and game makers. Because the payment processors were able to use the defense of this is an issue as far as our reputation goes. This is like a reputational risk if we provide payment processing for these things. So it's not tortious interference in that regard. But after the executive order, where it's basically just like, hey, if people aren't doing anything illegal, you have to provide payment processing for them. I'm wondering how that's going to take effect. The one thing that I don't think it'll have any effect on is as far as Collective Shout or payment processors locking out Japanese companies and people, because the executive order sounds like it is simply for the United States. And so it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens afterwards. Oakview, thank you. You're entitled because you want a single fraction of the things we had in abundance. From boomers. Yeah, right. That said, an executive order can be contested in court by a federal judge. Hopefully none of them go full candy ass. It's explicitly in the powers of the president to protect interstate commerce. Yeah, and once again, having this representative introduce it as a bill would help protect it from just being an executive order. Japan has their own FTC going. Yeah, Japan is also going after payment processors itself. So maybe with this pincher strategy, payment processors will finally lose their weird censorship thing. Talking the talk, but walking the walk is different. Remember, the Supreme Court ruled that lower courts can't make nationwide injunctions. Trump can just ignore it. No, it depends. EO will also protect the EO will also protect Japanese companies, since the EO is to have regulators aggressively enforce existing law, which bans racial discrimination in banking. Right, but this is specifically United States law. The country of Japan is not beholden to United States law. People doing things in Japan, typically, depending on the circumstances, are not beholden to United States law. And they need to be treated like utility companies. Sure as shit, no, they're going to venue shop and get it struck down. I hope not. Push their weight around a little too far. Seems like it. And I do feel like everybody contacting their representatives saying how much of an issue this is what got so much attention on it, right? So it's like again, like I've always said, any kind of flapping of the butterfly wings can have an effect. So no matter how like small and insignificant you feel you might be in like the grand voting agenda, even that call that you made to your representative could have been like what helped push things over the edge for that rep and got them to bring it to a higher case. So it's like if you reached out, you helped do things. Congratulations, you did it. You have the power. Visa and MasterCard are international. They are, but this is an American executive order. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see if Visa and MasterCard are prevented from discriminating against American businesses, but they're still able to go hog wild elsewhere. Flap, you damn beautiful butterfly. Adding one more to the warm body brigade. I love my warm bodies on Kick. Your Streamly reminder that if you exist in my Kick chat, I just get paid for your warm body existing there. Wonderful days. Mercenary21, thank you. Makes you wonder if Ark from Arccast will still get benefits from this at all, but he's Norwegian. You say George Soros and Larry Fink are behind the censorship, and worse still. I mean, even if, right, it only applies to the US, there's nothing stopping people from being like, look at what the US has done, what they're making you guys adhere to, like making your case anyways. I see no reason not to make your case. America hasn't thrown its weight around enough regarding digital platforms and services. Well, I think this is a part of why that content creator coalition that MatPat set up is so important, right? Internet law doesn't really exist too much for the most part, right? Like regular laws have not been able to keep up with the pace of the internet. And we need to review things like DMCA, like copyright, like IP. We need more protections for people's personal information. Like the payment processors having way too much power and getting rid of people or products they don't like is a huge issue. There's so many things revolving around the internet and e-commerce that just the laws have not caught up. And having content creators, having people who are intrinsically entwined and obviously making tons of money through e-commerce would be the best people to go through to talk about the different issues that could be solved. Every new generation of internet users find different ways to force lawmakers to come up with new stuff. True and real. Let me turn on my BGM again, you're right. Patchouli, thank you. Too late for the intro music. Just in time for maximum tangent. Yeah, absolutely. Now, if we can just stop the boomer religious doofuses narrow focusing on porn and not putting the whole context of speech and access into their medullas. I don't think it's just boomers, right? Like, it's never just the boomers or just the religious people. There's people on the left who also want to crack down on any kind of, like, smut or lewdery in video games and media. And I think it's really weird if people are focusing on just the religious or just the boomers. Because quite literally the past few years have been nothing but the left screaming about how we can't have sexy women in video games. So it's not just gonna stop at the porn games, and anyone who thinks it is just an idiot. Yamunya. Politicians love an easy win, and you always said it would look great for them to be a part of an internet bill of rights. Yeah, absolutely. Twitch says using Turbo should pay you the ad revenue you're supposed to get, so hopefully I get your pennies. I think they got rid of that months ago, because I do not get almost anything in ad revenue from Twitch. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they got rid of Twitch Turbo paying people ad revenue. Like, if I go into my analytics, if I go into my earnings, let's see here. Where is my ad revenue? Yeah, ad revenue, I got $0 last period, and I got 1 cent this current period. So, yeah. Yeah, I get fucking nothing from advertising on Twitch, bro. Turbo? Earnings from Turbo subscribers who enjoy ad-free viewing, 0 last period, 0 this period. 1 cent, holy, raking it in. I mean, I've never really gotten much from ad revenue. I think the most ad revenue I ever got was when I was live 24/7 during my donathon. Aside from that, I'd get like maybe $20, if that, out of ad revenue. I am just not an ad-friendly streamer because I don't like to use algorithm speak. You know, I'm gonna talk to you guys like you're adults about sexual assault and murder and kidnapping and child sexual abuse and whatnot. I'm not gonna replace the words with feel-good, friendly terminology. So I've always been not very great at getting ad revenue. And, I mean, Asman had given the advice of, like, the less you make yourself beholden to ad revenue or to sponsors, the more that your funding just directly comes from your user base, the less cancelable you are. The more self-sufficient you are. Because if it's coming directly from your audience, the only way you could get canceled is if you do something to piss off that audience immensely, right? No unaliving and bad guys from World War IIing around here. Don't compromise your true self or my feels. I mean, the most censorship I do really is like, I can't say slurs still. Hillis Mallory, thank you. You still remember the old Sega Genesis game that had the statues change from topless to wearing leaves? What the fuck? Unironically built to the channel in the most painstaking way possible. No ad revenue, no react slop, no shorts farming. It's been a bit of a fucking struggle. And I have managed to make what I believe is a pretty fucking wonderful community. And it's shocking to me sometimes, I guess, like just how large of a channel I have become. Because it doesn't feel like I have become large, but I got hit pieces written on me, so... Where's the Kirsche PC case? Hopefully we can do that one day. And you have full stream VODs from back then with you popping slurs off. Jesus Christ. Censorship is slavery of the mind. True. I claimed the mountain. I did. I climbed the mountain with very little gear. I was ill-prepared. Don't worry, in a few years the word slur will become a slur. Yep. And it's like, if anything else, right? Even if, you know, particular streamers don't really like the content that I do, I think I am a very good example that you don't need a VTuber company to make something of yourself. You don't need every single sloppa sponsor that's thrown your way to self-sustain. You just have to be as honest as you can be, as authentic as you can be. Like, I'm fucking retarded on more than one occasion while I'm live, right? I'm not like an authority on anything. There's already a couple of people on Twitter getting offended at Wireback and Clanker. For fucking what? For fucking what? So it's like, even if you don't like me or my content, I'm a very good example of like, you can make it and you can build something on your own without needing to metaphorically suck dick and participate in ridiculous industry secrecy sloppa circles. And Kirsche is the MLK of VTubers, truly. Andrew B, thank you. The dream of the 90s is alive in Kirsche land. At Kirsche.com, anything is possible. Telling them Twitter gear chuckers don't like it when you tell it how it is. What does that mean? And Clanker is literally a term from a kid's TV show. I don't know what that is. Don't scam and grift, true. Never stop calling the filthy clankers clankers. What the fuck? I was clanker a slur? You thought that was a description of Styx Hexenhammer's community? I don't think I've heard that word before, so, I mean, I guess anything can be a slur in current year, right? Warm weather could be anywhere, chat. You got into it with a retard on Reddit for calling Fillion a racist C-word? I came up and the claims they were making about me were insane. Well, yeah, it's Reddit. They don't operate in reality, man. They're just gonna link you that easily debunkable Reddit page. Kind of like the... I thought it was really funny because for years that fucking, like, here's why Pipkin Pippa's a Nazi Reddit thread had been posted everywhere whenever conversation of her popped up. And it's like, well, now it's my turn. Now I have my own serious discussion of Kirsche Verstal that's going to be posted ad nauseum for multiple years because Reddit doesn't live in reality. We have the slaves back! Yay! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This is your song, thank you. Ah!
Viva la Foxu. Haters can get super circumcised.
Super circumcised? How do you super circumcise someone? Thank you, Quando Bandui, for the 100 fucking slaves. We're gonna super circumcise them and put their foreskins in skin lotion for your face. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Mr. God Hates Taxes, thank you for the 25 earlier as well. You despise payment processors, you don't know how, but you blame FDR. Imagine. Monia. Eine Moment. I wonder if my TTS is still kind of fucked. Nope.
Me slurring once I start slamming down beers. Atrocious pronunciation issues.
Arismador, thank you, my guy. I don't get drunk very often, but I'm a horny drunk, so I don't think my slur cap increases. I don't think it increases. I think it stays the same, actually. Take your gotcha money for this week. Become uncancelable. Oh boy. Do 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 do. Ha! Help! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, Low Speed Boot! Thank you, Low Speed Boot, for throwing me your gotcha money for this week. Become uncancelable. Thank you. Thank you. The Kirsche Broadcasting Network is publicly funded by fans like yourself. I can't remember what PBS's fucking funding notification commercial sounds like. If you ever meet a fox waifu, offer a drink. Pterodactyl demands slaves. I love it. You tend to call people the see you next Tuesday word rather loudly when overly drunk. I just like the word cunt. I just like the word cunt. Viewers like you, why would getting your wisdom teeth removed make you say slurs? Pipkin Pippa to Kirsche Verstal. Why do you think? It's painful! What are we talking about? Yeah, we were talking about the debanking BS, which should hopefully have a little coming to a close here. And there's a little archive article that says Donald Trump signed an executive order Thursday aimed at eliminating practices by banks and their regulators that result in certain customers being denied access to financial services for ideological reasons. The order directs federal banking regulators to remove reputational risk standards from their guidance and training materials and identify financial institutions that engaged in unlawful debanking in the past. Federal authorities are also directed to impose fines or take other remedial measures they deem appropriate on institutions that are found to have had such policies. Regulators will also be required to review compliant data and refer instances of unlawful debanking based on religion to the Justice Department. Financial institutions under the jurisdiction of the Small Business Administration will also be required to make reasonable efforts to reinstate clients who are unlawfully denied services. Trump believes that no American should be denied access to financial services because of their political or religious beliefs, and that banking decisions must solely be made on the basis of individualized, objective, and risk-based analysis, the White House said. Some of the nation's biggest banks have been accused by the Trump administration of shutting customer accounts for political or religious reasons, and many conservatives have complained that major Wall Street firms have debanked gun makers, fossil fuel companies, religious groups, and cryptocurrency firms. Trump signed the order alongside an action designed to increase access to alternative assets, such as private equity, real estate, and cryptocurrency in retirement accounts Thursday afternoon. At the White House, details of this debanking executive order were reported earlier by Fox Business. Trump earlier this week said banks had discriminated against him in the past. JP Morgan Chase & Co. had asked him to close accounts he held for decades within 20 days. And Bank of America declined his attempt to deposit more than $1 billion, he said in a CNBC interview. Regulators in the Biden administration had been ordered to destroy Trump, the president said. Both JP Morgan and Bank of America have denied rejecting business on ideological grounds. The executive order requires the lenders to examine their processes for deciding whether to close accounts and ask regulators to remove references to so-called reputational risk posed by customers, a practice banks have said led to decisions not to deal with certain customers or industries. Bank of America, the second largest U.S. bank, had restricted lending to companies that make assault-style guns used for non-military purposes. What does that even mean? What is that even? That is nonsense. Following shootings at a high school in Florida in 2018, Citigroup Inc. also announced its own set of restrictions for clients selling guns that year. Bank of America went on to loosen its gun restriction and made similar changes to its energy lending policies, including dropping a blanket ban on financing for Arctic drilling. That in June, Citigroup ended a 7-year policy that placed restrictions on firearm sales by its retail sector clients, citing recent legislative developments and concerns over access to banking services. Bills have been reintroduced in Congress this year that would prohibit banks from accessing certain lending programs if they deny fair access to their services. The Fair Access to Banking Act has gained support from groups in the firearm industry. It should gain support from literally fucking everyone. Nobody should be denied access to the economy, essentially, for any of their sort of, like, political or religious beliefs. Hello, Mocha lady! Hello! Hey. And they mean rifle with a pistol grip. That's all they know! And the same reason they don't go to Detroit. Big scary, true. Access should literally never be denied unless it's illegal to local laws. Yes. I think the only time access should be denied is if something illegal is going on. The reputational risk, I mean, once again, thinking about some of the things that are posted on Twitter, when people post, like, personal identifiable information, typically that shit gets deleted because if it doesn't, Twitter can be held liable. But what about freedom of association, the leftists cry, while demanding some random-ass baker in Colorado be forced to serve their demands? The CIA should have lost access to payment processing since they've sent so much money to the Taliban and other terrorist groups. And I wouldn't be opposed to that. Mine, yeah. You're waiting on the burger now with your swear potato fries and a huckleberry shake. You already have the soda. I don't remember what huckleberry tastes like. It lets everyone bank or it gets the hose again. True and real. Clockwork Jen, thank you. Got a promo at work. Basically the exact same job, but for 50% more money. Here's a tip for all the unhinged entertainment. Congratulations, Clockwork Guy. That must feel great. Always feels great to get a promotion, dude. Congrats. Congrats. Ah, congrats. I'm dying. Thank you. I don't remember who mentioned this like an hour ago when I first brought it up and then got distracted. But thank you for letting me know that that's happening. That's fucking great. That's fucking great. A little white pill for you guys. You can have an effect. You can make a difference. Remember that whenever I talk about DEI and bridge and just how black pilling that shit is. You can make a difference, man. Mentioning firearms, your worry is they use laws from one state as an excuse to deny purchases from another. Yeah, I mean, I understand states having their own laws and shit, but it's really frustrating where it's like, I legally own a firearm and I legally have, you know, a carry permit in one state, but I can't go to another state without having to, like, inform the police officers that I have an out-of-state license so they can issue me like a temporary in-state license for when I'm in a different state. I don't know, it's just really silly sometimes. Hi, hello. 6'5" white dude, you can overcome the DEI, true. 50 federated countries under one super government. Speaking of super government, we were talking about fucking in that one article, they said that like it was a corruption thing under the Biden administration. And hold on, I have a tab for that. Because I don't know what the fuck is going on as far as this shit goes. So this happened like a couple of days ago. Attorney General Bondi orders prosecutors to start grand jury probe into Obama officials over Russia investigation. So apparently, and I guess this might be part of like why Trump has been so weird about the Epstein files, ? I don't want to give him that much benefit of the doubt because like just release that fucking shit, holy crap. But he's been saying that like part of it has been a Democrat hoax, and apparently they're now investigating Obama. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. I don't know what the fuck is happening. It says Attorney General Pam Bondi directed federal prosecutors to launch a grand jury investigation into accusations that member of the Obama administration manufactured intelligence about Russia's 2016 election interference. A source familiar with the matter told CNN. A grand jury would be able to issue subpoenas as part of a criminal investigation into renewed allegations that Democratic officials tried to smear Donald Trump during his 2016 campaign by falsely alleging his campaign was colluding with the Russian government. It could also consider an indictment should the Justice Department decide to pursue a criminal case. The move follows a referral from Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, who declassified documents in July that she alleges undermine the Obama administration's conclusion that Russia tried to help Trump defeat Hillary Clinton. I also want to point out, this article is literally on CNN. This is an article on CNN, which is, what the fuck is even happening anymore? What is even happening anymore, man? Gabbard requested that the Justice Department investigate former President Barack Obama and top officials in his administration for an alleged conspiracy. Soon after Gabbard's referral, Bondi announced that the DOJ was creating a strike force to assess the evidence released by Gabbard and investigate potential next legal steps, which might stem from DNI Gabbard's disclosures. The Justice Department declined to comment. CNN has reported that the allegations from Gabbard misrepresent what the intelligence community concluded over Russia's attempts to influence the 2016 election. While Gabbard insisted the Russian goal in 2016 was to sow distrust in American democracy and not to help Trump, the unsealed documents don't undercut or alter the U.S. government's core findings in 2017 that Russia launched a campaign of influence and hacking and sought to help Clinton lose. Holy shit, man. What is happening? Wasn't that the same intelligence community that said the Biden laptop was fake? Yes. Yes, it was. Tulsi doesn't think you should be allowed to have big, scary gun. CNN didn't wake up. The Democrat checks might just be bouncing. I think, like, because the end says, well, CNN thinks this is all bullshit, right? Like, this is what the end said. So maybe CNN's posting this as like, oh, this is just another far-right conspiracy theory, right? All this stuff was well known years ago. They ever find their WMDs in Iraq? Surely any day now. Steele dossier was always fake and the foundation of the whole Russiagate nonsense. The Steele dossier was literally created on poll. Literally, unironically, in threads on poll is where the Steele dossier was created. So when it started making the rounds in actual news, I felt like I was taking crazy pills. The CNN is always on the payroll because the payroll is infinite petrodollars. Oh my god. Water sports enjoyers in charge. Trust the plan. I'd rather have water sports enjoyers in charge than Epstein Island proliferators in charge, honestly. That was just a little segue of what the fuck is happening in current year, because I don't know anymore, man. I don't know anymore. And let me see. What else I have here? Oh, here's something that's kind of icky. So, do you guys remember the, like, click to cancel thing that was going around, I want to say a couple of months ago? where companies would have had to start making it easier for you to cancel subscriptions instead of locking it behind, like, making a call to customer service or having you jump through a million different loops to cancel, right? It would just take you, like, one button to cancel your subscription to some shit. You remember? Well, the court cancels consumer-friendly click-to-cancel rule. A federal appeals court has blocked enforcement of an FTC rule that prohibited companies from making it any more difficult for consumers to cancel than it was to sign up for unwanted subscriptions, memberships, and auto-renewals. The U.S. Court of Appeals in St. Louis vacated the click-to-cancel rule just days before the July 14th enforcement date, deciding that the FTC had not followed proper procedure, as alleged by several business groups, an assertion that the FTC rejected previously. The court's ruling noted that it did not endorse the use of unfair and deceptive practices in negative option marketing. I just don't believe you, court, by the way. Disbar all these judges. Can we just clean house? Can we just get rid of all judges and get new ones in? Because I feel like every time I read something about a judge, I just lose more faith in our justice system, unironically. The FTC has not commented on the ruling. A spokesperson told Checkbook the commission is considering its options. But because the commission is now chaired by a Republican who voted against the rule last year, for why? It's unlikely the FTC will appeal the court's ruling. The second Trump administration, in general, has not supported new rules aimed at improving consumer protections. Someone get this guy. Get this guy a harshly worded letter. Erin Witt, Director of Consumer Protection at the Consumer Federation of America, who strongly supported the rule, shared her reaction on X. Apparently, hearing from 16,000 actual people about their subscription traps was not sufficient, because the corporations who profit from subscription traps didn't get enough chances to say how much they didn't want to stop subscription trapping. Airtight American logic. Subscription programs are available for everything from streaming services and gym memberships to automatic shipments of cosmetics and nutritional supplements. They can provide substantial consumer benefits, such as free shipping, discounted prices, convenience, and special offers. I'm gonna hit you with the discounted prices are a scam. So when you have a website that's like sign up for VIP and get special VIP pricing, that special VIP pricing is typically roughly around the real price of the product. And so if you don't sign up for their subscription service, you're paying a massive fucking premium. That like $15 item might become like $49.99 because they want you to get that subscription. And they want you to forget about that subscription so they can keep collecting their payments month after month. The FTC won't let me be me, so let me see. True. Thank you, Eminem. But as Checkbook previously reported, the FTC created the rule after receiving thousands of complaints a year about the tedious and time-consuming roadblocks customers encountered when trying to cancel subscriptions. The rule required companies to make it as easy to cancel as it was to sign up, the same process and the same number of steps. If it took one click online to subscribe, then it had to be one click to unsubscribe. If a customer signed up on the phone, the company had to allow them to cancel with a phone call. I think my biggest issue are the companies that make it so you have to call to cancel. There should always be a way to cancel in your account information. I should not have to call and sit on hold with a customer service rep for God knows how long to cancel my subscription to anything. Sign up for VIP prices, pay the actual cost of the product with a nominal markup instead of a grossly marked up price. And I don't want to see the consumer landscape become just that, right? It just seems like it'd be really silly to have a paid for subscription for anywhere you shop in order to get better pricing. It should never be harder to cancel than to sign up. Yeah, exactly. An example of how annoying it is to cancel some subscriptions, just get a gym membership. You need to go through all kinds of ridiculous lengths to cancel it. That's absurd. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Should just pay a black guy to say slurs. Like, what's Donut gonna do? What? What do you mean by this? Also, I seem to remember a comedy sketch that did that. I remember there was a comedy sketch of like a white dude and he would hand like I can't remember how much money. He would just hand like a bill to a black guy next to him every time he wanted the black guy to say a slur. So he'd be talking and then give a bill to his black friend, and the black guy would say the N-word, and then the white guy would keep talking and then hand another bill to the black guy who would then say the N-word interjected in what the white guy was saying. I can't remember that, but that was a great bit. That was a great fucking bit. Did you hear that? It's the sound of complaining about Mato? Do you mean Matty? Why? How did I betray him? I've had my consistent complaints about doxing for years, my guy. I was like, what do you mean? My complaints have been consistent for like 6 years, 7 years now. They've just gotten more pertinent in recent years because of the summer children. I think we just found our infinity shield. Planet Fitness requires you to mail a certified letter to your local gym requesting the cancellation. That's absurd. I would never even sign up if that's what it required to quit. Holy shit. Chappelle did that with a white singer too. How dare this fox be consistent? I know, it's crazy. I just wish everyone would unite no matter who or what or how and be happy and play video games. I too wish we could live in a utopia. Unfortunately, we live in reality. Companies that offered subscriptions would also be required to clearly and conspicuously disclose important information, including the amount of recurring charges and the frequency, the deadline to cancel, and when the initial price might increase. When the rule took effect in October 24, enforcement was delayed until July to accommodate businesses. Consumer advocates felt it confident it would make a significant difference in the marketplace. This is what I'm worried about with the foreclosures as well. Right? The mass foreclosures and the, Help chat, I forgot the name of the organization in the government that gives you home loans. Fuck, what are they called? Fuck. My brain is so... Yeah, the FHA, thank you, Binary Mind. The FHA was supposed to stop paying for people's mortgages, right? They're supposed to stop paying the lender for mortgages that haven't been making payments. That was supposed to stop. The FHA was supposed to stop doing that in April of this year. And then, for some reason, the Trump administration pushed it back to September of this year, even though it had already gotten pushed back from, like, September 2024 to April 2025. So there was already a buffer time. But now it's pushed back to, like, September, October this year. And it's just like, if that gets pushed back again, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Continuing to allow the FHA to pay for people's mortgages who aren't paying for them is an insult to everyone paying taxes. You, when you kick the can that can be kicked infinity times? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Biden pushed it to February and then Trump rolled it back to September. Yeah, it's actually absurd. Praxis Fall, thank you. Here's $10, so you get 10 slurs. You're bald, but like the anime fox woman, not all bald people are bad. True. I just like, you know, it's an easy target to make fun of. There's a service that you can use that lets you make proxy credit card numbers. So if you get into one of those, all you have to do is cancel the proxy and not your actual credit card. Can't remember the name of it. You remember hearing about it from Louis Rossman on a video about this type of stuff? Yeah, I had a subscription service like try to charge my card recently, and my bank locked the fuck down. My credit card got locked, my debit card got locked, my bank account got locked until I went in there and I was like, hey, I know what this is. My bank was just like, this bitch doesn't pay for subscription services. What is this? Eggy Man and Bagster in shambles. Arb Nero, thank you for the 11-month member, dude. Thank you. Privacy.com does that. You use it for Twitch sub. Plenty of space to paint a bullseye on the surface area. What did he mean? Oh, the bald man's. Real ass bank. Yeah, I love how my bank clamps down. It's been obnoxious a couple of times, right? Because it's always embarrassing when you go to buy something and they're just like, oh, your card has been declined. And it's like, well, why the fuck is my card been declined? I know I have plenty of space on there. And then I check my text messages. My bank is just like, you don't spend $200 at once. This isn't you. Confirm if it is. And I'm just like, oh, yeah, that's true. My bank is used to me being like incredibly fucking cheap. So anytime there's a large purchase, they just start freaking out like it's not me. To Shine, thank you for the biddies. Hell yeah, I hope you have a good vacation. Arb Nero, thank you again for that member. Talking bald, have I seen the video of Tim Pool taking off his beanie? I did see that. That feeling when you have to confirm with your bank, you did indeed mean to buy the 3D Foxu ass. Be like, yeah, that was me. I bought that ass. I'm gonna slap it later, too. That's not shoe money. Who's using your account? Usually call your card right away. Don't worry, don't panic. It was me. Yeah, right. Paid outside your own home for something. You're a scammer. I have to sneeze and it's not coming. Please help. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Mercenary 21, thank you. The only bald-headed guy you know that was a good guy was Bull from Night Court. God rest the actor. He died this year, if you're correct. I don't know who Bull is or what Night Court is. Thank you for all the bless yous, chat. Miss Miserly Cheapskate started high rolling. Think again. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't, like, contacted me about, like, where my income is coming from in current year, you know? I guess they don't care because the IRS has been like, oh yeah, you know, you're still filing, so you're all good. Oh no, the tall bald dude died. Tectone is best bald man. Hey, whoa, hey, let's not get too excited. Bagman still exists, okay? Night Court was the greatest comedy of the 80s. Oh, I wasn't alive. At the time, Shannon Kavanaugh, director of litigation at the nonprofit National Consumer Law Center, said the common sense provisions of the rule would ensure consumers were not unwittingly having money taken straight out of their bank accounts for services or products they no longer wish to use. So what now? How do you protect yourself? While this is a setback for those who supported the rule, the good news is that many companies, particularly those where you can sign up for subscriptions online, have already moved to more transparent policies. Teresa Murray, consumer watchdog at USPIRG, wrote in a blog post, "They're not expected to retreat and change their interfaces, at least not in the near term." One reason many companies already shifted toward consumer-friendly cancellation policies is that California and New York enacted state laws that provide similar protections to those that would have been required by the FTC's rule. Well, that's pretty helpful. But in any state, consumers must be careful when signing up for a subscription or recurring purchases. PIRG suggests, know what you're agreeing to by reading all the terms and conditions. Look for pre-checked boxes that require you to agree to terms or conditions that are not mentioned in advertising, such as additional charges or ongoing email promotions. Uncheck any boxes you disagree with. If you subscribe to something, whether it's for 1 month or 1 year, put the cancellation date on your calendar and create a reminder to cancel ahead of the date so you don't miss it. I just tell my mods, I'm like, hey mods, remind me to cancel. If you cancel, try to remove credit card information from your account to ensure you won't be charged for another billing cycle. Personally, whenever a website asks me for my credit card information, as annoying and obnoxious as it is to have to input your information every time you make a purchase, especially if it's a website you frequent, I feel much better manually putting in my information for a purchase every single time than allowing a website to save my info. So if a website allows you the option of either saving or manually inputting every single time, I will choose manual every time. I do not want websites to save my info. All your money comes from your adoring viewers. In a way, you can say that OnlyFans are the source of your income. Jesus Christ. My honorable chatters. Woman management simulator. It truly is. That's the credit card spoofer program too, where you can make a spoofed card that uses your actual card and then set an expiration. Interesting. I didn't know that existed. Praxis Fail, thank you for remember. TOS needs to shorten and to the point. I agree. Night of Nights, thank you. Craig mentioned that he was foolish enough to not buy the Fox's ass legally. Does that also mean that he didn't buy the Gamer Subs cup? If not, you can ask him if he wants one so you can send one to him in Blabs. Oh, that's a good point. I can always ask that. Thank you for the thought, Night of Nights, dude. Had Blizzard kept charging for your WoW subscription after you canceled? What the fuck? You only use digital keyboards to enter the numbers? That's kind of smart. If you want to take the effort, only pay with those temporary cards that some banks allow you to make. Man, I remember back in the day when like Visa gift cards were a fun thing for people to give. I had to like beg my grandparents to like just give me cash instead of the gift card. because the Visa gift cards, if they got too low an amount, they were basically worthless, right? So as an example, let's say you're trying to make a purchase for $20 and your Visa gift card has $12.50 left on it. In your brain, you're like, oh, I can use that $12.50 and then only have to pay whatever the fuck is left. I can't do math. But then you would go to pay for it and your Visa gift card would be like, error, not enough funds to complete the purchase. And so you'd end up having to pay the full 20 because the Visa gift card wouldn't allow you to split the purchase amount. I fucking hated those things. I hated those things so fucking much. Holy shit. Annoyingly, that only works for in-person purchases. Those gift cards are impossible to use. Yeah, when we all got, oh god, what the fuck are they called? The special COVID checks. What the fuck was that shit called? They had a name. If you had a human cashier, they could specifically only charge $12.50. That would be an interesting thing to do. I don't think I ever remembered to ask the cashier that. They would just say, oh, we can't do that. Yeah, the stimulus checks. So Georgia sent out like cards. And so you could use the card because Georgia also gave like a specific stimulus outside of the federal one. And so they gave you cards that you could use. And I never tried using it in person because like I don't fucking go anywhere in person to buy things outside of New England. Buy local, support local, baby. So that card had the same issue as the Visa gift cards where you couldn't split purchases. It had to be exact amount. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me, Georgia government? You saved a fuck ton of Visa gift cards with low amounts and like an asshole, you went to an Apple store and used like 11 to get half off a new iPhone. That's fucking great. You can get rid of them if you really want. Just gotta make a retail workers transaction a little harder. You know, part of me has always wanted to do something ridiculous, like pay for a multi-$100 purchase and nothing but dimes, but then the inner socially conscious part of me is like, I can't do that. I would feel so bad for the retail worker who had to count all the dimes, and then I would feel like a terrible person, and so I can't ever do that. And so I just stuck to doing things like asking the pizza delivery man to draw pictures on my pizza box, and if he did, tip him a ridiculous amount of money. Arb Nero, thank you. The click to cancel rule died because of legalese. The court ruled the FTC didn't follow procedure. Yeah, that's what the article said. That's what the article said. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. You mean the gun money. The gun money. Nah, pennies, man. Only the government must accept it. Every other private entity can refuse the dimes. So what you're saying is, take my dimes to a government employee because they're not even human, so it doesn't matter if I make their day worse. And bring a coin counting machine with you. Well, what's this about having a pizza delivery guy draw dicks on a pizza box? So back in the day, the special request box didn't have like a crazy restrictive character limit. So I would write in the special request box something I would want the delivery driver to draw on my pizza box. So I would be like, draw an orange in a top hat enjoying a martini at the beach. Or draw a pimp unicorn who just came into a windfall. You know, just something like really stupid and relatively easy. And every time the delivery guy would actually draw it, I would basically give them like a 50% or more tip. Sometimes I would just give them the equivalent of like the food that they brought me. I'd be like, here's money. Thank you. What if they traced their junk on the box? Well, I never asked for dicks, so if I got a dick, I'd be pretty upset. Did I keep any of the pizza box art? I have one picture of the pizza box art left. It was a pimp unicorn, and they kind of went all out, right? Like, I mean, it still looks like a pizza delivery driver did it, right? It's not like a Picasso, but they drew a big pimp unicorn called Big Daddy U. And he had like the fuzzy zebra hat and like the purple clothes. It was great. It was fucking wonderful. Story of the mentally retarded IRS worker who was faster than everybody else there, who didn't work and just yapped all day. I love the mentally retarded IRS workers. Gave grandma an envelope full of cash containing a card which explains oh shit, you reminded me. Hold on. How's my phone dying? How is this even possible, man? Do. Sorry. I told that story the other day of, like, having to send money to pay someone in cash where I'm not at right now. And they never, like, I called them and I was like, hey, I had the cash envelope put in this mailbox for you. But then they never told me they got it. So now, like, you guys typing in chat reminded me I should ask that guy if they ever actually got the money. Kirsche out here making analog chat GPT prompts before it was cool. I am the chat GPT. Battery could be damaged, so needs to be replaced. What? Oh no, I probably just forgot to put it on the charger. I thought I put it on the charger, but I might just be retarded, you know? Koiketsu! Thank you for the tier 3 21-month resub. You love Kier, but for the love of God, the flashbanging you get from her white article streams. If I could turn them black, I would. The black articles are superior. I love dark mode. Foxu doing CIA dead drops with her money. You'd love if your drug dealer was a fox lady. I don't deal drugs. I'm not smart enough for that. Anya monya monya. Where did we go? Where did we? I think I finished reading this. Yeah, credit card information. Beware of free trial offers. Dude, I hate this shit. I would be so much more willing to get a free trial if I didn't have to enter my credit card information, but like, because they ask for that information, I'm like, I'm too dumb to remember to cancel this shit, so no thank you. I've had fucking Uber charge me for that shit, and I've had to be like, oh no, customer service, I forgot to cancel, please cancel this. That other guy's community is going to call me a coal burner or some shit for what I said. Oh god, it's all so tiresome. We live in a world to not trust free samples. I went to Costco for the first time ever when I was in California, and they have so many people with free samples that I'm sure if I just walked around the entire store and ate nothing but one free sample from each booth, I would just get full and I wouldn't have to buy lunch. Tappy. You can still hear my tappies? You guys will have to do your best to not make fun of my fingernails when I do the cheese stream this weekend, because I have to get them done again. So you can see there's a gap between the end of my polish and my cuticles. And also, one of my fingernails has been broken for like 2 months now. And I was supposed to get it fixed when I got my nails done. And she said she was gonna put a silk wrap on it, but she forgorbed. So the silk wrap didn't go on, and so it kept fucking unsticking. And all I've been doing is like wedging nail glue in between the crack, because it broke way down on my skin. And I could show you guys when I set up the hand cam this weekend as well. But it broke like way down on my skin. And the crack is held together right now, but I'm sure it'll break free again sometime soon. And I just haven't been back to a nail salon to get a silk wrap put on it to keep it fixed. So the underside of that nail just has like this giant mountain of like glue that has fucking accumulated there. It's never been more over. Put some flex tape on it. I should ask that next time I go. Really nailed the fix. You know, it's like I got the pretty princess hands, and so I don't do anything that could put too much pressure on my fingernails, so I don't ever have to worry about really harsh breaks anymore. And the last time I got my nails done, I was like, just to ensure my nail doesn't break while I'm on vacation, I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. I went to you guys last month, and I liked you. I had a really bad experience the last time I got gel polish put on my hands. You guys will remember when I was like almost crying on stream because my fingers were in so much fucking pain from the detestable bitches who had done a gel manicure on me. Like my nail beds were screaming and I couldn't even type. You guys, if you were here for that, you'll remember that. So I was like terrified of getting gel polish again instead of regular polish like I usually do. But thankfully it came out really well this time. Thankfully it came out really well. They were very, very kind. And so I think I can attribute the nail probably surviving as long as it has being scuffed to possibly having gel on them this time too. The finger pain is a big problem. I gave them a second. No, the people that fucked up my nails are back in Georgia. And Kirsche had tabs and could not typees, I know. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Yay, cheese stream! Are we starting with the soft, spreadable cheese or chipping at the hard, blocky cheese? I don't know. I'm gonna have to set up the fucking charcuterie board either tonight or tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna do the cheese stream tomorrow or Sunday. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, because I also want to continue playing Expedition 33 this weekend. Didn't get Pippa stupped by gel nail polish recently as well? I don't know. I haven't asked her about her fingernails recently. Charcuterie board sounds like a tab we've seen. It's just that charcuterie sounds like charcuterie. And I know when it's more like Italian-based, it's called an antipasto and not a charcuterie, but fuck you, I don't care. You guys know what I mean. Eat the cheese while... Oh, that's a smart one. We could have the hand cam in the corner with my cheese and crackers while I play the French game. But I got a metric fuck ton of cheeses. That Murray's Cheese place, they do super fast delivery. So I was like, I'll delay cheese stream by like a week. No big deal. Can I put cheese in the freezer, chat? If I put cheese in the freezer, will that still... Can I put like fresh mozzarella in the mozzarella brine in the freezer? I've never frozen cheese before. Get a fucking baguette. I should have gotten some sort of like soft bread, but I only have crackers. No! It'll probably ruin the texture. It ruined. Don't put cheese on the butter. What? Antipasta is a fitting term. It's antipasto, actually. Can I tweet the cheese list? I did tweet the cheese list. Ziz could probably bring up the link, but I did tweet the cheese list last weekend when I said that I would delay the cheese stream by a week in case anybody wanted to pick up any of the cheeses. If you live in the Mass or New Hampshire area, some of the cheeses came from a local cheesemonger in that area if you wanted to go to them and pick it up. They're apparently a very prolific cheesemonger, because when I went there, there were like camera crews and shit, and I was like, what the fuck? What is happening? Hard cheeses, yes. Soft cheese, I love soft cheeses. I love anything like creamy and smooth. So I didn't even realize, but I now have two types of... Okay, Ziz isn't here and he hasn't posted the link, so I'm gonna go get it because I also can't remember the name of the cheese that I was just about to talk about. Ein Moment! Oh, Night of Nights, you're fucking nuts. Thank you for the cheese list. Thank you for the cheese list! Two types of what? That's the freezer answer? What do you mean? Yeah, this one. So, from Murray's Cheeses, I got a Fromagère d'Affinois. That's a fun name to say. And then I tried at the like New England cheesemonger people, I tried it d'Affinois. And it was so fucking good. She had to give it to us in like one of the little tiny ice cream sample spoons. Oh my god, it was so fucking good. And alright, I cheated a little bit as well, chat. I've eaten some of the caramelized onion cheese already. It's so good. It's so fucking good. And I mean, I've had caramelized onion cheese before, so like I know what it kind of tastes like, but also this one's really fucking good. This one's real. This is like a store where if they do online shopping, I would 100% be like, please let me shill your cheeses to my audience. They're so fucking good. Freezing cheese is not bad as long as it's not a high moisture cheese like mozzarella. Okay. Okay, so don't freeze my mozzarella in mozzarella brine. Maybe I'll have to make a pizza soon. Because I have I have 2 balls of buffalo mozzarella. When you were a kid, your mom learned the cheese needed at least 3 layers of Ziploc or that shit was getting chomped. What did he mean by this? Did I parry the cashier and slap him back when he gave me the receipt? No, but I should have. And caramelized onion cheese. It's so fucking good. Cheated on us. Soft cheese is a sin. Non-melted cheese should not have the consistency of melted cheese. I disagree. Are you saying you hate cream cheese? You were AFK. How could you be AFK? I'm kidding. You have 2 balls. Gee, Sally, your streamer lets you have 2 buffalo balls? True. I am really excited to try all of these other cheeses, though. Really fucking excited. Use Indian flatbread for homemade pizza. It's been a hot minute since I've made homemade pizza. You know, I'd like to do a stuffed crust, and then I could put on the fresh buffalo mozzarella. What is with all the cheese goodness today? I've just been on a cheese kick, all right? And then you guys bought me a bunch of cheeses. I mean, I, like, made the purchase, but you guys paid for them. Thank you, chat. From Murray's Cheeses. And we're gonna have a cheese eating stream. I got a bunch of, like, artisanal Italian crackers and some meats. I've never made a charcuterie board before, so I'm sure my meats aren't going to be correct outside of the salami and the prosciutto. I got, like, these weird little chicken sausages that look like fucking chubs, man. Should probably formally announce the cheese stream, since even my mods don't know about it. Because I don't know if I'm doing it tomorrow or Sunday, because I have to set up some, like, weird contraption to make hand cam work. If I can't make hand cam work, it'll be less fun. You know, so I've got to try to do that. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. How big are the buffalo mozzarella balls? I don't know, they're in plastic. I haven't opened them. Do you think we care how it looks? Food is food. I mean, I'm not gonna make it pretty. Right? I make homemade. I don't make beautiful food creations. So the charcuterie board is gonna be very chaotic. Kier hand cam. DM to Supa. Oh yeah, miss one, I'm sorry. Smoggy! What a cute name. Thank you, Smoggy, for the huge fucking 50. Happy Friday, Foxu Goddess. You had a dream last night with me in it. Don't worry, it was wholesome. You, Chuck Norris, and myself were fighting against a specific minority gang, harassing a neighborhood. Was fun, but you think you found out you're a racist. It's okay, because it was only in your dreams, right? You can be racist in your dreams, just like you can cheat on your wife in your dreams, and it shouldn't matter. That's funny. I have to ask my moderators questions as well, where I'm just like, hey, did I actually ask you guys about this, or did I dream about asking you guys about this? And it's like a frequent thing. It's a frequent thing, unfortunately. As long as it's your dream and not in her dream. The real power comes from turning your dreams into reality. I've never been able to ride on a Rapidash. I am an oppressed minority. You say racist things, everyone calls you racist, but nobody calls you a liar. The replies to Mr. Beast drilling a well in Africa have been the funniest things I've read in ages. Phoenix DS, thank you for more Canadians. Aren't foxes agents of chaos to begin with? True! True and real! Alright, we finished reading this article. Where am I going from here? Where should I go? I have a fuck ton of articles that I brought up today. Oh shit, fuck, yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm gonna give you guys a fuck you, chat. My graphics whoredom comes naturally. Final Fantasy X developer reminds players obsessed with retro-style PS1 graphics in modern games that, back in my day, those graphics were a problem. I knew Final Fantasy X was one of my favorite games for a fucking reason. Filthy pixel slut. It feels like every recent installment of the best, cutest, most terrifying RPGs, farm sims, horror games, or whatever your preferred descriptor and genre pairing is, holds on to a bit of nostalgia like a purse in the form of retro graphics. But even though low-poly games are extra hot right now, some industry vets like Square Enix programmer Koji Sugimoto can't understand why modern developers would ever want to go back to 1994. Same, brother! I hate modern games with 1990s graphics! Stop it! It makes me so mad. There's so many games that sound fun, and then I look at them and it's like some disgusting Game Boy looking shit. It's year of our Lord 2025! Start having good graphic! Settle down. Oh my god. Automation noticed and translated one of Sugimoto's recent posts on Twitter in which the Chrono Trigger, Xenogears, and Final Fantasy X dev, oh man, he's been on all the good ones, bro, reacts to a Unity update posted by its Japan account. The game engine will now allow users to add no perspective to their shaders, making projects look unstable, like they're made of wet paint getting blasted in every direction by the wind. To which Sugimoto says, "What the hell?" And the tweet that they're talking about is right here. This is the tweet from Unity.
レトロ 3D 表現にはいろいろなアプローチがありますが、その中でもパース歪みは最も特徴的なものです。これは初期の 3D ハードウェアではパースを正しく処理できなかったことに起因する現象です。地面や壁などパースが強くかかる平面が顕著に歪んでしまうんですよね。昔は欠点として扱われていましたが、今では味わいとして解釈できるかもしれません。Unity 6.3 からシェーダーグラフのカスタムインターポーレーターにおいてノーパースペクティブのオプションが選べるようになりました。これを使えばパース歪みを簡単に再現できます。このパース歪みと同時に座標精度を落とすような処理を組み込んで、あとはいろいろと解像度を落としていけばレトロな 3D 表現を作り出せるかもしれません。レトロ表現に興味のある方はぜひ試してみてください。レトロ
どうも。So even without understanding Japanese, you kind of understand what's going on there with all the jankiness. And Koji Sugimoto here says, back then we went to great lengths to avoid distortions, but now they're being called flavor or something. Or something is right. More specifically, and I imagine him donning the scraggly white beard and gnarled wooden cane necessary to uttering a sentence like this, back in the day, we used to put in painstaking work and made many futile efforts to avoid texture warping, only for it to be called charming nowadays. He follows his post up with a link to an older and even more incredulous reaction to a PS1 style graphic. In 2019, Sugimoto said on Twitter that 90s texture warping was detestable. I spent so many work hours in vain, he continued, remembering how he used to strain to work around wobbly textures. I just don't get what's so interesting about trying to replicate that. Vibes, obviously. And I agree with this man with tons of experience. I fucking hate it! We have the technology to not make games look like shitty jank. Fucking use it! Holy shit! Now you have to wonder, what is the meaningful difference between purposefully making your game look like this and just being fucking lazy? You would assume there has to be an underlying quality in the gameplay, mechanics, story, etc. that separates it from pixel slop. I have no idea, man. Phoenix TS, they give the Canadians. Duke Nukem pixel strippers or redneck rampages alien fembots with a machine gun jumbles before Austin Powers ever came out. I'm telling you. What annoys you is that they make it look old without actually using minimal resources to get there. The fuck do I need a modern graphics card to make a game look like an N64 title? Oh my god, yes! Yeah, even when I play something with janky graphics, the fact that I have, like, a beast of a computer and it struggles to run your jank-ass slop that I wanted to play, it's just crazy to me. Like, if you're going to make it look that way, why is it not optimized? The problem is that the graphics horror devs often don't do good gameplay loops. I mean, yeah, I care about more than just graphics, which is why I like Expedition 33. It satisfies the graphics whore in me with its giant graphical penis, and then it also has nice story and nice music and nice map design and nice combat. If Expedition 33 had, like, fucking jank-ass PS1 graphics, I don't know if I'd be playing it, chat. Optimization is for suckers. Get better graphics card. A lady running around with her feet out. Do I prefer 2D or 3D Pokemon? 3D Pokemon all the way, 100%. And I absolutely hate the pixel versions of Pokemon in Minecraft. Only negative thing about Expedition 33 is the French. Laura Croft and Womb Raider. Anyone remember that shit? I mean, if the game was made in the 90s or early 2000s and it has bad graphics because that's just the fidelity of the time, that's not an issue. I'm talking about games made in like 2020, 2021, 2022, etc., all the way up to now that have like 1990s or early 2000s pixel graphics. Like, I shouldn't need a gajillion resources to run your shit, and also I kind of don't want to play your game. Look at Armored Core Verdict today. It's a PS3 game, but the mech detail is absolutely insane. I mean, yeah, games with good graphics in current year also aren't optimized well. For some reason, we have lost the art of like condensing your file structure. So games are like a gajillion billion fucking gigabytes now for whatever reason. Can count many more games with good or great 2D pixel art than there are that try to emulate 2.5D or early 3D. I don't know. Based Armored Core. What would I say about a game like Nightmare Kart, which is designed... I don't know what that is, but it sounds like something I wouldn't play because I don't like kart racers. Andrew B, thank you. Geez, you expect programmers to program? I know, I'm crazy. You always prefer the way pixels look and how they were utilized in Pokemon Black and White than the early Pokemon games? Were Black and White like 2.5D? I can't really remember. I know the characters were 3D. Old School Crisis was great. The only thing I remember about Crisis is how the Crisis engine is fucking garbage. And I think Cunt Hoedown was on the Crisis engine? I think? Because I remember it taking like 7 trillion years to load and having a million graphical errors when it came out. Praxis fail, thank you, or fall. The new Pokemon coming out is crap since they stole Palworld gameplay style without guns. That wouldn't surprise me. Most of the problem with modern graphics optimization is that developers take shortcuts because UE5 says they can, where the shortcuts aren't viable in 90% of use cases. Imagine. Nightmare Kart dev is basically anal violence, but as an indie dev instead of a hit piece writer. Oh my god. Nightmare Kart was made by the dev that got angry at Craig over the Real Game Awards award. That's funny. Pixel art can be beautiful, but not all pixel art is beautiful. I feel the same way. I feel the exact same way. Pixel art can look nice, but a lot of people don't put the effort into making it look nice. They just try to capitalize on the nostalgia of people who like pixel art, and it's just shit. Zanik, thank you for the czar. This is where you hard disagree. Older graphics is better. You hate high-fidelity visual noise. Slappa, clear communicative art design is better than any graphics. Older graphics is better. If I'm comparing, like, a game from 1998 to a game in 2025 and I shit on it for its graphic fidelity, I'm a retard. But if I'm comparing a game with shit graphics from, like, 2025 to a game in 2025 that has good graphics, that doesn't necessarily mean the one with shit graphics is a better game. Songs of Conquest comes to mind. I don't know what that is. Same with newer graphics. A lot of games with fidelity look awful. Some do. Some do. BioShock characters look splicey. There are no games in 2025 with good graphics. I think Expedition 33 looks fucking beautiful. I think it's a beautiful game. Abiotic Factor gave you good Half-Life nostalgia. Makes you warm and fuzzy. If you're gonna do the style, make it look good like Octopath Traveler or Star Ocean 2R, please. True. True and real. He Who Shall Not Be Named, thank you. Some of the best games the past 15 years used retro style. Shovel Knight, never played it. Dead Cells, never played it. Fear and Hunger, never played it. Being among your favorites, good games are good regardless of graphics. A game can be good regardless of its graphics, but I would prefer it to have good graphics and to look like shit. Patchouli, thank you. Crytek is actually great, but they had no idea how to optimize for multi-core, multi-GPU systems in 2007. You needed an enthusiast rig that didn't exist yet just to play Crysis 1 at an okay frame rate, which is crazy. Oh, Pulp Fan, my guy, thank you for the full fucking year. A lot of survivorship bias. There was a lot of slop back in the day no one remembers. That said, modern AAA is a plague. I agree with everything you said. Favorite Final Fantasy tier list would be Final Fantasy VI Western version. Dude, you can't remember what it is in Japan. Yeah, 6 is probably my favorite as well. 6, 10, and I really love 10 too as well, which kind of breaks from the masses. So I consider the size of a dev team. You'd never expect a team of 3 indies making their first game to make something that looks AAA. Yeah, absolutely not. But also, For all of the bugs and issues it had, Crime Boss didn't look like shit graphically. Rather slop that no one remembers than slop that gets forced down your throat so you can't remember. I have no idea what you mean by this graphically. 10-2 is severely underrated. It really is. Final Fantasy VI was great. You're sad we never got a 3D remake. Same. Now I don't want them to remake it because it'll probably turn into some weird propagandistic sloppa. Problem is nowadays studios will of 10 put a lot of emphasis on graphics, leaving nearly no effort for the actual game. Yeah, if you focus only on graphics and then you don't put anything into the actual game, you'll end up with something like what's an example I can use? Like the fucking Spider-Man game that couldn't even get like the flag correct in the game. Like they focused so much on making it look good that their story was awful. They had a ton of woke nonsense in it. They had incorrect assets. Like they just wanted it to look nice and then not put effort into anything else. What do I think of reusing assets? I think reusing assets is fine, but it very much depends on how you're reusing them. Going back to my Blue Hole Craft-On rant from the other day, where they have every right to reuse assets from Terra in any game that they remake, but if you're going to make those assets from 2011 worse in current year, what the fuck are you doing? A lot of people do not understand the importance of intention. It's like the difference of rolling out of bed with messy hair versus intentionally styling your hair into a messy style. Agreed. 100% agree. Yakuza games reuse a ton of assets and they do it well. It's how they release games so fast. Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of people don't even notice some of the assets that get reused. It's going to be impossible to not notice some of them. It's like in Expedition 33, I pointed out an egregious use of reusing assets. When you have like a giant crowd of people, it worked in 2D, right? Like if I can remember back to like Final Fantasy X, when they had a crowd like in the rafters in like a Xanarkand or in a Blitzball game or in one of their arenas that they were doing, the 2D audience would have reused assets, obviously, because they're just like background characters. Who the fuck cares? But they weren't readily noticeable when the camera was panning around them. But in the 3D environment in Expedition 33, when you have a giant crowd of people and you reuse the same asset like 2 feet from the first, like you have one child here and then you put the same child asset 2 feet away and then the same child asset another 2 feet away and then the same child asset like 2 people down from that last one, and then you pan the camera and all you see is like 10 duplicates of each asset. It doesn't look good and it kind of takes you out of the zone.
Government overreach worldwide is expanding. Treat calling your respective representatives like a gotcha daily log bonus. Call them daily.
Okay, but child often do look similar. I'm gonna time you out for being a pedantic retard, because that obviously was not the point of what I was saying. It's really cool how they dedicated those assets to the Besaid Aurochs doping trial after they won the cup. The Blitzball song is on repeat in hell. I hated Blitzball. Hot take. The fun thing about the crowd in the beginning of E33 is that there's technically a lore reason for repeated characters. When you found out, you personally excused it. I don't know. Maybe I will too, but we'll have to see whatever fucking reason that is. Hillis Mallory, thank you. They reused assets in a crowd scene in Rings of Power. Isn't that a show, not a game? That's how you get 300 Go games? What do you mean by this? How would I change Blitzball to make it more fun? That I never had to play it. I don't like playing it. There's nothing I could do to make it fun for myself. I just don't like it. I mean, cares zero shits about background characters and same asset usage personally, but you get that I like the immersion of variation of NPCs. Well, like, I use the example of Final Fantasy X because those are literal background characters that you can't walk around. In Expedition 33, they might be background characters or not really characters that have any sort of influence, but you're walking around, you're like right next to them, right? Like you are immersed in that scene. They're not just far away assets in a stadium somewhere. Blue Mew 22, thank you. Pixel sprite alone does not make graphics shitty. Banking to be carried by pixel nostalgia alone does Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the peak of Pokemon. Yeah, Heart Gold and Soul Silver are fucking nuts. I love both of those. Sergeant Buck, thank you. All children look the same. Dishonorable chatter. Well, it's just like, That's not the point I was making. That has nothing to do with what I was saying. 10-2 Blitzball was garbage, though. I don't even remember playing Blitzball in 10-2, so I don't think they forced you to. Never noticed the crowd in 33 until people more autistic than you are went and noticed it. I'm sorry for noticing. Would getting the same assets from the same database also be acceptable? Like if a bunch of studios and devs bought asset all from the same source so you could see the same models in different games? This is exactly what happened with Paragon. After Paragon shut down, Epic put all of the assets from Paragon into the asset shop, which is how we got things like Fault, Paragon the Overprime, Help, and Predecessor. They all use the same character models. They all use the same like map assets. Some of the assets were original, but a lot of them were bought from the Epic store from when Paragon went under and they put up Paragon's assets. So you could see all these assets in different games and see how they were utilized and how the different developer teams animated them and dealt with the animations and whatnot. And Chatter, it's supposed to be all people of a darker complexion. What? Blitzball in 10-2 was just a simulation. None of the blitzers were controllable, which was fine for you. You hated playing it in 10. Archimedes engraving. Thank you for the huge 50. Mexico is apparently making it mandatory for citizens and residents to hand over biometric data to the government. Government overreach worldwide is expanding. Treat calling your respective representatives. I don't know why that was so hard for me. Like a gotcha daily login bonus. Call them daily. True and real. Fault did give us a great movie. Oh, fuck, man. Oh, fuck, man. So, Fault has shut down, and I'm pretty sure they shut down like barely months after this movie aired. But because I had been playing Paragon since 2016, or whenever it like shuttered after then, I played Paragon for ages, and then up until it shuttered, and then I started playing the remakes of it when they were available. But Fault was one of the remakes. I don't know how the fuck it happened, or how they shuttered merely months after it released, but Fault managed to get promotion in this movie. So this movie is entirely centered about how women gamers are empowered and we can be just as good, if not better, than male gamers, and we'll show those male gamers by having an all-female team win in a tournament, which has never happened in real life. But somehow Fault became the game showcase for this movie. So we used to have an alert. We used to have an alert when all of my alerts were enabled. And I can't remember the full name of the game. Does it say here? Because it was like something Elder Orb, right? It was I'm pretty sure there was another word besides just Elder Orb. But I don't remember what it was. But one of the players on the team was a cripple. And when they met the cripple to like ask if she wanted to be on the team, her response was, "Do you know any other crippled sex kittens who crush at Elder Orb?" And I was like, holy shit, what is this fucking dialogue, man? So I wanted, for those of you who I did not get to subject to this masterpiece, here's the fucking trailer. Here's the fucking trailer for a game I used to play all the time.
Sorry I didn't wake you. You look so cozy sleeping through one of your fantasy beatings. Want to go to silent disco tonight? I have practice. Do you ever stop gaming? Only to eat and sleep. It wasn't long ago. The video games were marketed entirely to a generation of guys. Boo. But now, gamers are everyone.
1, 2, 3, beta! VE runs support. Don't screw it up.
Oh yeah, the guys are the betas, by the way, because this movie couldn't be more on the nose if it tried. But look at this amazing Fault gameplay! Isn't that crazy? The cheese warding little shit sound alert is from when I won a tournament with my team playing Fault.
Dustin, they're flanking us.
You have a lot to learn, okay?
Seriously? I'm a nationally ranked player.
The only reason you have a spot on this team is because you guys have, Join us.
I'm done. Watch what I do. We're gonna start an all-girls team and take down the betas.
Cheese Ward lose game. Where?
Mom, they need you. I mean, they're totally pathetic.
True.
We need to get back to the basics. Oh my god. And screw my chords. We're gonna train mentally. Lily, look out! Spiritually. We do this every Saturday. Physically.
Does he bring Axe body spray?
I want it to be as authentic as possible.
Garrett will be only funding one esports team, which means it's either you or the betas.
What about my scholarship?
Unless you win, I would be forced to cancel it.
Girl power, everybody!
Oh, man, isn't that 8-bit?
We're like 8 bitches.
Bring it. Oh, I'm lubing up right now.
Jump in, baby. Water's warm and I'm already wearing a t-shirt.
What is happening?
It's time to reignite the fire inside of you like you're a kid again.
It's win or game over.
Hell, is that chicken?
You never go full chicken, Lily. Actually, I have a secret to tell you. You want to step a little closer?
I like secrets.
Oh, God, no, no!
You haven't watched it, but you're guessing one of the girls falls in love with one of the guys on the opposite team. I don't think that happened, but I can't remember. We watched this literally when it came out. Because I was like, holy shit, chat, I love torturing you with bad movies. And this is a bad movie based around a game that I literally played. BuzzFeed Studios. That was genuinely worse than Worm sounding via smoke and flame. What happened to Fault? It shut down several months after this movie. Lich Life, thank you. We've been looking at door cameras. Could I recommend? I just have Ring cameras right now. I haven't been looking at new cameras yet. But when I eventually find a house, I will be buying, like, actual security cameras. So maybe I can recommend them then. Makes Crime Boss look like high art. Hey, Crime Boss was high art, okay? Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Wasn't the first all-woman League of Legends professional esports team ended up going 0-12 in their entire existence. I don't remember. I think Team Siren was the first League of Legends team. And I still have artwork from one of the ladies on Team Siren that I was friends with. She drew me art of like a chibi Donald Trump holding an axe at a tree stump. It was super cute. I still have that. You recommend Unify for cameras and networking equipment? Interesting. Interesting. You were friends with one of those women. I was friends with one of those women. She was really sweet. Yeah, I was friends with one of them, and I played with them in League of Legends. Not like on their team, I just played with them. The Siren shit was funny to watch. They got bullied hard in the LCS. They did. They did. Show us the Chibi Trump. I would have to find it. I'm pretty sure. Wait, actually, it might be in my slideshow. Hold on. It might be in my slideshow files for stream slideshow. Let me see. It would be here, here, here. Pikachu. There. And then I should have a folder that is specifically for stream slideshow. Here we go. Here we go. I'll do one scroll through this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I found it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Burritos, thank you for the 500 Rs, brother. Yeah, go home, gamer girl. That was a great episode of Law and Order. Here's the Trump artwork that she made me. Can't recommend any of the modern surveillance camera products out there. Too much emphasis and reliance on cloud storage. Servers shut down. Cameras become useless. That seems kind of crazy. That seems kind of nuts. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Carnicle Blackburn, thank you. Genuinely wonder who writes this schlock. At any point, do they wake up with crust on their mouths? A copy of Das Kapital in one hand and wonder how? Why did she give him a fatty? Why not, brother? Bro, that goes so hard. It's so nice. I liked it. Ed Song, thank you. Someone called Bully Hunters. This team has that number on speed dial. P.S. If you have some spare time and want to have some fun, look up Mad Dog Fist by Rantoni. I don't know what that is. Hassel Hoppa, thank you. Am I ready to be baited and outsmarted? Every day. Every day, man. Quando Bandui! Thank you! Thanks, Kirsche. You're now 50 IQ points lower. It's okay. Just go beat up a woman in a video game and you'll get your IQ points back. That's how that works. Donald Cake Trump. True and real. Oh, that's why you make your own server. You miss the Kirsche intermission. I know. I don't do intermissions anymore. I don't get up for protein shakes. You remember when all the shows and movies were doing this? Gaming is still 70 to 80% male. I feel like you're probably underselling it too, you know? In Skull and Bones, there's about 5 to 10 crew members on a boat at a time, and when you plunder a location, there's a cutscene with them, and they literally only have 5 different models that are randomly chosen. So you'll literally see 5 of the same woman and her 4 identical twins. Oh my god. Holy shit. You saying that reminded me of a Roblox update that I had. Do you guys remember when we were talking about how Roblox CEO wants to make it like a dating app for people? Let's see, where is my tab here? Where is my tab? These are all the DEI tabs. These are the DEI tabs. Where is... I know I had it. I know I'm not going crazy, chat. No. That's DEI, that's DEI. Oh, here we go. I found it. Lawsuit filed after California girl 10 kidnapped by man she met online. A new lawsuit was filed in turning my background music back on in San Mateo County Court on behalf of a 10-year-old California girl who was allegedly kidnapped by a 27-year-old man whom she met online. Roblox and Discord, 2 popular online gaming apps, are named as defendants in the suit. Thanks, Roblox. So I think this is really interesting, right? Because typically I would be like, well, you can't hold the platforms accountable for someone getting kidnapped. That's a failing of their parents and not monitoring their child's online activity. But when you have the CEO advocating for it being a dating app, I'm kind of like, well, maybe this is the wake-up call that he needs, you know? The 10-year-old girl was an avid user of both apps for several years, attorneys said. She relied heavily on the apps for entertainment and social interaction, making her a prime target for the countless child predators that defendants knew were freely roaming the app, looking for vulnerable children. I don't know what the TOS states for, like, ages on Discord, but there is zero reason as a parent you should let your 10-year-old have a Discord. Zero fucking reason, right? Like, regardless of whatever their TOS says, because I don't know what TOS age is for Discord. I'm pretty sure it's 13 plus. I don't think even a 13-year-old really has any reason to have a Discord, you know? Like, that's not where you belong. Mom and dad doing their job. In April, 27-year-old Matthew Makatuno Naval posed as a child online and developed a friendship with the girl through Roblox. The lawsuit filed on Monday claims. Naval later moved the conversation to Discord, where the child, after being groomed and manipulated, shared her home address. This is another thing that seems really fucking lost on the newer generations. I can't blame her too much. She's fucking 10. But at 10, I knew this. You don't give out your information to people online. Online people scary. You don't tell them your real name. You don't give them your phone number. You don't give them your address. Why is this not drilled into people anymore? Could it be because governments really want us to have our real IDs attached to everything we do online, and so they don't teach kids to be careful with it anymore? And so that they can can use kids giving out their information as a reason to have more censorship and restrictions? Probably. Maybe my tinfoil's too tight. Who knows? But I feel like we should really be bringing back teaching kids, don't fucking tell anyone jack shit online, bro. Moving on. On April 13th, 2025, Naval abducted the girl from her home in Taft, California. She was eventually found hundreds of miles away in his vehicle in Elk Grove after a frantic multi-agency search. After driving the girl to Elk Grove, Naval attempted to check into a hotel with the victim, but he was denied accommodations, according to the suit. And see, this is where things get a little weird, right? Because, like, when I check into hotels, I don't even have to go to the front desk anymore. I can check in on my phone. They don't know who I am. They never see me. I can literally spend a week or more at a hotel. They never see my face. They never see my card. They never see my ID. They just take my payment at the end, right? So in current year, getting denied accommodations is incredibly fucking suspicious. What about hotel key card? Yeah, I mean, you have like an app, so like they know who you are if you destroyed the room, but it's like I could book a room for someone else, have them go to the hotel and check in with the app under my name, and the hotel would literally never know that I was never there because you can do it all through your phone now. So I'm wondering what kind of like criminal background or weird vibes this guy was giving off to get denied at a hotel. He's probably already on a list. Like, I guess thankfully child predators are kind of fucking dumb in this case, right? Because maybe he went to the front desk with the child and was like, I need a room. And the fucking employee rightfully was like, damn, this is suspicious. You don't even need a hotel key card. Americans with Disability Acts means an under-the-door tool grants you access to every hotel room for $30. What the fuck? If his check-in is denied, he's doing it in person probably. Online check-in would be effortless. It's just like, even if I go to check-in, because sometimes I do that, right? Like, I know I can do Amalgamite. Thank you for the fucking Kick Raid. Welcome, Kick Raiders. Hey, that's crazy. Kick actually has a little flag for that shit now. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Fox womans are the best womans. Thank you. Thank you. I hope your stream went well, Amalgamite lady. Thank you for the raid. Probably didn't want to get traced, so he didn't want to do it online. I mean, even then, the times where I go to the front desk to check in, I've never been asked for my ID. I've just been like, oh, yes, I'm here for a room. And they're just like, do you have a reservation? I'm like, yes, this is my last name. And they're like, okay, you're in. So it's like, if they're not checking my ID, in theory, I could send somebody else in and have them say they're me, and they would get the room. I was like, there's not exactly crazy protections here, you know? The hog-tied 10-year-old. What? Wait, she wasn't hog-tied. Why are you adding shit to this? Ed Song, thank you. Dude probably went to Howard Johnson. He went economy, which is luckily someone had the sense to not allow that transaction. Yeah, like just the creepy vibes.
VTuber Kirsche.
Hi, hi. Hi, hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
I've been trying to talk the bosses into creating a Roblox dating task force. The VTuber task force hasn't had nearly as many successes as we expected. Don't worry though, I'm still your assigned FBI handler for the foreseeable future, Fox Woman.
Well, I'm glad I have such a wonderful handler, and also hopefully you can get that Roblox task force set up, because you're gonna catch so many predators that way. You hear the new parental law California's trying to pass, basically allowing legal kidnapping. I think we briefly talked about that recently. I feel like that's familiar. Thank you, JK the Slacker, again for that fucking 88, bro. Thank you. I had another thought. If he was trying to pay with cash and not card, that would be a reason to be denied accommodations. I remember hotels starting to deny cash transactions as far back as like 2013. Because a lot of people who pay for a room with cash will fuck up the room somehow. Whether they fuck it up with drugs or smoking in a non-smoking building, or they just like try to claim like something was fucked up so they need all their money back, right? Cash, people paying with cash was always suspicious. So it could have been possible that he was trying to do that. Hold on, your bank just froze your card. Something to the line of, what are you doing? Spending money outside your house. You can pay with cash, but you still need to put a credit card on file. None of the hotels I've been to in recent years allow cash payments, but like maybe some still do somewhere. Don't think you've ever really paid for a room with cash. That's why they always want a card on file plus an ID. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Or they're on the run. The alleged predator was arrested. Oh, sorry. The girl's parents reported her missing to police. Officers later found the girl inside the man's car while she was in a state of distress. The alleged predator was arrested by police and is currently facing criminal charges. Finally, at least something is done. This case is horrifying, and it's a natural consequence of how the platforms choose to operate, said Alexandria Walsh, a partner at Anapol Vice. Roblox Corporation is headquartered in San Mateo, and Discord is headquartered in San Francisco. The lawsuit claims that a large number of predators troll through the platforms. In Roblox's 2023 annual report, the company reported an average of 68.5 million daily active users, with 21% under 9 years of age, and 21% from 9 to 12 years of age. As, like, I've been saying it for years. Anyone who plays Roblox, that's fucking suspicious. If you're not a child, you should not be playing Roblox. Like, hard stop. Had defendants implemented even the most basic system of age and identity verification, plaintiff would never have engaged with this predator and never been harmed. Absolutely not. Absolutely, this is the parents' fault. You are responsible for parenting your child. I don't think adults should be playing Roblox, but it's not like you can prevent them from doing so. Why are parents never held accountable? Because it's more fun to try and sue companies for an easy payday than to actually parent your children. People are insane. They're trying to use this to push Real ID online. And I don't think we should have Real ID. I don't want to believe, like, I think Asmund said that Real ID is inevitable. I don't want to believe that. So maybe I am naive. But I really don't want to have that implemented by and large. If door makers had implemented even the most basic of age verification, children wouldn't have been able to wander outside and be abducted by strangers. Yeah, Asmund did say Real ID is inevitable. I saw that and I was just like, man, I hope he's wrong. I really hope he's wrong. You expect that shit by 2030? I don't know, man. The suit states, defendants prioritize growing the number of users of their apps over child safety. A former Roblox employee is quoted in the lawsuit saying, "You have to make a decision, right? You can keep your players safe, but then it would be less of them on the platform. Or you just let them do what they want to do and the numbers all look good and investors will be happy." I mean, beyond that, it's not the job of Roblox to ensure that your children don't give out their personal information to people online. That's not Roblox's problem. It's like their reputation is gonna suffer, and then it'll become their problem. But like, parents should be teaching their kids the dangers of this shit. You would hope Real ID has to collide with constitutional rights. They've really slow boiled us on ID. They have. The lawsuit claims gross negligence and defectively designed apps are putting children at risk of becoming the victims. Attorneys said they're seeking to hold the tech companies accountable for creating and maintaining an online environment where child predators thrive unchecked. How would you define this? How would you define an environment where child predators thrive unchecked unless you are also arguing that everyone needs identification in order to participate in these things, right? Like you could literally say this about Twitter or about Facebook or about fucking Kiwi Farms, right? Like, you can't make sure children are in some sort of little protected bubble. It falls on the parents to parent their children. You can't ensure that creepy perverted fucks aren't going to act like creepy perverted fucks. Because if they cared about the law, they just wouldn't be creepy perverted fucks. Problem is that Roblox is banning bot filters that are banning sexual content. See, that's kind of weird. I don't know why you spammed it like 7 fucking times, but that is kind of weird. Roblox facilitates these problems by having games with basically porn games with very little stopping children, a drop-down selection of your date of birth. Yeah, considering Roblox is a children's game, there should not be porn in Roblox. That should not exist. That shouldn't be a thing. Remember when commercials said, "Remember kids, please ask your parents before going online," putting their protection on the parents? Because it is. It is on the parents. companies are going to get off. Discord requires the user to be 13 plus with parent permission, so they are safe. You don't know about Roblox TOS? Yeah, it's very, very strange to see. You just hate the way it looks. Roblox looks fucking fugly. Yeah, it looks worse than Minecraft somehow. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? I remember those commercials. Not naive, Asmon just missed. Literally nobody is pushing for online IDs until now. I wouldn't say that. Online ID is kind of looped in the national conversation for a hot fucking minute. And it always comes into the conversation as a way to think of the children, you know? It has never been expected or ever talked about by literally anybody or have any major steps towards it. Again, that's not true. There haven't been any major steps towards it outside of the UK. I think the biggest thing I can think of as a major step towards any kind of online identification was when it was proposed in the UK to blanket ban nationally all porn sites. And if you wanted to access porn through your internet distributor, you would have to call them and verify your identity for them to unblock porn sites for you. I don't think that ever actually went through in the UK, but that was a conversation that was happening, I want to say back in like 2014, 2016, somewhere around there. Did I ever call my mom at 10 p.m. and ask if she knew where you were? Of course, I think everyone did. Hillis Mallory, thank you. You still remember a local news program asking it's 11 o'clock, children, do you know where your parents are? No, my mom went to the bar hours ago and I don't know if she'll be home tonight. They tried it in 2018-19. It was 2018. Oh, fuck, man. Thank you for the correction on the year. For some reason, I think things happened far longer ago than they did. And it seems every time I think something happened in like 2013 to 2016, it turns out it actually happened in like 2018 to 2020. And I'm just like, how does that happen? Yeah, man, those crazy Brits really love the government surveillance. They do. Your mom never let you leave the cul-de-sac unless you took a walkie-talkie with you at all times. Before I had a cell phone, once again, my mom never really cared how far away from the house we went, so we would travel pretty fucking far when we were pretty young. It's honestly, I guess, the result of some kind of knowledge to not get kidnapped that we managed to not get kidnapped. I don't fucking know, man. But occasionally, right, when we were really young, I'm talking like single digit age young, because once we got above single digit, she didn't really care as much. But when we were single digit age young, we had to be home before the streetlights turned on. And if the streetlights turned on, she would just yell our name. Like, she would walk out on the front porch and just like at the top of her lungs be like, Kirsche! Kirsche's brother! Get your asses back home right fucking now! Like, just as loud as she possibly could. And that's what we do. We better fucking haul ass. But it always caught me, like, what if we were too far away? Right? Like, what if we had been, like, at the McDonald's 3 blocks away and so we didn't hear? Like, we'd probably have been fucked, right? Like, very 90s. My favorite, once we were finally double-digit age, is when we would play Manhunt with all of the neighborhood children. When you played Manhunt, there was nothing off limits, and I remember my, like, little goody two-shoes child attitude. I was like, I don't want to go into someone's yard. What if they see me and get angry? And everyone's like, what do you mean? What are they gonna do? You're a kid. And I was like, oh, I guess that makes sense. And I still remember I had this one fucking primo-ass hiding spot where, like, nobody could find me. And so eventually they just had to call me on my cell phone and be like, we have no idea where the fuck you are. You win. Come back. And I was still on, like, the street where my house was, but I got into the bushes in someone's backyard, and there was already, like, a tunnel inside the bush that some kind of animal had dug. So I just kind of stuck myself in the tunnel and hung out there. Your dad would whistle for you? Man, he could whistle as loud as the 1920s factory whistles? That's crazy. The foxhole, a true foxhole. Tunnel foxhole. My favorite hiding place were these bushes at a funeral home, because for some reason the bottom of the bushes were so hollowed out. Like, the bushes grew so tall that the bottom branches of the bushes were super, super high off the ground. but they overhung so that it was still completely covered and obscured and you couldn't see anything inside of them. So I could crawl under those bushes, and my brother and we set up like a little project in there where we would like hide things in a lockbox under these bushes at the funeral home. Pippa and I talked about the bush houses during our Dead Space 3 collab. Ed Song, thank you. Lucked out your mom was lazy. Your mom would take the car and start looking on the streets of the burb. This is when cell phones were not Oh, that's scary. That's like if you see your parents' car, you knew your ass was grass, man. Gonna have to fucking... What's that movie's name? Where the guy has to like fucking run home for some reason. So Ferris Bueller, Day Off. Yeah, you had to like fucking Ferris Bueller that shit. You found a body once during a game of Manhunt? Well, I lived around a lot of Puerto Ricans, so they wouldn't try to bury their bodies if someone got shot. You know, they just kind of left them on the sidewalk until the police showed up. Daniel Sierra, thank you. Nikki Haley was running on blanket online ID to keep children safe. She was supposed to be the GOP presidential candidate, but Trump turned his head. I remember that. Fucking true and real. Thank you, Azehara. Dio Brando, thank you for the pounds. Carried like a duffel bag into the hotel. Jesus Christ. Girl, what are those tags? Foreskin denial. What does that even mean? My tags happen when we talk about things on stream. I don't remember what the foreskin denial one is. I'm gonna be real honest with you. Maybe one of my mods remembers. Remember the playthrough of Dead Space? Pippa and I started arguing about Lolly, and Sakana donated a super chat saying, play the fucking game. I think at one point even I was like, Pippa, stop digging. Pippa, pull up. Oh my god, do not ask this question. Some knowledge is cursed. Oh god, didn't some guy complain about foreskins or something? I don't remember. I know Binary Mind reminded me how it happened at one point, but I don't remember, man. She always forgets. I mean, I'm not good at remembering. I'm not known as like the good memory VTuber, you know? Some knowledge is Kirsche. Oh, I bent my fingernail, chat. Chat. I bent my fingernail. Ow. It's okay, it didn't break. Zap. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Hold on, let's finish this article before I get too distracted. On Thursday, a Roblox spokesperson told Cron4, "We are deeply troubled by any incident that endangers our users, and safety is a top priority. We dedicate substantial resources, including advanced technology and 24/7 human moderation, to help detect and prevent inappropriate content and behavior, including attempts to direct users off-platform, where safety standards and moderation may be less stringent than ours." The company spokesperson continued, "While no system is perfect, Roblox has implemented rigorous safeguards, including restrictions on sharing personal information, links, and user-to-user image sharing, and prohibiting sexual conversations." I feel like this would have been a huge benefit to like Gaia Online back in the day. It's a miracle I managed to get through my childhood on Gaia Online and not get groomed by anyone, to be fair. KBY! The foreskin denial context. Oh my god, okay, this suddenly turned into a foreskin denial stream. I'm not digging it. Uncut is strictly superior to cut. What do you mean foreskin denial? What do you mean by this? Just because I make fun of something doesn't mean I hate it, you silly man. You don't need to get self-conscious about your foreskin. Unless you can fit a full 5-course meal inside of it and present it without it getting messed up, in which case that might be kind of weird. Please stop stealing my silverware. What? Professional gentleman, thank you for the 350. How long head pet before bald? All right, there you go. There's the lore. Someone accused me of denying foreskin, and now it's a tag. Because what the fuck is that man talking about? Holy fuck, you forgot about that. My hands trembling, holding gun. Which one's the real Kirsche? Roblox announced new tools in July to improve communication features depending on a user's age. One big change is the introduction of age estimation technology that helps confirm users' ages. Roblox said it is investing in age estimation technology to help deliver developmentally appropriate experiences and protect users from those who might seek to do harm. Another big change was Roblox's decision to rename friends of users to connections. That doesn't really seem like a big change, I'm going to be honest with you. The foreskin denial is what us born in the 80s got? What the heck? What the heck? One big change to rule them all. I just, like, this makes me think back to, like, when Niantic implemented more ways to interact with people in Pokemon Go, but there's still no way to, like, chat with people, which would make grouping up for raids and shit much more efficient. And I'm figuring the reason they didn't put an actual chat in Pokemon Go is, once again, people erroneously believing that children are the largest consumer base of Pokemon. Where it's, I don't think I've seen, like, the amount of children I have seen playing Pokemon Go while I've been playing it outside, I could count on both of my hands, and all of those kids were accompanied by at least one adult who was also playing the game. So, you love whenever Kirsche watches an old clip because it gives her a taste of a drop of the absolute ocean we deal with 4 times a week. Kirsche can count that high on a good day. You don't remember it being this bad? What happened? Did the Fire Nation attack? Your mom has yelled at people, cursing at people on your dad's game? You were very young when they learned it. Stop. I don't know what you mean by this. They didn't put chat because they expected the fucks at the same time fucking area to talk? What? All the kids, you know, who play Pokemon play with physical card collections? Yeah, the physical card shit has made, like, a huge resurgence with kids for some reason. I don't know, like, any children who are mass buying any kind of Pokemon paraphernalia. Like, I'm gonna buy Pokemon shit for my kid, but that's not because my kid in the future will like Pokemon. I will teach them to like Pokemon. You've seen more gruff construction workers on their lunch break play Pokemon Go than you've ever seen children play it. True. True. Kids may not be playing Pokemon because they feel the adults have ruined it for them. Honestly, you wouldn't play them if that were the case. I mean, I don't think children think that way. I don't think there's like an 8-year-old out here going, well, I would play Pokemon, but those 30-year-old boomers ruined it for me. I don't think that's a child's train of thought. Your children will know all 150 first-gen Pokemon by age 4. The Pokemon website unironically has like children's picture books for each type of Pokemon. So you can like teach your kids the names and types of Pokemon. And I'm like, damn, that's fucking useless. I will buy it in the future. That's like a 12 to 16-year-old kind of opinion. Even then, if it's like a 16-year-old opinion, it's less these 30-year-olds have ruined it, and it's more like, ew, I'm not going to be interested in something that they're playing. That's gross, right? Watching the carnage in a Pokemon card aisle would definitely turn him away. Imagine not having survived Black Fridays at the Toys R Us for your Pokemon decks. You can teach your kids to read with Pokemon books. True. True and real. Man, that's useless. Add to cart. I mean, I don't wear hats, and I bought that Togepi hat. That's fucking useless to me. I guess I can put it on when I want to say slurs. Amonia. This is just another article in the long line of, holy shit, parent your kids, please, I beg. Pokemon has an entire line of baby merch, so you can start indoctrinating your newborn or toddler. It's called Monpoke. You got your nephew some Rowlet PJs. That's funny. Kirsche suplexing an 8-year-old to get a shiny pack and Toys R Us just entered your mind. I don't think there would be an 8-year-old trying to, like, get a card at a physical store in current year. You typed that before she said the slur thing? What did you type? Why not toggle the Togepi hat? My dad plays Pokemon. Pokemon isn't cool anymore is very much a kid thought. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like, it's less like they ruined it, and it's more like it's not cool because adult doing it, and I'm cool because I'm not adult. And like, I guess I had the opposite experience because my dad would play the Pokemon games in the morning when he woke up for work, and he would like leave the game on the counter near the telephone with like a sticky note of what he did in the game, so that when I woke up, I would know like the levels that he gained and the people that he saw. And it was like a really fun thing for me to do with my dad. This is once Kirsche to say slurs on stream confirmed. if it weren't against TOS, I think all of my moderators would be fine with me saying slurs. Saying the full word telephone makes you sound old. Well, if I just said phone, you guys might think like a mobile phone. But if I say telephone, everyone conjures the images of a landline. Blue-collar workers seem to be the biggest closet nerds in existence. 10,000%. Is this true, mods? That's so cool. Kirsche the slur sayer. Jesus. Patchouli, thank you. If you didn't go to Toys R Us on Black Friday, you didn't have a good holiday season. True. Only some slurs. You still have sponsors. Oh, fair. On the other hand, having a landline makes all of us old. I do not see any reason to buy a landline in current year. Speaking of which, there's this thing that somebody brought up earlier that I remembered I had in my tabs. The FBI has just arrested Boston's sheriff who refused to work with ICE on deportations in the city. Suffolk County Mass Sheriff Stephen Tompkins was booked on federal extortion charges after extorting $50,000 from a cannabis dealer trying to do business in the city. Now, more surprising, because it's not surprising that Boston was corrupt, but more surprising to me was that Boston's mayor was a black man. I was like, holy shit, that state's like still 80-something% white. That's crazy. Wait, can we get Karen Bass arrested too? She's definitely corrupt. And this little box here said, from his very first day as Suffolk County Sheriff, Stephen Tompkins sought to portray himself as a man of the people, a principled public servant and reformer devoted to the cause of justice. That's why it's beyond disappointing that he's now accused of gaming a system instituted in the interest of public safety and fair play. I'm just gonna put this out there for anyone who's still operating on, like, you know, Arctic level IQ here. If someone comes out and they say, you should vote for me, I'm a reformer, I'm devoted to the cause of justice, that's a red flag. All right, that's red flag statements from someone that you shouldn't vote for. All right, okay? Just in case you haven't caught up yet. The FBI took Sheriff Tompkins into custody for allegedly extorting $50,000 from the owner of a national cannabis retailer seeking to do business in Boston. We believe what the sheriff saw as an easy way to make a quick buck on the sly is clear-cut corruption under federal law. The citizens of Suffolk County deserve better, not a man who is accused of trading on his position to bankroll his own political and financial future. Public servants must be held to the highest of ethical standards, and those falling short will be rooted out. Arresting Mayor Michelle Wu when? That's what I want to see. He opposed ICE's attempts to deport illegal immigrants because then he wouldn't be able to extort them for drug money. Boston is corrupt as fuck. It still lives in my head rent-free, that story we read a few years ago. And we might have even actually gotten it from Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy. But there was like a trap house that police were called to, and they found 3, I'm gonna put transgender in heavy quotes because I'm pretty sure these aren't actual dysphoric people. They found 3 transgender people. One was dead of an OD, and then in the back room there were like multiple children in an impoverished and dirty state. And everyone was just like, yeah, well, what can you do? And then life moved on. And I was like, what the fuck? And Boston is corrupt as hell and terrible at hiding it. Yeah, 1,000%. 1,000%. So it doesn't surprise me that they finally arrested someone, but like now do the mayor. Now do the mayor who likes to have race-based parties. You mean at Boston? That's like saying Miami doesn't have a coke problem anymore. True. Wasn't this the guy who said he was a prophet or a king or something? You remember that? What? I don't remember that. The trans house? I don't think so. I don't remember that at all. You coming across that? So I started blasting. Yeah, true. If only we had RoboCop. The IQ of the people that believe reformers are actually reformers have a negative 20 IQ at this point. It must be. It must be something crazy in that regard. But let me break open... Actually, before we break open the DEI tabs, let's take a look at Spain, who is, for once, not experiencing Spain without the S. Spanish town bans Muslim religious festivals, provoking a furious outcry as migrant tensions threaten to boil over after nearby town was rocked by riots. A Spanish town has become the first in the country to ban Muslims from using public facilities to celebrate religious Eid festivals, just weeks after a nearby area was rocked by anti-migrant riots. The controversial ban was passed in Jamia, a town in the Murcia region. I'm bad at pronouncing your names, I'm sorry. With a population of around 27,000, roughly 7.5% of whom come from majority Muslim countries. The motion was proposed by Spain's Conservative People's Party and backed by the hard-right Vox Party. It prohibits public facilities such as sports halls and civic centers being used for religious, cultural, or social activities alien to our identity. Fucking good on you, Spain. What a beautiful thing to read. Unless officially organized by the local council. It comes less than a month after several people were left injured during an anti-migrant rioting in Torre Pacheco, just 70 miles from Jumia, where a pensioner was reportedly beaten up by 3 Moroccan men. A 68-year-old man told Spanish media he was beaten up in the street on July 9th by 3 young men of North African origin. Amid the announcement on the latest ban, critics have said the wording is a thinly veiled attack on Islamic traditions, and have warned that the ruling could breach Spain's constitutionally protected freedom of religion. Spain has had enough! And I don't think it's a thinly veiled attack on Islamic traditions. It is a overt, loud attack on those traditions, saying they do not belong here. They do not mesh with our national identity. Stop it. So it's a very interesting thing Spain is doing here. The local Vox party openly celebrated the decision, declaring on X, thanks to Vox, the first measure to ban Islamic festivals in Spain's public spaces has been passed. Spain is and will forever be the land of Christian people. I guess these are videos. There's some stuff here, some pictures. The move prevents Muslims in Jumia from gathering in public gyms or civic buildings to celebrate Eid al-Fitr, which marks the end of Ramadan, and Eid al-Adha, the Islamic festival of sacrifice. I don't know where the word music came from in my brain. Muslim leaders have condemned the decision. Munir Benjolin Andalusi Azari, president of the Spanish Federation of Islamic Organizations, said the ban was a direct attack on the country's Muslim population, calling it Islamophobic and discriminatory. They're not going after other religions, they're going after ours, he told Spanish newspaper El País. Well, the problem is that Islam is not just a religion, it is also a form of, like, government and law. Spain was conquered by the Muslims for years. They have a weird history. If you recall, their government was freed from tyranny back in the 70s. Interesting. Don't like it, leave. Referring to the recent rise of racist rhetoric and attacks, he added, "We're rather surprised by what's happening in Spain. For the first time in 30 years, I feel afraid." Legal experts have warned the ban could face a constitutional challenge. Article 16 of Spain's constitution grants freedom of religious belief, with the only restriction being the protection of public order. The socialist leader of Mercuria, Francisco Lucas, accused the PP of stoking division. The PP violates the constitution and puts social cohesion at risk, simply in the pursuit of power. Former Jumia mayor Juana Guardiola, also from the Socialist Party, condemned the rhetoric behind the ban. There's a little map. There's some people. Why is this person... The crowd gathered on July 14th reportedly chased people they suspected to be immigrants and clashed with members of Spain's Guardia Civil. Why is this guy wearing a BDSM dog gimp mask? I think is my biggest question. Like, he looks like a fucking bear, so he looks like he would be the one holding the leash, not wearing the mask, honestly. The PP violates this constitution as a sentence of all time. It really is. You think that's a Batman mask? I don't know. The way that the mouthpiece looks doesn't look very Batman and looks more BDSM fetishy. LBDSM Batman. I don't know. Like, I could be wrong, but the way the mouthpiece looks does not look like Batman. Sparky, thank you for the R. If you had a coin for every time Spain was forced into doing a Reconquista, you'd have 2 coins. Not much, but it's weird it's happened twice. Oh god, you think it's a scarf, but you see what I mean? Yeah, he does have a scarf on, and maybe that's throwing it off, because the scarf looks majorly white with some blue, and this part looks like all black. So, like, maybe he's wearing 2 bandanas, but yeah, the mouthpiece makes it look more BDSM, less Batman. Avalanche Grim, thank you. This isn't too surprising. The Spanish just found their backbone. After all, they spent 800 years freeing Spain from Muslim rule in the Middle Ages. Interesting. Is Spain going to be the first ones to rise up once again? What do they mean by identity? And what about the centuries of Muslim legacy here, she said. Ah! I think you know what the fuck they mean when they say the Muslim public festivals clash with Spain's identity. You know what they mean. Don't play fucking dumb. The attack on the pensioner by 3 Moroccan men last month sparked violent riots that lasted for several days. Despite a major police presence in the town, groups of people gathered on the streets armed with batons. They were reportedly looking for foreigners. The regional newspaper Opinión de Mercuria, I keep pronouncing that Mercuria, but I'm pretty sure it's Murcia, reported at the time. Authorities found posts that had incited a planned hunt for migrants on July 15th, 16th, and 17th. Murcia delegate Mariola Guevara said that the so-called hunt beginning a day early. All right, that's kind of weird. Remember when people said that we were gonna have like hunts in the streets? I don't know. That's a little strange. That's a little strange to me. Legacy, you probably don't want to bring up the Muslim legacy in Spain. Yeah, I feel like that would be a questionable thing to do. A demonstration was organized by the town hall intended to be peaceful, was later hijacked by people shouting anti-migrant slogans. Average people have had a fuck enough. And also anti-migrant. It's what are the migrants? The migrants are typically here illegally. They don't have process, and half the time you don't even know who the fuck they are because they don't have papers. What do you mean by this? Almost 100 additional police officers were reportedly deployed to the town to shore up the security situation, with videos showing armed riot cops patrolling the streets. Hello, Bunker Cat. Daily reminder that the Crusades were justified after centuries of conquest and oppression. Reconquista! The illegal migrants, man. The migrant crisis has irreparably done damage to all European countries. You wonder if more places will be emboldened by this? I don't know. We'll have to see. Almost 100 additional police officers were reportedly deployed to the town to shore up the security situation, with videos showing armed riot cops patrolling the streets. But Jumila's history is steeped in Islamic heritage. Oh boy. Once part of the Roman Empire, the town fell to Arab rule in the 8th century, becoming known as Umil La. It remained largely Arab until the 13th century, when it was conquered by Christian forces under King Alfonso X of Castile. So, it was conquered by the Arabs, and then it was reconquered and taken from the Arabs. So, I think the question here is, do people want, if some place is conquered, do people want those who were conquered to continue living normally or live under the conqueror's rules? I guess would be the question to ask them. Conquered, more like liberated. What are they smoking here? Liberated by the fawns. How did King Alfonso have an X account in the 13th century? He was ahead of his time. Scarfy the Strange, thank you. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition 2.0. Unironically correct. I was not even thinking about Spain when it came to thinking about who's going to rise up against the migrant crisis first. Zurich, thank you for the bits. Spain doing a second Reconquista, Italian Pope re-establishing the Knights Hospitallers, Poland using live ammo on illegals. We might have an actual crusade upcoming. Bless. Is this an argument for Arabs having ownership of it in the past, or is it implying that there's a modern conquering happening that grants them ownership? And this is the thing that is interesting to me all the time when we hear about, like, the conquering. Because everyone is like, hey, colonist bad. You might have conquered America, but it doesn't belong to you. And it's like, okay, well, if we're being conquered now, not by rifles and spears, but conquered through legislation, is that a problem? Or is that justified because we had conquered previously? And if conquering a nation that has been previously conquered is always justified, then you kind of just create an infinite loop of everyone is allowed to conquer no matter what. This is Tony from LCD. What? Muslim conquered it from the country, but they say conquered for a reclamation. You feel like you're saying echoey what? Yeah, that's a good point. It wouldn't be conquered by Christian forces under King Alfonso. It would be reclaimed by the country, would it not? Need to take care of the traitors that allowed it to get this way. Yep. Every nation has a history of being conquered, except for, like, Iceland. The old history is written by the victor's argument. Yeah. They don't know history. That is almost the entire history of the human race. Yeah, but we're supposed to be supposedly above conquering in current year, which is, again, why they do it through legislative reasons and politicians rather than, you know, sword and shield. You're allowed to conquer as long as we're allowed to fight back. Well, that's the thing. They have a problem with you fighting back, apparently. Iceland was Viking lands. No, I do not know anything about the history of Iceland. I am entirely ignorant about the history of Iceland. You're not just colorblind, you're conquer blind. Yeah. You're not even Muslim, but Moroccan citizen specifically? What did he mean by this? Iceland was occupied in World War II. I know nothing about Iceland, except I would like to visit it because it looks beautiful. You're thinking the leader of the Black Hammer policy, Gazi Kodzo, who was arrested after a dead 18-year-old was found along with a bunch of children in one of the homes his group owned. Took you a while to find what you were talking about. Oh, I vaguely remember that guy coming up on stream before, too. They're so above conquering, they cater to the culture with the most brutal and vile form of conquering. That article with the fucking LGBTQ plus councilwoman being shocked that once a majority Muslims got on the city council, they outlawed all the pride shit. Her being shocked at that lives rent-free in my head. Like, there's no way these people who have power are this fucking dumb, right? Like, there's no way. That's astounding. How could you not see this coming, woman?
As a man with Spanish ancestry, I'm excited to hear that the Spanish are donning the cross helmet again, and I feel a sense of excitement to have the nothing ever happens bet finally not paying out.
I'm sick of nothing ever happening! Thank you, Spider God. Thank you, Spider God. This is why we need to IQ test to hold power. Burritos! Thank you for the R's, dude. Here you thought it was silly and unrealistic that in Guilty Gear in the year 2074, new crusades start! Well, with any luck, it'll be before 2074. But that'd be funny if Guilty Gear predicted the year. Morocco lets migrants slam against the border because they want Ceuta, Melilla, and the Canary Islands. I don't even know what a Ceuta or Melilla are. I know what the Canary Islands are, though. An agreement, the capitulations of Alcatraz, initially allowed for coexistence, but Arab rule was eventually crushed after Alfonso's death. Are they phrasing this as like a good thing or a bad thing? Because like that would be a good thing, would it not, for the country of Spain to fully reclaim their land? Like, what do you mean? The move comes amid growing concerns across Europe about the treatment of religious minorities, with Spain now joining a broader debate about identity, integration, and the boundaries of secularism. Earlier this year, a primary school in Hampshire, UK, sparked fury after scrapping its annual Easter celebration and service in order to respect diverse religious beliefs. Yeah, see, no. Easter, being a Christian tradition, and the UK being a Christian nation, it makes sense to have that in their school. If I went to, like, Saudi Arabia and decided I'm going to raise children in Saudi Arabia, and then they went to school, and then they had celebrations for, like, Eid, and I don't know, all the other Muslim holidays. It wouldn't be weird because that's what they do in their country. That would just be normal. It would be weird of me to be like, hello there, native Saudi Arabians. I'm a foreigner in your country, raising foreign children in your country, and I demand you stop celebrating your holidays in your schools. That would be fucking weird. There are people who would deny that the UK is a Christian nation to begin with. I would allow them Catholic, maybe. There are a lot of high IQ intellectuals who are idiots, so IQ tests won't help. John in English, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Speak my language. Suck my dick. Call me gay. That'd get you stoned to death, too. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? In Denmark, at one point, pork was banned from childcare institutions because it was insensitive to Muslims. At least when we ban peanuts, it's because it'd literally kill someone. Bingo, bango, mango, tango, thank you. Ceuta, Melilla, and the Canary Islands are all little outposts of Spanish territory in Africa. They'd be city-states in Civ to give you some perspective. Oh, thank you. You know, I knew what and where the Canary Islands were. I just hadn't heard of the other two names, so I was like, what the fuck? Thank you. Kronika, thank you for those 5 gift members onto YouTube. Thank you. Patchouli, thank you. Now we just need Portugal to kick off their own leg of this Reconquista. Iberia belongs to the Christians. King Henry VIII would disagree with the Catholic part. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Muslims always want to take over. That's it. Always demand and order, land, money, culture, politics, servitude. Well, it's just like... And again, that article where when enough Muslims got on that city council in that town in Minnesota, the M state, the LGBTQ former city councilwoman was surprised that they started advocating for what they believe is beneficial. And it's like, well, you can't really be surprised, and this is also just what happens, right? Whenever a majority of them happen, they're just like, yeah, of course we want Sharia law. Why would we not? And like, I don't know why anyone would think otherwise. And I don't even blame them for wanting that, because that is what they follow. But you can't come to a foreign nation and expect to be able to continue, like, your doctrine conquering of everyone. It was Michigan. Fuck! I hate you, M states in the middle of the country! Me against my brother and I against my cousin, my brother, my cousin, and I against the world is a well-known Arabic proverb for a reason. Do not come! Henry VIII was nothing more than a petulant child having a temper tantrum pretty fucking much. They take the golden rule too far. Battleizer, thank you. Humans have and always will see a human over there, the things he has, his land, and the people who surround them, and have the urge to take his stuff, all been taken before and will be taken. I just, like... If like, religious leaders are just like, we Arabs will conquer the West, and we will create the largest caliphate the world has ever seen, and then they also have taqiyya as part of, like, their tenets, why would anyone ever believe that once there's enough Muslims in one area, they would not institute as close to, or if not just Sharia in general, as much as they could? It's like, that's just obvious what they would do. And I think it's obvious that anyone who has a collective belief, once they got enough of them, would start pushing out what they perceive as a minority belief in their area. That's just what humans do. You can't just erase, like, hundreds of thousands of years of human behavior because you think everyone is going to just play nice and get along for magical fantasy rainbow fairy reasons. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. As someone who has Arabic and Spanish ancestry, you fully support the re-Christianizing of Spain because Europe is supposed to be Christian. The idea that we are above conquest in modernity is entirely an intellectual idiot's belief. Yeah, and it's like, I've kind of touched on it before, but it's like, if you want to be ignorant to the type of conquering that is happening, like, that's fine, but you can't really complain once your entire life is changed by those who now rule over you because you did nothing to stop it, right? Like, if it comes to a point where my joke about, like, Muslims conquering America and then the Chinese coming in and removing kebab, right? So the Muslims come in, they get rid of all the gay people. The Chinese come in, they get rid of all the Muslims, right? Like, that's supposed to be a joke, but apparently it's not really a joke anymore. But it's like, if that happens, and you were somebody who was ushering in this, like, brain-dead utopia of, like, yeah, we can all get along with all these people who believe things that are diametrically different to me. You don't really have a right to complain if you allowed it to happen. Pseudo-intellectuals are 1,000 times worse than actual retarded people. Delanda est. That's why you don't introduce invasive species into natural habitats. I hate kudzu! Ed Song, thank you. You remember one of the articles outside of Israel after the October 7th attacks was about Muslims looking for Jews at an airport in Dagestan. You guess they were looking to give them a hug. What the fuck is Dagestan? I don't think I've heard of that place. Progressives deny reality? Unfortunately. It's not that they did anything to stop it, it's their retarded asses facilitated this shit. Nations don't conquer other nations anymore. Exports before Putin invaded Ukraine. They already try, and our conquest via population replacement very well documented. Kaliningrad, Crimea, saying that it's schizo theory is being ignorant. Well, it's just like, you know, part of the reason I was attacked was like talking about the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. And it's just like the conspiracy theory part comes when you start talking about there being like this secret elite ruling class of Jews specifically trying to replace white people. But you have to be blind, deaf, and dumb to not listen to people like Keir Starmer or Hillary Clinton, or just looking at the UK or Germany or Sweden or the US and all the issues we've had with illegal immigration, and these political leaders talking about how, like, yeah, we want tons of immigration to replace our workforce. We want the cheap slave labor. We know that our constituents aren't having birth rates above a replacement level, so we need to import all of these other people. Like, they just come out and say it, but somehow that's a reason to attack me? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You think you saw Starmer getting emergency voted out or something? It wouldn't surprise me. Mike Tyson's, everyone has a plan. True. They never fix laws or anything else that they've done to fix the birth rate ever. I don't even know what you would do to fix the birth rate. I mean, Hungary has instituted policies of like, if you're a married couple, you get so much as a tax credit per child that you have, which I think can be helpful, right? You should be incentivizing having children within a marriage instead of giving free money to people having children out of wedlock. Sweden doesn't seem that bad compared to the UK and Germany now, though. Incentivize having many children. There's a petition with about 300k signatures, but who knows if it goes anywhere. Have kids. Never pay tax again. True. You would have to give people enough money for couples to not sacrifice to have a kid. And I think locking it to married couples also makes sense, because you want to incentivize having a full family unit. But I don't know what kind of incentives like Japan might have for trying to increase the birth rate, because Japan is, again, another society that has very many issues with their native population and the declining birth rate. And I think one thing all of these countries have in common that can directly be pointed to as a cause of the declining birth rate is feminism. But how do you fix these problems? Birth rate will fix itself with enough time. Biggest issue is not enough money, but as available workers decreases, per pay workers should increase naturally due to supply and demand. Remove no-fault divorces. I can agree with that one. No-fault divorce should absolutely not be a thing. I feel like people started treating marriage way too flippantly. Like, even when I was a child and I would read, like, the celebrity gossip shit, and they would be like, ew, this celebrity went to Las Vegas and they had an overnight marriage to this other celebrity. And then, like, 2 weeks later, they're getting a divorce. It's like that's being treated way too flippantly. And I guess maybe I just have, like, a really more traditional view than most people of marriage, but if I'm going to elevate from being in a relationship to someone to marrying them, like, I feel like that's a very serious vow that people don't take as seriously as they should. And, like, yes, obviously, if your spouse is, you know, committing infidelity or, like, financial infidelity, or they're abusive, like, there are reasons to get a divorce even under a stringent policy of, like, you don't just use it flippantly, right? It's like my view on abortion. It should be very, very rare and only in extreme circumstances. You were together with your now wife for 5 years before you got engaged, another 4 before getting hitched. Marrying them? What are you, a polygamist? You know what I meant! In sickness and in health, till death do you part. Yeah, and I feel like that's a very serious thing to say, and people don't take that seriously anymore. How about we disconnect alimony and child support from judicial retirement funds? Fun fact, women used to get a housewife stipend where if you had to get a divorce for any reason, the government would pay the divorced woman an amount of money until she could get back on her feet. Thus, divorce rape was not a thing. Marriage vows were treated like a contract, as they should be. That looks great to your 12-year-old girl. What are you talking about? Rosa Takanashi, thank you. The best way to promote kids, massive tax breaks. I think that is a good thing, but if you just gave tax breaks or tax credits for having kids, that wouldn't benefit healthy environments for children, right? Like, we already have many, many single mothers who have replaced fathers with government stipends and welfare, and children coming from single mother households do have a higher propensity for committing crime. And so we don't want to create more welfare situations where people are having children just to get checks. So I think, like, Hungary instituted it specifically for married couples having children, I think, is a way to ensure that it's not going to be abused quite as much. But then we would also need to, like somebody else said, get rid of the no-fault divorce, because you can have people who just get married, and they do in current year. Some people will just get married, common law or otherwise, for the tax benefits that being married provides you. And I don't think abusing something like marriage for tax benefits alone is a good thing. Need places and reason for young people to spend time with their peers of opposite age, not just with the intent of them getting together, but to get used to the opposite sex. Isn't that what school is supposed to be for? Did I see the news Trump just broke? Was it the banking thing, or is there something new? Banning pornography would lead to more kids? Disagree. Much like prostitution is the world's oldest profession, banning porn would not do anything, and it would lead to something similar to when we tried to ban alcohol. It just won't work. Banning things that people like doesn't work. Will never work. So I think people should stop talking about trying to ban things and talk more about personal responsibility and consuming things in moderation. Women have told you it's a deal breaker that you don't want marriage. It is a deal breaker. If I was going to date someone and he didn't want marriage, I would not date him. They tell you it's a promise to stay together forever. You simply ask them, then why is the divorce rate over 50%? Because a lot of people that shouldn't get married do get married. Next question. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. We're gonna smuggle porn DVDs in from Canada. Just like banning alcohol lowered the rate of alcoholism, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Clown Attack, thank you. Watching your favorite news network. Hello, Foxu. Hello! Hello! Let's ban people that want to talk about banning things. Ban porn like China. That worked out well for them. In China's defense, which is a weird thing to say, China had other policies that negatively affected the birth rate, namely the one-child policy, where female babies were just outright murder-rated because, you know, males were more valuable. So they kind of have a male-female ratio discrepancy in China that doesn't exist elsewhere. Look at the first-time divorce rate. It's much lower than 50. Once you have one divorce, the likelihood of a second goes way, way up. Also a good point. Mods ban everyone. What nation banned porn in like the 90s and their rape rate doubled? Was that a thing? I don't remember that. Technically, banning alcohol did lower the rate of alcoholism. You know, when they poisoned the work around, killed a bunch of people. I don't know what you mean by this. DreCL, thank you. The newest information coming out via Project Veritas is that Bill Barr worked with Fani Willis to try and get him imprisoned to stop his political comeback. Wait, wasn't Bill Barr that guy I just read about? Was history? Yeah. No, it was Andy Barr. Damn you politicians and having the same last name. I don't know who Bill Barr is. I know who Bill Burr is. Bill Barr was Trump's AG 4 years ago. A woman ran away from Brazil because she was crazy. What? So I guess, Trump project. I gotta spell project like a human and not with a K. Project Veritas, Bill Barr. This was 1 day ago? 10 minutes? Okay, if this is 10 minutes long, let me finish this Daily Mail article really quick. No. Norwood Primary School in Eastleigh sent a letter to parents and carers in March informing them that neither their Easter bonnet parade nor their Easter service will be held this year. A little weird. Head teacher Stephanie Mander, who wrote the letter, explained that this is because of the state school's respect for diversity and its aim to create a more inclusive atmosphere. She said that respect for diverse religious beliefs represented within the school was the reason behind the decision. By not holding specific religious celebrations, we aim to create a more inclusive atmosphere that honors and respects the beliefs of all our children and their families. I mean, that's a wonderful notion and all, but all you're going to do is basically remove traditions and heritage and culture from the native children. Which, why would you do that? Treasury Department intentionally poisoned booze they intercepted to make people afraid of illicit liquor. It's estimated they killed 12,000 U.S. citizens with poisoned alcohol and were never held accountable. So what you're saying is that when we ban pornography, the government needs to put in some, like, you know that weird advertising they used to do, the subliminal advertising where they would like splice products in between frames in movies and TV shows that would get people to be like, wow, I was watching I Dream of Jeannie, but now I really want to go to Dairy Queen and get an ice cream, you know, stuff like that. What if they started doing that subliminal messaging inside pornography, but instead of making you want to go get an ice cream, it makes you want to kill yourself? You know, that's something dystopian we can think about. Maho Aniki, thank you. Get a big hard drive and get ready for your local roadside adult film dealer. That would be for Canada. I'm just saying, like, bans are not the answer, even if I don't like something very much. Isn't that just really weird porn? Alright, so this is the Veritas thing people were talking about. Bill Barr's secret meetings to plot prosecutions of Trump and block his political comment. This is part 2. This was a day ago. I don't know when part 1 happened, but let's fucking
It's
see.
very easy to know why I am being prosecuted and no one else. It's being charged or prosecuted. It's very easy. I called the FBI to report Bill Barr and Armstrong Williams. I have notes of every single meeting. One meeting can be about visa for someone, or another meeting can be about January 6th or RICO case. I have a quote here that was like, Barr believes the FBI will go to Trump House soon. And one thing that I heard a lot is like how they go to prevent America to have Trump again. One thing that I learned very fast and very in the beginning is like, Bill Barr is someone extremely important. And I remember the biggest...
In that picture, in this picture, she kind of looks like the math teacher that I had that instead of teaching us math would rather have taught the girls in the class pole dancing. I'm really bad at math, chat.
Where the biggest conversation they had at that point, it is like, what kind of charge that we can bring against Trump? And that's when Bill Barr, and I will never forget that, Bill Barr was like, we should bring RICO because it's a very difficult type of charge to defend.
Operation of a shadow government, secret meetings. Is it just going to be this one woman this whole time?
This powerful friends. He's friends with like Bill Barr, he's friends with Ben Carson, he's friend with the mayor of DC, and he has like all this list of powerful people and people like with a lot of money.
I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like if you're in a government position and you don't have powerful connections, that's more of a red flag than if you do. Considering the amount of people you probably talk to in that position. I don't really know what she's trying to say by that one here.
They do some business together. All the time Armstrong needs something, he calls Bill Barr. Like, can be, for example, approve a visa for someone, he calls Bill Barr. Or, for example, do some kind of lobbying with, for example, Turkish Airlines, he calls Bill Barr. Bill Barr is like the person that we call to resolve any kind of problems or situations.
What? They're not gonna read this? During her employment with Armstrong Williams, Patricia recorded notes from numerous high-level meetings. And then it has a screenshot of a message that says, "You took my documents and phones and never returned them. And now you think you can move against me. Let me be clear, your time is running out." But is this from her or was this sent to her? She was repeatedly instructed to hand over these notes and faced threats to ensure their return. Please hand over all the documents, notes, and phones you have. Armstrong could send someone to your house at any moment, and we're willing to pay for them, so you can move on with your life peacefully. If you do this, we can all go our separate ways without further, and it cuts off. That's kind of scary. If I got a text message like that, I'd immediately talk to authorities. Holy shit. Patricia Lales has been sued numerous times in Brazil and in the US for lying. She lied about fucking Eduardo Bolsonaro. She lied about giving birth by photoshopping her face onto some other woman's photo. And she also said her husband bought a house in the US and it was a lie. It was a house on Zillow that she just photoshopped and the owner got mad. There are numerous other examples. So what you're saying is this woman is just a liar? Like she just lies about everything? Is that who this woman is? A whistleblower has provided. Just says a whistleblower, it doesn't say her name. She's a pathological liar, the queen shit talker. We need to make sure this woman's protected. Is anybody mentioning her in the comments? Nobody's really talking about who this woman is. Do we have any sort of like article for who this woman is? Just Google it. Hold on, let me scroll up. I don't remember how you spelled her name. Patricia Lays. Help. Oh, that is her, indeed. She looks like she's missing... Where is it? So she has a freckle or a mole like on her chest here, and she also has one on her cheek. But when I look up images of her, I can't see. Okay, there it is. I was like, I can't really see. It's kind of blurred a little bit on her picture. So yeah, she does have the freckle. She does have the freckle. So she's a better source than a journalist. What the heck? What the heck? She's a clone. They do Photoshop sometimes. Just, you know, I wanted to see if I could find the similar birth markings, you know? So let's... Oh, she's got a feminist shirt on. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, Patricia Lays sued. Let's look up that. Zap. Oh shit, that's what I wanted to show earlier. It was for stream, Binary Mind. This is said all clear. I took this picture today. I had the smart abilities that when we put the fly zapper up, I was like, hold on, wait a minute. When the flies get zapped, I don't think their bodies get vaporized out of existence like a video game. So we need something to act as sort of like a fly graveyard and not have the flies just be all over the floor, because that's gross. And I wanted to show you the carnage from the zapper. And it looks like there's not a lot of flies in there, but like literally every single black dot is a fly. Some of them are super fucking tiny. Some of them are super fucking tiny, man. So I put the zapper in like a box. About right. Yeah, get dusted, idiot. It's a fly holocaust. Truly, they will not survive this killing field. Looks like Pippa's desk, but instead of flies, it's ants. I just thought that it was interesting that there's so fucking many. And I guess all of this, like, glowing shit on the sides of the zapper, that might just be, like, fly blood after they get zapped. I can't imagine what else that would be. It's a good thing that bugs don't have rights. Otherwise, this would be a war crime. A war crime I gladly commit. Flying aside. They shit themselves when they get zapped? Yeah, but why would their shit be glowing? Why are there so many flies in the bunker? Do you live in a zombie resurrection farm that also sells rotten fruit? I don't know. There's so many fucking flies here. Like, not only is this zapper going off, like, as often as you hear it, right? But there are 1, 2, 3, 4 sticky fly strips hanging from the ceiling that are also covered in flies. There are so fucking many. There are so fucking many. Am I by a creek or a pond? No! And I don't know where they're coming from. And also things in the bunker still mold at the speed of fucking light. I can keep a loaf of bread on my counter in Georgia for like 2 weeks, no mold. Bread here on the counter goes bad in like 4 to 5 days. Am I actually just living in the jungles of Vietnam? I don't understand. I'm gonna hear the zapper in the background for the rest of your life. True. Are they drain flies? I don't think so, because like I've poured boiling water down the drain. Is it humid there? I'm fucking dying here. Big Amish, thank you. Talking about Brazilian women. You have a tab for that. Did I hear about the Brazilian woman granted political asylum in EU of all places for misgendering a Brazilian politician? No. Do you guys in Brazil arrest people for misgendering? I feel like there's maybe other problems to tackle there. Get out of there. +1, get a dehumidifier. I mean, maybe that's the key. Fun fact, during the Vietnam War, Viet Cong decomposed days faster than Americans because they didn't eat preservatives. I don't like that. The bunker's conveniently located in the Garden of Nurgle. Send your Brazilian hotties this way. JLC, pour boiling water down the toilet too. What? Boiling water will not get rid of drain flies. Call your local Orkin office and they'll come out and use Nyborg and Teco Pro on your drains. Boiling water got rid of drain flies in Georgia, so why wouldn't they get rid of drain flies in Bunkerland? Are the drain flies here, like, infused with radiation or some shit? Just have the bunker bros bring dragonflies there to kill the flies? Oh, that's kind of like in order to counteract all of the ticks that the globalists want to have infect you with the no-eat-meat disease. Just get some opossums. Just find them in the wild and trap them and then let them loose on your lawn instead. You had to use Spectracide to kill the drain flies? What? You got a meat thermometer? Now you can make chicken without worry of internal temperature being wrong? I have a confession to make. When I first started cooking, I used a meat thermometer because I thought that's what you were supposed to do. I haven't used a meat thermometer in over a decade, and my meat is always perfectly cooked. Fuck you. What about the genetically modified mosquitoes? I hate mosquitoes! I have a confession, I am a meat thermometer. What the fuck? And she's her mother. Guinea fowl also eat ticks like nobody's business. Time for guinea fowl. That just means you understand the heat of your stove. I hate the bunker oven! Holy shit, I thought I hated the oven I had at my apartment complex, but the bunker oven is so much fucking worse. At my apartment, it takes me exactly 13 minutes to cook bacon to perfection. Here, the bacon can be in the oven at the same 400-degree temperature for 22 minutes and still be fucking raw. I don't understand. I don't understand how that's physically possible. Weak oven. Project Dark End, thank you. You had a gnat infection a few years back and your bug zapper was playing Darude Sandstorm. That's funny. I feel like the best way to get rid of all of the bugs, right, is to get one of these zapper thingies that I have. Like, if you're gonna go outside and hang out, you get one of these zapper thingies, you put it on the table, and then you put, like, something that attracts them on top of the zapper thingy, so that when they come to the thing that attracts them, they just fucking die. Means it's lying when it says 400. It's probably actually 250. That's insane. I hate it. Fry bacon, you savage. Hey, if you haven't tried oven-cooked bacon, you ain't living, brother. It's better than fried. And it's most likely the humidity and or elevation both change cooking times. Thanks, I hate it. You gotta stop destroying all your surveillance drones. Those things are costly. Well, stop sending them in flies! At least use birds! The bright light of the zapper attracts them. Well, it's not attracting enough of them, because some of the flies avoid the zapper. You can catch flies with honey, but you catch more honeys being fly. Oh my god. Rosa Takanashi, thank you. All your issues are the humidity affects heat flow. You like burb, you rather zap the fly. Imagine Kirsche with a bird zap. I'm not gonna kill the birds, I'm just saying! If you're going to government surveillance people, don't use flies, because people hate flies and want to kill them. People hear birds and they're like, oh, how sweet, the little songbird. Basically like putting Roblox and pedophiles, they'll come flocking. We now need a zapper to get rid of them, true. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Here's $5 for an oven thermometer for the bunker oven. You can thank me later. And the bunker himbros. Thank you. Help! Balsamic vinegar will attract flies better than honey. It's also acidic enough to kill them. I know this because back in Georgia, when I would eat my salads, I like red wine vinaigrette. Red wine vinaigrette is the superior vinegar dressing. And anytime we had drain flies, I would sit down at my desk with my salad, and a fly would run into my salad and just immediately die upon touching the dressing. And I'm just like, well, fuck, now I have to throw out the thing you landed on, you freak. You could always get an electric fly swatter like Asmon has to go with your zapper. With our powers combined. I'm gonna be like the Tonberry holding the lantern, but it's the fly zapper. Alpha Gal only affects mammal proteins. You know a guy who got it a few times? What the fuck? Windstalker, thank you. Your big guy suggested baking soda and vinegar down the drains for gnat infestation. Boiling water didn't work at a new house, but that did. Interesting. I don't think I have baking soda right now. Mildly OCD, thank you. If you want to keep mosquitoes away, plant basil and rosemary around your house. Citronella does nothing. I love basil. Husband and wife team swinging electric rackets. Asmon, I have this fly swatter. Actually, where is it? Oh god, I remember that clip. Baking soda and vinegar down the drain overnight does the trick. Baking soda might expand in the pipes. Be careful with that. I also learned recently that if you are not on like city sewage and you have a septic system, you shouldn't use a garbage disposal. And then that makes me think of everyone's house I've been in that had well water and a septic system, and they all had garbage disposals. Is it just like nobody fucking cares? They're just like, yeah, I'm gonna use the garbage disposal despite having my own septic? Is it just like me with the fucking flushable wipes? I don't care how much you say they're not flushable. The package does, and I'm gonna use them because I like having a clean ass. You can still have gray water go to the city system. It's like people throwing oil down the drain. Nobody can. Toilet paper, fuck you, buddy. When you lived with your parents as a kid, you were on a well and you took the scraps out back in the backyard, not down the drain. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many rules. There's so many rules, man. Garbage disposal's okay if your septic tank has its own drainage system. Isn't that what a leach field is for? Fatbergs have been permanently ingrained into your nightmares from your time in foundation repair. I had to sandpaper my ass like a bar. What kind of fucking booty wipes are you using that they have the texture of sandpaper, you fucking freak? Garbage disposal on septic isn't great, but if you're doing it occasionally, it'll process the same as everything else. The real no-no is using lye-based drain cleaners on septic. I don't even know what the fuck lye is, man. Where's that guy who wanted to lick Kirsch's ass clean? What the fuck? Don't cheap out on your septic, and the rules are very loose. I don't know what the septic rules are. When you're poor, you gotta settle for one ply. No matter how poor I was, and no matter how many pennies I was pinching, right? Like, literally eating the fucking dollar store ramen for food, and like, the bread that you could probably cover with water and squish with your hands and it would just puff back up and be fine, right? Like, eating the bottom of the barrel, there's no nutrients in this, you have become global homo. I would always get good toilet paper. It did not matter how poor I was. The good toilet paper was necessary to have some kind of quality of life. Never skip on the shit paper. Yeah, exactly. Battleizer, thank you. As a plumber, yeah, nobody cares, and you will always be employed because people are stupid and don't realize the consequences. Wouldn't you always be employed anyway because people still have to get their septics pumped like every couple of years? Kirsche would rather live on the streets with her mint wipes next to her than buy single ply. True and real. True and real. Fun fact, if you accidentally use disinfecting wipes instead of toilet wipes, you'll experience the second circle of hell. Well, why the fuck are your bleach wipes next to your ass wipes? That just seems like you're inviting human error. Why would you do that? It's like 10 years if you use Ridex for every 6 months. I don't know what that is. Get all up in that septic. People who buy one ply have no self-respect. I agree. Cost your office $700 just the other day because someone flushed paper towels. Okay, who the fuck flushes paper towels? What kind of backwards third world country did they come from? The worst toilet paper had to be the Skillcraft one made by the blind. It had issued to you when you were in the army and it was torture? Why were they letting the blind make toilet paper? Plumbers and septic crews aren't quite the same trades. I just assumed that plumbers could do that. Why is bleaching your asshole putting you in the circle of lust? Those people do it specifically to fuck with your toilets and septic? Jesus Christ. No, Kirsche, it's not third worlders, the ones that flush the paper towels. Third world pipes are too small that sometimes they don't even flush toilet paper sometimes. Well, no, I'm saying, like, they're taking the paper towel. I'm not literally saying it's like, you third world browns. I'm just saying it's like that mentality where it's like, oh, paper go in toilet. I put paper in toilet. Well, last time we talked about this, you made a poll in Kiercord, and there were 2 chatters that said they don't wipe at all. We must find them and kill them. Blind making TP is counterintuitive since they can't see shit. Your brother once flushed a Capri Sun foil juice pack down the toilet. Why? My dad got in trouble when he was a kid because he flushed a frog down the toilet. It's just like, why would you do that? Find them and sandpaper their butts. I guess all of the times you're told that there's, you know, all the little critters living in the sewer, he thought that he was bringing the frog back to his family. You were once at a hotel in rural Germany where you're supposed to put the used TP in the trash can. I'd lose my fucking mind. Lollipopalopicus, thank you for the Canadians. It's only been around 100 years that toilet paper could be legally advertised as splinter-free. Thanks, I hate it. Frog probably had the time of its life. You shower using lava soap, that way you can scratch your ass and wash it at the same time. Well, I'm all for the lava soap, but I feel like if you're in the shower and you put a bar of soap between your ass cheeks, you're just asking for trouble, man. Never use bar soap. You've gone to a Latino family who required those that visited to put the TP into the trash can. We did not go to their house a lot. I would be so fucking, like, embarrassed, and I'd feel awkward. I don't want to put my shit paper in your trash can. Just don't press it against your pucker. But you need to get clean! Use a scrubber, you animal. Yeah, exactly. You put the bar soap into the bunghole. I don't think you're supposed to clean your insides with the bar soap. Talking about toilet paper. Speaking of, Jesus Crisp, thank you. Back when you drove a semi, you delivered paper to this company using blind people to make toilet paper in Philly. Had a man guide you while backing through an alley perfectly, only to learn he was blind. That's crazy. Lava soap is liquid soap with pumice stone dust in it to scour. Yeah, that's cool and all, but don't put that between your ass cheeks, because then you can't use it for anything. Well, I don't know who this Patricia Laylis person is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how much I care to look her up, so I'm just gonna take your word for it that she's a filthy, disgusting liar, and I'm not gonna watch this Project Veritas video. I'm gonna believe you, Chad. I hope you haven't lied to me. Your sister had a Filipino boyfriend that your family had to tell to not put toilet paper into the garbage. Bar soap in the ass cheek seems really unsanitary. That's what I'm saying! Have you ever seen the ass wiping wands that enormously fat people use? No? Bro had Daredevil as a spotter. How are you supposed to colon cleanse? With coffee, obviously. It's soap, it cleans itself. Yeah, no, I've seen kids, because kids are retarded, right? So, like, I've seen kids get shit on their hands and then use bars of soap and then poke their shit-filled fingernails into the soap, leaving shit-filled fingernail indents in the soap. And I'm just never gonna use bar soap in my life, chat. It's just not gonna happen. It's so much better to just use the pump soap, okay? You were never that retarded, what the fuck? Thanks for that image, you're welcome. Bar soap also leaves soap grime, also that. Pump and dump soap. Yeah, I like the pump and dump soap. Don't drop the liquid soap. It takes way too long to pick up. But if you go to your himbo's house and there's nothing but bar soap, you see, this is where I plan ahead. If I plan in the future, right, if I get a himbo and I go to stay over at his house, I bring my own bottle of soap with me. I have been taught this because it seems in my life many men either only use bar soap or only use body wash. So by their sink, there's nothing to wash your hands with aside from either a bar of soap or if you go into the shower and you get some of the body wash. And I'm not gonna wash my hands with a bachelor man's bar soap. That's just not gonna happen. So I bring a bottle of pump soap with me whenever I stay at someone's house. Use the bar in the shower. Civilize the barbarian. Wait, do people not just have pump soap next to the sink? They don't. They don't. You have vanilla pump soap in the bathroom? It's crazy. It's crazy when they don't. Kier hates the dirty ones. You grew up with 3 women and you feel the same, but only because picking the goddamn hair off of the soap is so gross. You know what's more gross than picking the hair out of the soap? And that's going to be your job as the man of the house in the future when you're married with little children's. Your wife's hair is going to clog that drain, and eventually your bathtub will start retaining water. And eventually you're going to have to snake that drain, and you are going to pull out the most foul-smelling clump of hair and dead skin and soap scum that you've ever smelt in your life. It's the job of the person who left the hair. Nope. Install a hair catcher. It does not catch it all, trust me. The soap grime from bar soap is usually paraffin that barely melts above hot water temps and can build up in drains. It's crazy, man. Sparky, thank you. Tangentially on topic, came up yesterday. Former Secretary Mike Benz accused the CIA of interfering in Brazilian elections via US aid. Fun times. I feel like we mentioned that on stream before. A small price to pay for a happy marriage. This guy gets it. You already know this pain. Your girlfriend sheds worse than the cat does. I remember one time Tim's sister asked him to come over to snake the drain, and he had to snake the sink drain as well. And I was like, it's so easy to just brush your hair not over the sink directly so your hair doesn't fall into it. You have 2 sisters. You've been doing that for as long as you remember. Gonna marry a bald woman. This Jew loves black women. You're gonna be honest, you buy a lot of Bath & Body Works scented foaming hand soaps. I used to. And then Bath & Body Works went kind of fucking crazy. And now I hope that before I run out of soap, I find a nice local place in New England that I like. I still have, like, probably 25 bottles of soap. Because I only buy hand soap once a year, or used to, rather. Now I just don't. But I used to buy hand soap once a year, and I would buy it during their, like, crazy giga fuck you sale. So I would only be paying, like, $2 to $3 a bottle for soap. And so I could really stock up on that shit and have it, like, for fucking ever. You know, some good soap places out in Hyannisport? I don't know where that is. Your tub drain is a champion. It never clogs. Oh my god. Lollipopalopicus, thank you for the Canadians. Holy shit, you said my name right. That's rare. Sometimes the retardation is helpful on my end. You think you see where Kirsche is coming from? Your mother uses the bar soap in unspeakable ways, thus hand soap pump thing is mandatory in your household. We were just talking about men rubbing the bar soap between their ass cheeks. What the fuck does your mom do with it that's more unspeakable than that? Your dad always made you snake the drains for the full family because it builds character. That was his way of saying, I've been doing this for years and I'm sick of it. You're gonna learn today, son. How about bar soap if it's goat's milk soap? No. A bar soap in the chocolate starfish. Yeah, just use a fucking loofah, man. Because you probably got impregnated by that soap. Please do not come on the bar of soap. Mr. Unsmiley Man, thank you for the member. Thank you for the member. You got a Sandy Hook ad, and that is what you hear right after. There's Sandy Hook ads? John in English, thank you. How does the female goon soap work? I hate having a vivid imagination. You typed goon soap, and I read goon soap, and so I imagined a woman deciding to fight the patriarchy by taking things from them in the form of collecting their F on YouTube. Do we just get a red square every time I say Sandy Hook? Does that mean if I say Sandy Hook 3 times in a row like I was talking to Bloody Mary, my entire stream would just crash and burn? Worst revenge plot ever. He wouldn't put that past feminists. You know, after that one lady who was knitting from her cooter, anything is possible. For those of you who don't know, there was an art project where a woman stuffed rolls of yarn inside of her vagina and would knit with that yarn. And she wouldn't remove the yarn even like when she got horny or was ovulating. So parts of the yarn are either stained red from her period or all gooped up from her lady juices. And it was just, it was, I don't want to read that article again. You saw a clip of a woman doing something like that? You think it was coom cubes? Coom cubes. She was using as a protein alternative. Thanks, I hate it. Eskill, thank you for the Canuck. She hates us! Winnie, thank you for the... If goon soap was Australian, it would probably be wine from a goon bag made into soap. What the fuck is a goon bag? Stream is the most fantastic way to lose your appetite. Thank you so much, Kirsche, for helping you stick to your diet. What do you mean? Eventually you'll have a stomach of iron and you'll be able to eat anything while listening to my stream. You must leave this riveting conversation now. Your dad brought in grill-cooked ribs. I want ribs, man. You're not having spaghetti now. Oh, no. Can you recommend a shorts YouTube? I don't know what that means. Shorts are comfy and easy to wear. Probably a 2, so it's probably disgusting. So the sperm soap got you curious. Someone patented a method of making soap using sperm oil. Yep. Yeah, we should throw that person into a volcano. It's time. It's time. As President of the United States, I will advocate for death by volcano throw. We can even repurpose the helicopters that we used to throw communists out of for it. Use the foaming soap dispensers from Bath & Body Works. Just refill them with a bulk liquid soap refill and water it down to the correct thickness to properly foam. Yeah, I don't want to do chemistry when I'm trying to wash my hands, so that's already too much work for me, man. Von Cobra, Night Herald, thank you. Kirsche, the all-natural Ozempic alternative. True and real. No female presidents, please. Let me see what I got, because I said I have a fucking whole bunch of DEI tabs. Oh god. There's so many. There's so many things. Oh, okay, this is like in the front of my DEI tabs because I thought it was very funny. Well, while I'm reading this article, chat, remember what bridge is, and remember how communists and Marxists took over our institutions in the first place. Bam, BGM. Congressional Democrats asked Trump administration to stop Doge employees from moving into permanent positions. A group of Democrats in Congress is seeking to stop Department of Government Efficiency employees from moving into permanent positions in the federal government, penning a letter asking for more information on Doge's presence within agencies after Elon Musk's exit earlier this year. Although Elon Musk has departed, his influence remains, as Doge and its employees attempt to become a permanent part of the federal government, scattered across agencies where they can continue to sabotage key functions from within. Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts and Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, along with Rep. Robert Garcia of California, wrote in a letter late Wednesday. I feel like if Pocahontas, whoever the fuck from Connecticut, and anyone in California are telling you that people are going to sabotage things, you need more of those people. Because when these 3 people say that, hey, sabotage for our plans is gonna happen, you should be like, yes, we want to sabotage anything you weird freaks are doing. Writing to Office of Personnel Management Director Scott Cooper and Office Management and Budget Director Russell Vought, the Democratic senators and ranking member on the House Oversight Committee sought more information on how Doge has embedded itself in the federal government. You know, it's really funny how these progressive-style people who promote all of these policies that align with what the Marxist takeover of the institutions have wanted are now saying, we need to prevent Doge employees from embedding itself in the federal government, much like these ideologues have done. The lawmakers called Doge's continued presence in federal agencies alarming, outlining in the letter, obtained exclusively by CBS News, that employees are embedding themselves in the federal government in key agency positions, which they argue threatens the government's ability to serve the American people, while alluding to potential violations of civil service laws. No. People from Doge trying to reduce waste from you freaks is what the American people want. The people you are claiming are going to cause issues for your plans are what we want as well. How the turntables, imagine. Cooper refuted the lawmakers' characterization of the civil service hiring process in a statement to CBS News, saying OPM reviews all requests to appoint current or recent political appointees to career roles for compliance with merit system principles and civil service laws, while noting that all federal hires undergo required background checks, ethic reviews, and suitability screenings. No Doge-affiliated individuals have unlawfully burrowed into career roles, Cooper said. We welcome oversight grounded in facts. And I think it's extra funny and an extra layer of irony that a lot of these people have wiggled their way, have burrowed their way into career roles in the government. And now, when the government wants to prevent that from happening, they accuse these other people of doing exactly what they did. That's pretty fucking crazy. The Democrats' request comes as Doge's presence in Washington has changed shape since Musk left his role as a special government employee in late May, when he reached the maximum amount of time he could serve in the position. President Trump thanked Musk and all of his people at the time, saying almost all of them are staying and they're going to be with us, and you're going to see the results coming long into the future. Musk pledged upon his departure that this is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. The Tesla CEO began the cost-cutting effort in January and had initially pledged to cut $2 trillion of government spending, but later lowered the benchmark to $1 trillion. At the time of Musk's departure, the White House said Doge efforts saved roughly $170 billion in spending, which is a pretty far cry off from $1 trillion, but, you know, baby steps. That figure has been disputed with a number of errors and miscalculations on the initiative's wall of receipts. Since Musk left the role, Doge has continued to post about its cost-cutting. A recent review by CBS News found that the claims about saving appear to be significantly overstated. Still, Musk pledged when he left the job that Doge is like a way of life and would be permeating throughout the government to secure $1 trillion in savings over time. Meanwhile, Vought outlined at a House Appropriations Committee hearing in June that the vision for Doge going forward would be far more institutionalized at the actual agency, saying many Doge employees are functioning almost as in-house consultants as a part of the agency's leadership. The leadership of Doge, Vought said, is now much more decentralized. For some, questions have remained about how the effort would continue to shape government agencies. Writing to Vought and Cooper, the Democratic lawmakers sought answers to a number of questions, including who currently leads Doge and queries about the presence of Doge employees within the federal government more broadly. They're just upset that a lot of the DEI shit is being targeted, I'm sure. Legislature needs to act, or the Doge stuff is just going to end up being performative. I agree. You can think of some other things that need to be institutionalized, true. Hillis Mallory, thank you. Doge is actually a government agency that has been renamed. It is already and will be a part of the government. Always has been. Winnie, thank you for the Goon wine is cheap wine in a 2-liter sack in a box wine. There's also a drinking game involving pinning it to the clothesline and drinking it. That sounds very Australian. Hoes are hella mad. They truly are. The lawmaker said that converting Doge appointees to career federal service roles could potentially run afoul of laws that explicitly ban political considerations and loyalty tests in hiring practices. adding that it is unclear who newly embedded Doge staff are accountable to, and if they truly serve within the chain of command of the agencies they work for. They urged OPM to enforce civil service regulations that prohibit political patronage in government hiring. What an interesting thing for the Democrats to desire. Pot meat kettle, truly. Truly and really. And I just thought that was an interesting thing coming from interesting people. California workplace CEO had a meeting trying to reassure people that DEI isn't going anywhere. Yep, that is what they're doing. Why is there not an American loyalty test? Great question. Great question, especially when we had that one fucking lady come out recently and be like, I'm a proud Guatemalan before I'm an American. It's like, then why are you in our fucking government? Get out. Get the fuck out. Doge has already justified itself just by exposing the limestone mine and literal ivory tower. True and real. They tell us how they're saving money we pay in taxes. They're not letting us cheat the American people. There's an active shooter situation in Atlanta right now? What? Oh, shit. Well, the shooter's dead. This was 25 minutes ago. Shooter dead, officer injured at Emory University after terrified students were forced into lockdown as gunshots rang out. A gunman is dead after opening fire at Georgia's Emory University Friday afternoon, spraying bullets at a police cruiser in a nearby CDC headquarters building, leaving one officer injured according to police and photos. The suspect died after the frightening shooting that prompted students to shelter in place on the last day of the summer term. There's no ongoing threat to the Emory campus or the surrounding neighborhood, police said in an updated alert on X around 6:45 p.m. Yeah, damn, that was like less than half an hour ago, man. The incident involved a single shooter who is now deceased. One law enforcement officer was injured in the course of the response. The Atlanta school issued an urgent alert shortly after 5 p.m., reporting an active shooter near the Emory Point CVS on campus and urging all students to run and hide. A rapid barrage of gunfire can be heard in horrifying social media videos. That's quite a few shots. Oh my. Yeah, that's quite a lot. Saying he believed he was sick from the COVID vaccine and was targeting the CDC. Then why was he at Emory? In one video filmed by a nearby resident, 8 gunshots ring out, followed by a brief pause, and then more than a dozen pop in rapid succession. Sounded like fireworks going off, one right after the other. Brandy Giraldo, the owner of a nearby deli, told the Associated Press. A post from the school that advised students to shelter in place at the Atlanta Police Department responded to the 1760 Clifton Road, close to where the CVS referred to in the bulletin is located. Lockdown was lifted by 6:30 p.m. Police swarmed Emory Point in the main campus of the CDC, Fox 5 reported, while chilling photos shared on social media showed bullet holes piercing the windows of the health agency's headquarters, located right next to the university. One police cruiser at the scene also appeared to have been hit by about a dozen gunshots to its windshield and hood. It remains unknown how the suspect died. The condition of the injured officer is also unclear. One photo taken at the terrifying scene shows what appears to be a man lying lifeless on a stretcher beside an ambulance surrounded by dozens of officers. It remains unclear whether the person pictured is the alleged shooter. We're horrified by the news out of Emory University and praying for the safety of the entire campus community. We stand by, ready to assist our law enforcement partners with whatever they may need. Georgia Representative Mike Collins also shared on social media that he's praying for a swift end to this threat. It makes me wonder, are there any, like, on-the-ground videos posted of this? Like, what happened when those Israelis got shot at some event in, like, Colorado or whatever? I don't know how true this is, right? Because we just read an article, but someone said the shooting occurred at the CVS across the street. CDC's there and got hit by the stray gunfire. Suspect was barricaded inside the CVS. Where's this fucking guy getting his information from? You just told me more than anyone, and I've been watching local Atlanta news for several hours. And the guy said, literally all information I got on X by typing in Emory in the search bar, saw police outside the CVS on video, went to Street View to verify the same one. Emory University even tweeted that the shooter is at the CVS as soon as it happened. Legacy media is slow and outdated. True! Thank you, random Fox woman picture. That would happen at a CVS, right? There's another one that's closer for hearing the shots. Ryan, thank you, my guy. Police and CDC. EBT people mad. Wait, why? Active shooter, video shared. That's the one we just watched. CVS, where Emory University originally said gunfire was reported, is right next to the CDC campus, as seen below. Additional video. Oh, that is loud. Damn. WSB TV Atlanta said one officer wounded, taken to Emory University Hospital, according to a Grady Memorial Hospital spokesperson. Emory University continues to advise those on scene to shelter in place. That was 52 minutes ago. Audio heard on the police scanner indicates the suspect may possibly be down, not yet confirmed. Emory University says the shelter in place has been lifted. That was 8 minutes ago. It appears the shooter's deceased. Also being reported that the officer shot has since succumbed to their injuries. Oh no. Police have spoken with the shooter's family and are operating under the theory that he was either sick or believed he was sick and blamed the illness on the COVID-19 vaccine, and that the CDC was the target of the shooting, a law enforcement official told CNN. CDC employee told CNN he witnessed a man approach the steps of a building on the CDC campus, place a backpack down, pull out a rifle, and open fire on the building. Picture from in the CDC building of window that was hit. Whew. At least 2 buildings at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta were hit by gunfire during the active shooter situation. It's unclear if the shooter targeted the CDC. Yeah, that's always... I mean, that's kind of interesting, right? Like... he's just like, let's shoot the building. I mean, I guess I'm glad that he targeted the building and not people, but it's still just like a really silly thing to do. Ow, ow, my arm. If he was targeting the CDC, he did a really shitty job. COVID vaccine takes another hit. I guess so, man. I guess so. Active shooter. We saw that video. What's this one? Well, there's just barely any audio for this one, I guess. Daryl Neese, thank you for the fucking muscle gun show. I couldn't think of flex. There we go. That's the word I was forgetting. Thank you for the muscle flex, my guy. Oh, what a retard. I didn't even realize this. The person who posted this said active shooter at Emory University just in time before the new school year. But of course it was going to happen. Time for that timely gun conversation. Let's talk about mental health. What about my Second Amendment rights? And their favorite, guns don't kill people, people kill people. And then someone else came in and said, how about you work on black culture before you take legal guns away from all of us who have to defend ourselves from crime statistics I probably shouldn't repeat. And their response is literally just, how about you shut the fuck up? Yeah, you don't got a real retort to that one, do you, gun grabber? You piece of shit. Deadpool kills people with guns. That was funny. I wasn't expecting that. Active shooter dead. Images from the shooting. Emory University CDC headquarters. Shooter vehicle. Cannot confirm if the person on the stretcher is a victim or a suspect. Can tell you, EMT would be all over them if it was a victim. Also strange if it's the shooter at the same time. Well, considering they said that only 2 people have been hurt, 1 the officer, 2 the shooter himself, probably is the shooter, but it is safer to say cannot confirm. Quando bandui! No, not the crying hippopotas. Poor hippopotamus mans. Thank you for the crying hippo. And History and Coffee, thank you for the 9-month resub, dude. Your uncle works at the CDC. Fortunately, he was at another campus today. That is fortunate. I just fortunate for your uncle. This is just a car. I can't tell what's going on in this car. Kind of looks like a farmer in the driver's seat, though. And I guess there's the bullet hole in the glass there. Kind of hard to see. A little bullet hole in the glass. And we've already seen that image. Shooter went towards a pharmacy. Active shooter scene. What are these videos?
Be advised, if PD is advised that the shooter is down, there's no other threat as of right now.
Okay.
Be advised, radio unit 667 on scene with us below one patient right there.
Have you confirmed, or can you confirm with APD that they've apprehended the active shooter?
Stand by, that was the last information that we got. We're going to get a more of a confirmation. I'm right here with that command post.
Okay.
Reports of
I can't really understand that second video. Oh, it's too hard for me to understand. People who believe that guns are the cause of violence are retarded. Violence and murder has been happening long before guns were invented. I agree. Like, I just don't think it's a sane stance to try and ban that shit, because it's only going to affect the law-abiding citizens. Apparently, it charged some dude with manslaughter over the P320 shooting. I don't know what that is. Oh, wait, Ziz posted something a second ago. Another video of during the shooting? Ooh! Damn, that's loud! That person was like, I'm closing my door, I'm going back inside, fuck this shit. Holy fuck. Ban guns like Chicago did? How did that work out for them? What criminals will break gun laws? No way! I know. You wish having a weapon was legal where you are? Robbers feel safe knowing they're the only ones armed? I know. Sounds like normal gunfire. What else would you be expecting? Darth Gavel, thank you. CNN, shooter's probably white. I mean, it's hard to tell in that one image of him in a stretcher, but I mean, he do kind of look white. Take away guns and people will 3D print them. Everyone coming at you trying to explain the SIG P320. The point was, you know that any mention of it doesn't need much more context. Well, I have no idea what you're talking about. UK doesn't have many guns, so they don't have many gun crimes, but they have a fuck ton of knife crimes.
Oh, back up. Dude. Well, let's just go. Just go drive that way. What's up?
I'm very glad that they were not harmed in this shooting, but lil bro here really needs to shave that mustache. It's not doing him any favors, alright? Duck and cover, they're too relaxed. Well, I mean, they're still pretty far away from where it's being shot, so they're fine. Went to a Sam's Club, was given a super sharp paring knife for free. The British minds cannot comprehend this. That's kind of crazy, man. Update an hour ago. You can't shave it. You have to let it grow out, or never does so correctly. I think it's not doing him any favors, man. Blessings on the family members of the police officers hurt and murdered. Blame Kennedy and Rand Paul for not clamping down on stupidity and radicalization, for blaming the CDC gov. Is this guy defending the vaccines? What the fuck? Police shooter and a civilian were taken to Emory University Hospital after a shooting at a CVS near the Emory campus. Suspected shooter is dead. Okay, this is the first time I've seen somebody mentioned besides the shooter. So now that they're reporting both a police officer and a civilian were taken to the hospital, that person on the stretcher could very well be whatever civilian was taken to the hospital and not the suspect. Suspect has been killed after reports of an active shooter. Officer injured, suspect dead in shooting at Emory. Yeah, I saw somebody else, Binary Mind, say that the officer unfortunately succumbed to his injuries, but I haven't seen it, like, reported anywhere yet. Bro's in the middle of a shootout and Foxy's roasting the man's stash. Look, I just calls it like I sees it, okay? Officer killed. Okay, somebody here said officer killed in the CDC shooting. Gunman dead after vaccine-motivated attack. A law enforcement officer has died after responding to a shooting at the CDC Atlantis campus on Emory University grounds, where the gunman targeted the facility over COVID vaccine beliefs. CNN reported it per Lookner. Yeah, whoever Mario Newful is also reported it. 2.2 million followers, god damn! Did I get the vaccine? No, I'm a pureblood. I was against the vaccine. I was very much, I understand if you have a job and a family to provide for and thus are forced into getting it because our government is tyrannical. But I did not like the way it was pushed, and I felt the more that they clamped down, the more they tried to restrict your freedoms in order to force you into taking it, the less I felt it was a good thing to do. That kind of coercion always makes me very, very hesitant. And so I was like, you know, you can talk to your doctor. I'm a cartoon fox, not a doctor, so you do what's best for you, but I'm not gonna take it. Quando Bundly, thank you. Let's see your mustache then, Kirsche, if you want to judge. I don't have a mustache! I'm a woman! And my Italian genes won't kick in until I'm at least in my 50s. Eskil, thank you for the knock. You dislike the internet sometimes with the current trend towards censorship. True? I don't know what exactly you're referring to, but yes, true and real. Preach. Always have a mustache. It's the little white hairs under the lip. That's just the peach fuzz that everybody has on their face. Newful is a top Twitter grifter who comments on everything and has Musk's ear. I mean, you're gonna say, I'm an Italian woman. Yeah, it'll kick in eventually, just like it does for Latinas, alright? We're all gonna be waxing together in the bathroom. Thankfully, your doctor's not a quack. He actively encouraged you not to get the jab. You got so much shit for not taking it in BC. Yeah, like, during the pandemic, if you didn't take it, you pretty much had to, like, lie to everyone about it, right? Because otherwise, they would fucking go crazy on your ass. The vaccine was sold to the governments. The government had to push it. That was the deal they made with pharma for the acceleration of the vaccine. Yeah, I don't really care what deal you make. When you start having, like... Where is this? I don't think this is even the one that I watched. Oh, it's you can't even watch it here. Okay. If I just go to videos? Oh god, there was specifically one where like people were like dancing in the street that I remember. Was it this one? No, this is a British one, but it can probably still get my point across. When you had commercials like this kind of shit...
Get that vaccine!
I've had mine.
I look fantastic! To feel the rhythm of life! To feel that powerful beat! To feel the tingle in your fingers! To feel the tingle in your...
Flip your wings and fly to daddy. Take a dive and swim to daddy. Hit the floor, crawl to daddy. Daddy, we got the rhythm of life, of life, of life, of life.
Every vaccine gives us hope, and 2 vaccinations are the best way to protect yourself and others. Join the millions, and please play your part in getting us back.
So, every single kind of commercial like this, where they just had celebrities singing and, like, preaching to you in song, I was just like, yeah, for every one of these that come out, my resolution to not get the vaccine grows stronger. Fucking theater kids, what a surprise. Thank you, Book of Grudges! Thank you, Book of Grudges, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you, Book of Grudges, for the 100 fucking slaves, dude. The SIG P320 is a gun that got the Department of Defense sidearm contract along with many other agencies. It's been known to not be drop safe for years, and there have been many reported problems. Recently, an airman set his P320 down while still in the holster, and it went off and killed him. Well, that's kind of fucked. Poor fucking guy, dude. Jesus Christ. The Colbert Show also did a COVID vaccine dance thingy. I'll see if I can bring that up. If anyone remembers the one where, like, the celebrities were fucking singing and dancing in the street, fucking please link me up, because I remember one where they were singing and dancing in the street, and it was US celebrities doing that. SIG claims they fixed the problem, but yeah, lots of strange things happening still. Jesus. Now I know the SIG P320. I do. Now I know it. What was the thing that you said with the fucking Colbert Show vaccine dance? New, try AI mode. Fuck off. Late, the vaccine, the box set. Oh god, yeah, I remember this. I don't know what's more cringe, this or the fucking my vagina has its own voice.
So let's find out the way the vaccine
No game
is
tonight?
changing
No,
the
it's
scene
Friday!
In our new recurring segment, The Vaccine.
Shut up.
Still here? The vaccine.
I'm still here because I didn't get vaccinated.
When we poke ya, well, we know you're gonna be safe from COVID infecting you. When you go out, yeah, I know you're gonna hug and not worry, it might kill you.
Do you remember in Italy the Hug a Chinese Person campaign? Where everyone was more terrified of being called racist than getting a disease, and so they were like, in order to not be racist, you should just go outside and hug every Chinese person you see. And I was like, is the Italian government even real, chat? Can we go back to having Cloud and Tifa fuck in Parliament instead? That was actually more sensical. See, like, the more that this shit happens, the less likely I am to comply with whatever the fuck you want me to do. Mom, pick me up! Have I ever thought about how much my unvaccinated eggs are worth? If someone wants to pay me 50,000 American dollars for an egg, yeah, sure, let's go, bro. He had 100 writers for the show, and they came up with this shit. Yeah, it's fucking awful. You found it? It's this one? Is this the street one I was thinking of? Will Ferrell? I mean, that checks out, probably.
Imagine there.
Oh, no, this is the Imagine one. I wasn't even gonna play this one. I wasn't even gonna play the Imagine one. This was like they were all in their fucking houses. No, I hated that one. That's not the street one I was looking for, though. The females wearing the stupid outfits with the bearded dude. Oh, hell no. Marmalin, thank you. COVID made you question why folks hate when people cross the street when they see them. Never wore a mask and the aisles in the store parted for you. It was awesome. And you're half Asian, so they were doubly scared. Oh my god. That's like if I was Asian and I was outside wandering around during COVID, oh my god, the amount of times Tim probably could have done that and gotten away with it. Just been like, ooh, I'm from the scary COVID country. I'm a COVID American, ooh. Massive Doge, thank you. Finished jury duty for the day. It continues until next week. I hope it's an interesting trial at least. Bon voyage, thank you. 2020 to 2022 was wild. You had to take the vaccine to stay in your out of school stuff as a teenager. What does that even mean? The only street vaccine song you'd find was the gay choir Vaccinate, not seeing one with celebrities. I like vaguely remember there being one where like people were dancing in the street and it was like really colorful. It was this Pfizer commercial featuring John Legend.
might wonder, John Legend, how do you keep your voice sounding so legendary? Honey, and how do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC.
The fresher, the better.
Ask your healthcare provider about...
Is that real? Can you get suits where the sleeves detach at the shoulder like that? For what purpose? You would just look like a fucking Jersey Shore reject. Why would you want that? Dargan Eric, thank you. You don't know what it is, but Colbert's eyes bother you? They look wrong? It's because he's a lizard people. Next question. COVID ads were insufferable. That ad was from 2023, yeah? Celebrity advert urges ethnic minorities to get COVID-19 vaccinations. All right, this isn't the one in the street either. That's not that one. The BAM celebrities? Let's see. Is this it? I'm clicking your link. Oh. Oh, this might be it. I think this is it. Was this a song? No lockdowns anymore? Good morning, Baltimore. Fuck you, Baltimore!
I'm so glad that back when they were trying to push the jab, I had jobs that were getting more business because they supplied products for hospitals, so they couldn't fire anyone but kept asking if I wanted it since they'd pay for it, but I just say no.
I'm glad you got out scot-free, slightly buff weeboo! Congrats on being a pureblood. Thank you for the 25. Fuck Baltimore. Yeah, this is exactly it. Thank you. Thank you for the link. Why is it kind of grade toned though? It's like there's a box over it that I have to click out of.
Woke up today feeling okay. Wow, this is new. Got the vaccine and it's been 2 weeks. There's life in the streets, hot people at brunch, and I've got a hunch mimosas are gonna be bottomless.
I still get my bottomless mimosas and I never got the vaccine. Fuck you, weird little man.
Turning off Zoom after 15 long months stuck on mute. No lockdowns anymore. We can finally walk out the door. The sunlight is a fantasy.
Why are all of these so gay? Because they must continuously suppress masculinity, lest men finally realize they can rise up and do something to change how horrible things have become. I think it's about enough fucking war torture. I don't need to I don't need to torture your ears any further, but yeah, you get the point. You get the point. This was the kind of shit, like, the more of these, like, song and dance things that came out, and the more the government was like, you can't go outside, you're going to get fired from your job, you can't see your grandmother while she's dying. The more all of this came together, the more I was just like, yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna get this thing. I just don't trust you. Because when the government demands I do something, and says it's for my own good, I'm from the government and I'm here to help is the scariest sentence a man could ever hear in his lifetime. Ryan, thank you. Your goo is clean. And how do you make that straight? You just don't. You just don't. Double Hawk, thank you. You worked for the DOD during COVID and had to get the vax. You had no real choice since you couldn't afford to lose your job. And it's a real shame that people who are kind of like forced into this have zero way to remediate the situation. I'm gonna be real. You lost respect for a lot of people in your life due to the way they reacted to COVID. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not fucking surprised. And it's like, I know people kind of get upset at me for the take, like, I understand if you're forced into doing it, because it's like, well, if everybody just rejected it, we could all, like, rise up, and they couldn't do anything about all of us. And it's like, yes. And that was the point of me telling my story about people who stopped paying their subscriptions in Terra. That worked, but it was a very, very small scale. Terra probably only had, like, a couple hundred people still playing the game. So getting, like, 50-ish plus people to stop paying their subscriptions to get a response from en masse. That worked. Getting the amount of people necessary to reject the COVID vaccine in order to actually get the government to stop trying to be tyrannical about it, that just isn't realistic, as much as I would love for it to have been. Would I love for everyone to come together and literally band to be like, hey, we're not gonna sit here and allow this particular thing to happen? Yes, absolutely. Do I think it's feasible? No. Literal millions, near impossible to scale any effort to reach that, unfortunately. Professor John Wolfman, thank you for the 17-month member. COVID shot and flu shot? You really want to feel like you had a fist fight with Satan? Sign me up. I can't even remember the last time I got a flu shot, I'm gonna be honest. Not because, like, I have anything against flu shots. I just don't like needles, you know? Adam Wofford, thank you. Your wife is Japanese, and she got a lot of hate during that time. She was super pregnant. One black woman called her a Chinese virus hole. It's, stop Asian hate until you realize who's doing the hate, and then you just kind of sweep it under the rug. Don't worry about it anymore. Hillis Mallory, thank you. You liked Stephen Colbert when he played a conservative? I don't know what you mean by that, because not a single time in my life has Stephen Colbert been anything adjacent to a conservative. Kirsche, about the Guatemalan politician, it got community noted. Apparently she said the opposite of that. Basically, while I'm proud of my Guatemalan heritage, you're an American first. But there was a video of her saying it. Your work threatened to fire us if we didn't get the vax. Your entire department banded together to say kick rocks. They decided to not fire us. It turns out they can't replace an entire department, including management. See, that's great. I love that your entire workforce was able to band together and do something about it. That's fucking wonderful. That's fucking wonderful. You love to see it. But it's like, wanting that on a large scale, and like, maybe I'm just being doomer about it, but I just don't think you can do that on a mass scale. You're one of the people who had adverse effects to the flu shot? Where am I? Ryan, thank you again for that too. I read that earlier. Patchouli, thank you. It's a good thing you're at a tractor pull while watching stream. The amount of testosterone on display is canceling out the Clobo Homo Coof skits. True. Not an FBI, thank you for the... Hey, my spicy cat, have you heard of the zoo that is asking for unwanted small pets and horses for their predator feed? I did hear about that, and I said we should feed them pit bulls instead. And then all the room temp IQ people that go, it's the owner, not the dog, got upset at me. Pit bulls deserve nothing but a mountain of corpses. Get him out of here. The difference between the Colbert Report and the Late Show with Stephen Colbert is that on one, he was a comedian who pretended to be a conservative pundit, and on the other, he was a liberal pundit pretending to be a comedian. Oh boy. He lost track of the amount of people that got the jab and still got COVID. True. Most pit bull owners, oh, well, you know. Workplace solidarity, says the socialist. No, not like that, also says the socialist. Mildly OCD, thank you. Weirdly enough, Walmart just didn't care if we got it. You just kept working because you couldn't afford to take time off for potential side effects. You just tanked the virus with a month off from work. That's kind of crazy. I don't think I ever got COVID. If I did, it wasn't anything that I even noticed, which would be weird because I have asthma. And since I have asthma, if I had gotten COVID, I feel like it would have wrecked me, right? Mildly OCD, thank you again, my dude. Battleizer, thank you. Not getting the vaccine created a schism in your extended family. They drew the like and treated you like lepers. To this day, you have respected the line they drew and you refuse to forget it. Yeah, I would also not forget that. When everybody was just like, well, now's the time for forgiveness. It's like, no, I will not forget and I will not forgive what you scumbags tried to do during that era. Fuck you. Got it once from your vax sister, felt like a bad cold or flu for a week, and then you got better. We didn't know, yeah? And you didn't have to act like the fucking Gestapo either, you piece of shit. You had it, but you had no symptoms. You were the Magic Johnson of COVID. You were a FedEx ground driver during lockdowns, and they threatened you with jobs if you didn't get the shot. You said, who's going to deliver the packages? You? And they backed off after that and sent legal paperwork to FedEx corporate, reminding them that undergoing a medical procedure to maintain a job is federally illegal. See, I fucking love hearing shit like that. When enough of you get together and you fucking make threats back at your company, I was just like, what are you gonna do? Deliver this shit yourself? Well, absolutely not. Fuck them. You have asthma and your whole family got COVID. You were the one who was almost perfectly fine compared to the rest of your family who was struggling bad. Jesus. It's not that they didn't know. We all understand that they didn't want to know, and many still don't. True. People were like, put your mask on so my vaccine can work. I think the craziest thing were the people who were like, it's dangerous for me if you don't get the vaccine, and then would spit on those people if they even had their mask pulled down a little bit to like talk or eat. And it's like, if you are scared for your safety, why are you physically assaulting the other person minding their own business? Like, actual insanity. But what about basset hounds? Those are fine. Those aren't pit bulls. 400-pounders demanding you get the vaccine. It's still so weird that they're masking up. It's really jarring to look at, like, videos of school and whatnot from that era and see people, like, playing instruments with a hole cut out in their mask. Or like, when I would go to restaurants and shit, and they would be like, oh, you have to wear your mask from the door to the table, but once you sit down, you can take it off. And it's like, COVID doesn't have, like, an elevation statistic. It doesn't matter if I have my mask on while I'm walking to my table, if I'm allowed to take it off when I sit down. What the fuck is this nonsense? Timeline of Japanese boomers still talks about getting more and more booster shots well into 2025. What? Why specifically the Japanese boomers? Did I see the pods they would put banned? Yeah, I've seen the pods. Suddenly 50% of the population came out as having immune deficiencies and couldn't wear masks or get the vaccine because of their newly brought up condition that never affected them during flu season. The masks were just to test what people would tolerate. You know, I'm starting to believe that tinfoil theory, honestly. Star Phoenix, thank you. Are you the asshole? Your brother wants you to get the flu shot to protect his yet-to-be-born daughter by his wife. You refused and we haven't talked since. Feels bad. Well, it's like, when it's a baby, I mean, I guess you could just, I don't know. You shouldn't be forced to get a shot, but I also wouldn't want to risk giving the baby a cold. So I would just be like, I'll just not see your baby. They make tweets about 80s Japanese PCs and do chipmunk or chip music on it. So they're mutual follows. Oh, I see. Hey, fuck the baby, his loss. You don't need to see it. Jesus. You remember when masks weren't a thing near newborns? Sneezing while wearing a mask and realizing how bad your breath stinks was a revelation. I just struggled to breathe in a mask because my asthma is heat triggered. And so whenever I had a mask on, I, like, couldn't breathe. So I could probably have gotten, like, a doctor's exemption for wearing masks. Because, like, I would put on a mask, walk, like, 5 steps, have to pull it down, huff my inhaler, put the mask back up, walk 10 steps, pull the mask down, huff my inhaler. Like, it was just, I literally cannot breathe when there's something obstructing my nose and mouth. So it was really fucking hard, and I just didn't leave my house unless I absolutely fucking had to during that time. And Kirsche would put on a mask and go all Floyd on everyone. What the fuck? Patchouli, thank you. You spent every weekend at Universal Orlando right after lockdown lifted. You had to wear a mask in queue, but you could take it off while on the ride. Made no sense! Especially since the park was virtually empty. Jesus. It's far more dangerous for you to wear the cheap masks than not. Oh, so you can't breathe. No one can breathe when something is obstructing their nose and mouth. That's how breathing works. There are plenty of people who are capable of breathing with a mask on. And even if we're not talking about mask situations, when my mother would go to bed, my mother would put her hand purposefully over her mouth and nose. And that's how she would sleep. If I had someone's hand over my mouth and nose while I was sleeping, I would probably not wake up. Has to be the first virus in history to recognize race, gender, sexual affiliation, and political party. True and real. True and real. You couldn't legally wear a mask because you conceal carried before IN got constitutional carry. Oh man. That hand is getting licked and or bitten at least once. What the fuck? What the fuck? Kier Mom is special. True and real. A bad kind of special. But yeah, and once the like scientist paper came out and they were just like, Black Lives Matter rallies are more important than social distancing, plus most people at them are wearing masks, so it's okay if they gather. By the way, you're not allowed to have Trump rallies. I was like, okay. Alright, this is entirely a fucking farce. Nothing here is based on data or science. It's based on feelings and they want to control you. It sounds like the equivalent of the stupid kid in class holding his breath until he passed out, except your mom did that at bedtime. Well, it's not like she was like fucking pressing her hand against her mouth and nose. She just kind of like had it laying there, right? Like it wasn't like obstructing her breathing, but it was making the air warm because it was so close to her nose and mouth. And if I was having to breathe warm air, I would just fucking die. Like, you know, there's sometimes when I would get scared of the dark or like, you know, monsters in the dark when I was a kid and I would pull the covers over my head. If I had the covers over my head, I would struggle to breathe because all of the air that I was breathing would be really, really warm under the blankets. And even if I did the thing where like you had the blankets pushed under your feet and then wrapped over your head so it created like a tent so the blanket wasn't flush against you, even then I couldn't breathe because the air was too warm. I was like, to kill me, you just need to bring me like south of the equator, you know? That's I just could not breathe there. And it was also reducing the amount of fresh oxygen and recycling more carbon dioxide into her lungs. I mean, maybe, I don't know. An immense amount of carbon dioxide. You're waiting for a commuter train on New Jersey Transit. You're hungry and you've gotten yourself Wendy's. You sat in the train station, which was out in the open, completely alone. No other person's around. Started eating. Suddenly, the PA turned on, telling passengers they could not eat food in the train station due to corona. You were completely alone. That reminds me of the Australian police going out to, like, remote locations where people were camping in the middle of nowhere and being like, you can't be here. You have to go home. Your first clue something was off was when they started closing churches. You were fully convinced it was bullshit during the Black Lives Matter riots. Oh, 100%. Kirsche in an astronaut suit in Florida. True. True and real. Kirmom giving herself carbon dioxide poisoning every single night suddenly explains a lot, does it? Sergeant Buck, thank you. If you pulled your mask down to sneeze, people looked at you like a bioterrorist. If you sneezed into your mask, people looked at you like you were stupid. You literally could not win. Pakistani National, thank you for the Canadians. Most people do day to day don't need an expert, but when an expert says something, people don't question. It makes no sense. They don't realize it. I mean, when you have someone who's an expert, you think like, oh, they've spent far more time learning about this than I have, so I should trust them. But when the experts start being ideologically captured and saying things based on their feelings instead of actual data points, then they might still be an expert, but they are corrupting the data in order to push a certain viewpoint. And no one said anything about drinking water, eating healthy, and getting exercise during the lockdowns. Imagine. I remember reading on Slate's How to Do It, people being like, I thought I was in a good relationship with my husband and he was cheating on me and I was cheating on him and it was all fine. We knew about our affairs and we didn't care. But now that the lockdowns are here and I have to see my husband every day, I know I fucking hate him and I can't wait to leave, but I can't leave because of the lockdowns and I miss my affair partner. I was like, holy shit. These people are fucking crazy. Which I was gonna go through some DEI tabs, but then an active shooter happened, so I guess I'm gonna have to save my DEI tabs to before Expedition 33 tomorrow, because they all go together. There's a fucking theme here, so I can't do that. I can't do that, but maybe I can see if there's a couple of things on how to do it since we have a bit more time. Let's see. All right, okay, we got a fucking... I've always prided myself on being open-minded. Then my boyfriend confessed what he really wants in bed. I fucking love this horrendous segment on this website. What about the cheese? The cheese will be this weekend sometime. It depends on when I can get the hand cam set up. So it'll either be tomorrow or Sunday. One of the 2 days. And the DEI tabs will be the day that I don't do the cheese stream. Gotta say active shooter in the same intention as chicken jockey. So it's like, what? Chicken jockey? Active shooter? Oh, it doesn't really flow very well. I am a 30-year-old woman who has always been interested in kink, and I have been very lucky to start dating a younger man who I find immensely attractive, is bisexual like me, and is a switch in the bedroom. However, he recently confessed to me that his biggest kink is ABDL, adult baby diaper lovers, and he'd like me to occasionally take a mommy role in the bedroom. I never thought of myself as judgmental when it comes to kink, but I found myself wondering how I can become okay with the idea of seeing the man I love in diapers and bibs. It definitely doesn't arouse me in any sense of the word. I don't think everything partners do in sex needs to be equally gratifying for both, and I want to be the person he comes to for satisfaction in this regard. Is there anything I can do to Pavlov my brain into finding this at least appealing? Lady, what? How did we gaslight ourselves into thinking we need to accept every kind of kink? Some things are just unacceptable. And like, if I was with a himbo and I came home from doing something one day and this man was like in a diaper and a bib and had a bonnet and a little shaky rattle, I would never be able to respect that man again as long as the two of us live. I would be like, the years of us having been together, you have shattered everything in this moment. Get the fuck out. Don't think eating shit is appetizing, but my partner loves it. Is there a way to Pavlov myself into finding shit appetizing? It's funny you say that! Because I read an article thingy from Reddit. It wasn't an article, it was just post on Reddit of a guy whose wife was into eating his shit. And he was like, I can't see my wife or the mother of my children doing something so disgusting. And after enough badgering, he decided to finally at least try to shit on her. And so he like sat on the edge of the bathtub and was like, I'm going to try and shit on you, but you're not allowed to eat it. And when he felt her mouth on his asshole, he got really grossed out and stood up and was just like, I don't know how to look at my wife anymore. And it's like, you know what? He went way farther than I fucking would have in that situation, right? Like that, even the suggestion, I'd be like, something is wrong here. Is this like the famous Goo Goo Babies play? What? The rattle was the Kirsche on the cake. Just say no to poopies. Yeah, just say no to poopies. That's crazy. I want to see what the porn star responded. The porn star responded to this person. I usually don't read the responses, but like I have to know. Let's think about your desire to be the person your partner comes to for his ABDL fulfillment. Why do you want this? Is there some sense of empowerment you feel you'll derive from the role of mommy? Or joy from successfully catering to your partner's carnal cravings? It's worth spending some time examining your feelings and motives here, and you'll probably find a mix of emotions. I'm hoping that one of the reasons you want to satisfy your partner's sexual longing can help you figure out your path to accessing this scene. And you may find that once you're engaged in the play, you find facets that are arousing for you. Okay, this whole paragraph can just be rebutted by, if you are in a committed relationship, that should be the only person you're having any sexual relations with. So even though she finds ABDL disgusting, she doesn't want him to go to other people for his sexual incarnations. I like that. That is the one thing that makes sense out of all of this. You can't eat your sushi now? Well, it's not like you've put the sushi in a butthole and someone's butthole feeding you. You're just eating it normally. Sushi night is over. Sushi night has just begun. Another thing you can do is get more information from your partner. What does he yearn for? Is it safe? Is it a safe person to fully unleash his inner child around? What? Does he want an element of domination? Are there themes of punishment or solely of care? Is it the sensations of the diaper and bib? Does it simply turn him on and he isn't sure why? As with your reasons to want to engage, there will probably be a mix of pleasures and goals on his end, and I'm hoping that more detailed information from your partner will show you a path to enjoyment. Once you find some facet that appeals to you, take your time. If you enjoy having your breast stimulated, that's likely a good place to start. If you enjoy being dominant and he wants that from you, there's another good starting point. And once you start, you may find that your partner's pleasure brings you enough to begin the Pavlov process. I would ask, why is the porn star encouraging the Pavlov process, but I don't think that question really needs an answer. But it's astounding that the wife is asking how to Pavlov instead of finding this disgusting in general, and the porn star is encouraging that dumbass question about Pavloving herself into enjoying ABDL instead of being like, lady, that is a bridge too far. Maybe if you are actually disgusted by it, This is just a line in the sand. Like, you're allowed to have fucking boundaries, man. It's not like he's asking, like, hey, can you hit my ass a little bit? He's like, I want to wear diapers and be a baby. That's incredibly fucking different. She's the poopa scoopa. Praxis Fall, thank you. You should all have iron stomachs by now. Yours is steel. Think of the cheese. God, I love cheese. Remember when eating shit was a weird German thing that hardly anybody knew what it was? I remember when eating shit was a weird niche German fetish that people made fun of. Much like I remember femboys being a weird niche 4chan fetish that most people made fun of. Now look where we are! No one knows what a woman is anymore! It's still fucking weird. What are we doing? Quando Bandui, thank you! Let's gaslight ourselves into degeneracy. Oh my god, that's crazy. That was a German thing? Yeah, dude, the Germans and their shit eating and sex was like a butt of a joke in movies for like decades. What happened to this world? How do we go back? Make femboys boys again. He spent 5 years being friends with someone, noticed all his girlfriends were mentally challenged enough that legally they had the mental age of a child. He treated them in a sort of, I will take care of you sense, so you look past it until you found out he was ABDL. How disgusting. That's crazy. We should have dropped a third nuke on Germany just for fun, just to send a message. It's like a German porn star's mouth. It's full of crap. Butter dog! I love Butter Dog, thank you.
Cleanse for this shameful degeneracy.
Thank you, Ulgrim the Crusader. Very apt name. Thank you for crusading with the Butter Dog. Hell yeah. Was the joke of being young, wanting to be a girl so you can be a lesbian? Now look where we are. Remember when if you can't get a girlfriend, just become one was a joke? It's not a joke anymore. Got one. Imagine the only place you can masturbate in peace while deployed is a hot porta potty, and then imagine what has to be done to Pavlov that erection into existence. I'm sorry. Thank you, Butter Dog, for the cleansing. True. And then for no reason at all. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with German people? I mean, sorry that you were friends with Quebecois potato farmer J.F. Garlepi. What does he mean by this? Burritos, thank you for the R's, bro. You think of kinks like flavors of ice cream? Well, there are some flavors you love. It's a luxury you can do without. There are other safe flavors to enjoy. Your partner doesn't need to be subjected to your whole degeneracy. Did you make that pun on purpose? All of us have a homosexual part of 25%. The only thing is that I, after a profound examination, have realized that my homosexual part is lesbian. Silvio Berlusconi? I don't know who that is. The J.F. Garepi saga? I don't know who J.F. Garepi is. Is it? I remember hearing about a Mama JF. Is it like the J.F. Lolcow? Is it that guy? Is that his full name? What is this garbage? What is this garbage? Horrible degeneracy. Part of why Hitler rose. You remember when Pavloving someone referred to giving your girlfriend unexplained treats to get her to do the things you want? I want unexplained treats. It's the Italian prime minister who called Angela Merkel an unfuckable lard-ass beast. Berlusconi is the Italian prime minister guy who said illegal migrants have to go, but beautiful women can stay. I don't really see too many migrants who are beautiful women. So I know who Silvio Berlusconi is. Who's the JF weirdo that you guys are talking about? JF is a race realist who has a long string of dating women who are incredibly mentally deficient. Like, educated mentally deficient. Oh, fuck. Primarch Bentley, thank you. Please bless you with cooling thoughts. Work has you in the Phoenix area heat hellscape these past few days. Well, I hope you are putting on plenty of sunscreen and you are staying hydrated. Make sure you're drinking tons of fucking water. JF was the weird white supremacist French guy who had a fetish for medically retarded women. JF is the Mama JF guy you kind of remember? Okay, so I kind of remember. Lolcow history was Pippa's thing, not so much mine. I vaguely can remember a couple of people, you know. My memory's not so great, chat. K Nugget, thank you. What Hitler didn't fall for, his spy wife, because she wasn't into the poop kink. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. Alright, that pretty much rounds us out here. That's pretty much rounding us out. Let's see whomstead is online for tonight. Mr. Zappy also remembers. I love hearing Mr. Zappy snuffing the life out of flies behind me. Okay, alright? Moing. What do we have here? Let's go fucking raid the Bagman, shall we? Been a hot minute since we've raided the Bagman. Let's go rub his bald head for good luck. He's bald again, right? Or has he not shaved?
Lean in the base, since it's apparently an issue.
Okay, he still has hair? He still has hair? He's a Family Guy character now? Family Guy Bagman? What is he even playing? Voices of the Void? Oh, okay, so he's just playing a game about the voices in his head? That makes sense. That makes sense. I should do that one day. I should do that one day. Well, thank you guys for hanging out on another Tangent Friday. This weekend, we'll play some more Expedition 33. We'll do some cheese streaming. Hand cam, potentially. I don't know if I'll be able to, but we'll see. We'll see if I can finagle wrangle it. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, it'll just be, we're all gonna eat cheese and crackers together, and I'll have copious amounts of pictures. Copious amounts of pictures, potentially. And then the DEI articles, because I have a whole fucking bunch of them related to universities and shit. And a bunch more bridge emails came in that I can kind of weave into the DEI tabs. We got a lot. We got a lot on the platter! And hopefully I don't run out of time again. So thank you guys! I forgot to go to my ending screen because I'm retarded. Thank you guys for hanging out with me on Tangent Friday. I will see you tomorrow for whatever the fuck I'm doing, plus some Expedition 33. That'll happen tomorrow. Almost never play video games on Friday, so keep that in mind. Friday is not a video game day, even though sometimes I feel like playing them on that day. A special Tangent day. Have a great rest of your night. Eskel, thank you for the 20 knock. The team streaming. True and real. Have a great rest of your night, everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye.